What would it feel like to be a magic genius from birth but suffer from a mana disorder? When one door closes, another is sure to open. Let's follow the journey of Luin Aiden, the young man who fell into such a predicament. When he was just born, he was seen as a light that would illuminate the world. Luin was also very different. The story begins on the day the butler and his father were talking. The butler was preparing to leave for a trip to gather marine resources. A young Luin sincerely warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Begin departed, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning. It wasn't until late at night that he hurried back. It turned out that Begin had listened to Luin's advice and taken a detour, but it was precisely because of this that he himself had avoided a disaster, because according to what Begin heard, that place had been attacked by monsters. No one who took that path returned safely. It was from this moment that Luin's innate talent began to be noticed. Begin believed he could sense the mana in the air, although he didn't know how. But his father sensed that Luin was the future of the Edel family, and it was true. When Luin turned 6, he could already sense mana and summon it after just 1 year, and then when he turned 10, Luin became the valedictorian of the entrance exam at Xnit Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Jaden Kingdom. Along with that came the title of Genius. At that time, Luin was a bit arrogant, believing he would surely bring his family to new heights, but in the end, this was as far as he could go. On the first day of class, Luin realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast magic, Luin seemed to struggle greatly with it. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with himself. For the first time, Luin and everyone else realized that he had a mana disorder. At that moment, everything inside Luin seemed to shatter. His body couldn't cast magic even a meter away. For a mage, a body like this was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from an ordinary family and had no talent at all. From then on, their attitude did a complete 180. Just an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway, 2 male students immediately showed their contempt. To all the students who were jealous of him at Xnit, now Luin was just someone with no magical ability, a useless guy who couldn't cast magic in a magic academy, of course. Now he was their favorite toy. At times like these, Luin could only feel helpless. Sobbing, he asked himself if he could ever become a mage. Luin Adel, the one who entered the academy with the highest score, the one who had higher expectations than anyone else, the one who worked more diligently than anyone else because of the mana disorder curse, had become magically crippled. Was that the end of everything? No. Luin thought everything had ended at that moment, without knowing that a miracle was still possible. The story of the Forgotten Genius continues as a new challenging journey begins to unfold. At the very bottom of despair, a blinding ray of hope and a system message appeared. Treasure has been activated. The system screen is forming. Meanwhile, Luin felt like he was falling into the depths of the universe. When he groggily woke up, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep into water. A cryptic line of text appeared before his eyes. It stated that he was the incarnation of Araka, the destroyer of worlds. This giant god was the one who had brought Luin here. His appearance was nothing like a human's, nor did he resemble the heroes Luin was used to seeing. He had no time to process any of this. Its lips moved as if it wanted to say something, and then Luin's pupils dilated in utter astonishment. A few hours earlier at the Xnit Academy training ground, it was Luin's turn to practice. Professor Haido kindly told him to just do as he was instructed. He just had to create a fireball and hit the dummy. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Luin knew very well that a fireball was a type of magic that any student could perform with ease, but for him it was different. This time, Luin wasn't sure if he could do it. At the professor's command, Luin was determined to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed in his hand, growing larger and larger, like Luin's fierce determination. The male students were a bit surprised that he could gather that much mana. Luin thought he would actually succeed this time. But the familiar feeling struck again. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Despite his desperate inner pleas, the so-called mana disorder had defeated Luin once more. He couldn't bear it any longer and voiced his surrender. However, Professor Haido still urged him to try and cast it. Luin wanted to, but he was afraid it was impossible. According to Haido, he was now a senior student. If he couldn't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he possibly pass the graduation exam? Even Luin felt he was completely useless. This training session was for target practice. Luin couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming even a third-rate mage was hopeless. Mocking laughter erupted again. They labeled him the disgrace of the academy. Luin was already used to this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. The thing that made him break down was the fact that he'd had no hope from the start. It was all due to the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years. The mana disorder. Although Luin had tried to hold on for all these years, now he was starting to ask himself how much longer he could endure. After the training session, Luin was walking alone as usual. Trailing behind the crowd into the main hall, he wanted to be left alone, but trouble found him. 2 male students deliberately approached him and provoked him with sarcastic words. One of them smugly and repeatedly called him Stupid Luin. Their words were getting more and more out of line. They moved on from mocking his achievements to saying his home and territory were in the boondocks. They intentionally called the Adel family obscure. Not very wealthy and with no reputation. Lewin's patience was wearing thin. He could take it when they targeted him, but they should never have insulted his family. The male student was immediately silenced by Lewin's powerful punch. It was so powerful, it sent the guy flying several meters. Lewin was furious because of his big mouth. Even with a bruised face, the male student still wasn't scared and shouted loudly. Lewin didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy was Ben Phone, and a nobody who dared to mess with his father and his family. The other student with Ben Phone fearlessly charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed by Lewin's punch. He couldn't get up for a moment and knelt like a dog. What Lewin didn't expect was that Ben would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled as he unleashed a stream of mana, a large one towards him. Although Lewin's fighting skills were good in terms of mana power, he was completely outmatched. His entire body was paralyzed. Professor Hido arrived to intervene, but he was a second too late. Lewin was hit by Ben's massive mana blast. He thought he was going to die just like that. Now Lewin stood before a giant god and the system message. Faced with this, he still couldn't understand what the heck was going on. Lost in a strange magical space, and meeting a mysterious man made him wonder what was happening. Even though he tried his best to listen, he could only hear one last garbled word. The deep voice rang out again, this time clearer. It was definitely his name, Lewin Adel, and then from the void, a faint sound also emerged, seemingly calling his name Lewin Adel. Lewin Adel. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blonde woman. It turned out to be the high-level healing mage Helen. Her face was filled with worry. "Are you awake?" Shaking off his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up. "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly supported his body and gently replied, "The recovery room." "It's all right, you don't have to force yourself to sit up." He wearily held his head. "I'm fine. A little dizzy, but I can sit." As he spoke, he wondered to himself, did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious cloaked man, a mysterious space. What was that system voice? It was still so clear. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Helen, how long was I unconscious? She replied, almost a day. She continued, "You're very lucky. God must have been watching over you." He was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "Am I completely fine now?" A flicker of worry crossed her face and her words were hesitant. "We still need to keep you under observation, but you look remarkably well for someone who was just hit by a direct lightning strike. There are no wounds, no burns, or any internal damage whatsoever. I've never seen a case like yours before." In all his years of life, he had never witnessed anything like this, so he couldn't help but be stunned. "What? Is this even possible?" He stared at his own palm, gradually lost in thought. "Lightning is a terrifying magic that can incinerate a body in an instant. What's more, I took a direct hit. How was my body completely unharmed?" Suddenly, Professor Hido entered, interrupting his train of thought. "Excuse us for a moment." Hearing this, Helen bowed and reminded him, "The professor is here. I'll go check on the results now. If there's any problem, let me know immediately." Just then, Yu instinctively looked up. He approached and stood in front of the bed. He crossed his arms and calmly asked, "How are you feeling?" Yu replied, "I'm fine." The stern expression on his face softened a little. "That's a relief. He informed you about what happened after you fainted, and that a meeting was being held among the professors about the incident." He looked straight at you, while you just silently bowed your head and listened. "First of all, Ben Phone will be expelled for using powerful attack magic with intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Adel family, and for unfair treatment and bullying. The teachers have decided on this verdict." "Yes." Your face darkened as you mumbled, full of remorse. "But I also fought back against Ben," he immediately replied. "Of course, you will also receive punishment. Considering what happened, you will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month." You nodded slightly. Yes, it seemed he still had some concerns. "Also, I want to ask you this. Are you in possession of an artifact?" His question made you look up. "What?" "You must understand, it is a legendary weapon, left behind by an ancient sorcerer with an endless source of mana." You quickly waved your hands in denial. "An artifact? I definitely don't have one. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been bullied." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand on his chin. His voice lowered. "In any case, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Adel family must have used it for the benefit of the family." Unable to hide your curiosity, you spoke up. "But why are you asking me, Professor?" He focused his gaze on you, his deep, sharp eyes seeming to pierce through your very thoughts, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, he recalled the earlier scene and recounted, "There was definitely a red light enveloping your body, right before the lightning bolt struck. It looked like a high-level artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's spell." Hearing this, you looked blank. "What are you talking about, Professor?" You thought to yourself. "An artifact? What is he talking about?" Suddenly, you seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute, don't tell me it's related to the dream I just had." Then you immediately denied it. "No, I must be crazy." He sighed softly. "Even though I don't understand what happened, I'm sure you don't have an artifact." "All right then." He turned and left under Louis's gaze. "Get some rest." You stared thoughtfully at his retreating back. You told the professor you didn't know what happened, but he didn't say anything more. What is the professor thinking? Left alone in the room, you sat in deep thought for a long time. What you had experienced was just like a dream, and that strange voice. The artifact, Draa, the world destroyer, and the player. You tapped your forehead repeatedly, muttering, I think there was one more phrase. What was it? Louis hesitantly uttered, status window. Immediately, a blue panel appeared in midair, making you widen your eyes in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, you instinctively backed away, screaming, Ah! What the hell is this? Helen heard the noise and rushed in. She saw your bewildered expression. She asked, Louis, are you okay? Are you not feeling well? You pointed at the blue panel floating in the air, stuttering, No, it's not that. Can you see it? The blue panel in front of me. She looked confused. What are you rambling about, Louis? There's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay? At that moment, an idea flashed through your mind. No way. If she really can't see it, then this can only be seen by me. The status window displayed your information. Louis Adele, incarnation of Draa, the world destroyer, the result of the pursuit of infinite power. The sorcerer Draa perished along with his world. For Draa, who was born lacking mana, strength was the source of his power. Player. The artifact of Draa can open a status window and can achieve limitless growth by completing quests. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 1,550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, you quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. I'm just a little confused. She gave a helpless, wry smile. Haha, that's not funny. Holding the test results in her hand, she happily announced, The results are completely normal. You can return to the dormitory now. You smiled, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. Yes, thank you. Louis summarized all the strange events that had happened today. You survived after being hit by a lightning bolt, the man with red eyes you met in another dimension, and the status window that only you can see. And then you remember the first status window you saw in your dream. It said you were the incarnation of Draa. Perhaps the artifact of the sorcerer named Draa has been transferred into me. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. On the training ground, a strange window appeared before your eyes, startling you slightly. But curiosity quickly overcame everything, causing you to click on it. On it was your first quest. Repeatable quest. Because you have become the player linked to Draa, the world destroyer. You must train your body to prepare for the process of power progression. Punches, kicks, spinning kicks. Perform each action 100 times. Reward, plus 10 strength points and a new skill unlocked. After reading, you rolled up your sleeves to begin. Your face still showed a hint of doubt and confusion. Punches and kicks? Are those really related to strength? How can this help me become a sorcerer? But this wasn't the time for questions. I have to try it first. With that thought, you took a deep breath. 1, you swung your right fist. The count went up by 1. Then you swung your left fist. The count went up to 2. You let out a small laugh, a hint of satisfaction in your smile, as if you were sure of victory. Great, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done soon. Maintaining that momentum, you threw another punch. You shouted along with the rhythm of your strikes, but the punch count remained at 2. You carefully examined the quest again. Frowning, it didn't go up this time. You thought, I guess it won't count if I swing my arm incorrectly. That thought made you much more serious. All right, how to punch correctly. The moon hung high in the quiet sky, while everyone was deep in sleep. You were panting heavily as if you'd been chased by a dog for an hour. You rested your hands on your knees, exhausted. Finally, then you smiled in satisfaction. It's done. The status window appeared. Quest complete. Distributing rewards, plus 10 strength points. Skill unlocked. While wiping the sweat pouring down your face, you glanced up at it. Wondering, what's the reward? Suddenly, you felt a refreshing stream of energy gradually flowing into your body. You exclaimed, What is this feeling? It was gently flowing through your veins, something more fundamental than mana. You clenched your fist, your fingers tightening. Your arm trembled slightly with excitement. I've really gotten stronger. A new skill? I have to try it right away. You took a deep breath, raised your hand, and swung it forward forcefully. Let's see. With just one punch from you, the air in front of you was instantly torn apart. Feeling like you'd won at life, you smiled with satisfaction. The strength infused into my magic has really gotten stronger. The air resistance, speed, and destructive power. Everything had truly changed compared to before. While constantly marveling at your new power, you suddenly remembered. What about the unlocked skill reward? Status window. With just a soft call from you, it instantly appeared in mid-air. An internal power circle, replacing mana with strength. The mana circle is replaced by the power circle. From now on, all spells and movements are affected by the player's strength. You wondered, replacing the mana circle with a power circle? Then you placed a hand on your chest, feeling your heartbeat. Does this mean my mana will be replaced by strength? Anyone who senses or learns mana has a circle surrounding their heart, the mana circle. It plays a major role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana. A sorcerer can control it. You close your eyes, slowly sensing the faint movement in your chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but because of my own defect, they're useless. Suddenly, you opened your eyes wide as if you sensed something. Your mana circles had really disappeared, so the powerful circle spinning wildly in its place must be the power circle. At this thought, you were stunned and taken aback, but that shock was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle. You can't be a sorcerer without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle could do, what would happen to you? A hint of sadness appeared on your face. Will my life as a sorcerer end like this? But being pessimistic now was pointless, so you quickly regained your confidence. It's too early to despair. I have to try it first. You held your hand out in front of you, focusing all your will into a familiar incantation. Fireball. Immediately, a surge of power erupted from your palm. In the blink of an eye, a fierce fireball formed. Looking at the flame before you, you exclaimed, "So fast! How is this possible?" You couldn't take your eyes off the flame, and it looked so much stronger. The moment you saw the size of the fireball, you realized. Louis grinned with delight. This is definitely the power of the artifact. As Louis held the flame in his hand, he thought to himself, because magic has a basic activation mechanism, it needs about 10 seconds to recharge before releasing this power. He calculated it himself, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the power in my body. The main character is always the strongest. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the power of a treasure. Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of Louis. He was curious. What is that? Turns out it is the system's notification window about the berserker mage Draa, who couldn't release energy normally. He created this ability, focus the mana into your body and you will not be affected by your own magic. When casting magic, an enhancement effect will be added to the attack and it will inflict additional psychological damage. He read the information provided by the system and thought focus mana into the body to attack. How do I do that? He kept wondering in his head now, thinking about it seriously. Louis realized that Draa guy also had a curse. A mana disorder curse just like me, and he focused mana into his fists and feet. The more Louis understood, the more he couldn't believe it. Why would he create a method like this? Just then, a quest notification appeared. The main character snapped back to reality and exclaimed a quest. The quest is to practice using the berserker mage method. Use your power and magic to attack the target for each target. Hit, you will gain 10 bonus points. The main character seemed a little suspicious. Attack, a target. He narrowed his eyes. I have never thought of this method if I could become a mage. If I follow this method, Louis reached out and grabbed the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand blazed with brilliant sparks, as if wanting to burn everything down when it was done. A satisfied smile appeared on Louis's lips. The system immediately announced quest completed, strength bonus plus 10 afterwards. Louis collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the starry sky with satisfaction. I have finally completed the quest. I remember every time. I failed at the magic release step, but I never expected to succeed now by using my fists. Louis curiously recalled, how did Draa even exist? I want to learn more about this, but my body feels so heavy. Oh, suddenly strange sounds were heard. Oh, what is that? Is he sleeping here? It looks like he trained until he was exhausted, but is he really sleeping here? Should we wake him up? Voices echoed in Louis's head. Now what is going on? Did I die and go to heaven? Wow, how could he die? He took a direct lightning strike and was completely fine. That is scary, the chatter continued. Louis slowly opened his eyes. What is all the noise about? Everyone was startled. Oh my god, you are awake. Louis, you scared us to death. Louis calmly stretched. What is wrong? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you have seen someone sleeping outside or something? They nodded. Of course it is. What noble would ignore a warm blanket and a soft bed to sleep out here? Of course it is strange. They were suspicious. Hey Louis, were you drinking or something? He did not seem to care and waved goodbye. What the hell are you talking about drinking? I was tired, so I went to sleep. See ya. Everyone stood there helplessly. They chattered among themselves. It is like Louis has become a different person. Someone asked doubtfully, how so? Suddenly, a male noble student turned back and saw something. His voice was a little curious. But that scarecrow has been beaten to a pulp. Only the post is left. What about it? Did Louis do that? But they immediately dismissed the idea. Nah, no way. At the noble dormitory, Louis walked up to a blonde friend. He asked, what is it, Louis? He asked, you were out all night. This is Jackson Damon, a 6th-year student at Exon Academy. He kept asking what is wrong. You have never left the academy for so long. Before the main character brushed him off, you do not need to worry about it so much. He may look like this, but that blonde guy is the eldest son of the Jamin family, a famous mining family. But at least he is still kind to a failure like me. Jason continued to joke around. Do not tell me you went to see some girl coming back only now. But this guy has one weakness. He is a drunkard and a womanizer who often sneaks out of the academy. He would not stop talking. Could it be that after being struck by lightning, you have finally learned how to enjoy life? All right, hurry up and tell me what you did last night. Louis threw something at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I need to take a shower. in the bathroom. Louis was in a relaxed mood, stretching out. Ah, this is the life. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, that is right there is still the quest. Let us check it. Louis called out quest. The notification board appeared. Repeatable quest body training. Since you have become someone who can connect with Draa, the destroyer of worlds, you must train to strengthen yourself. Each punch, kick, or spin adds 10 strength points. The main character sighed. The reward is still the same, but the quest requirements have doubled. He submerged himself. Maybe the quest requirements will keep doubling like this later on. I knew it. This will not be easy, but thinking about it, if I can become a magic user with this method. 1 month later, Louis was still training. The quest can be repeated once a day, but the reward is the same while the requirements increase if I do not complete the quest that day. All progress will reset to 0 the next day, but if I do not miss a single day's quest, Louis panted. The quest requirement does not go over 3,000 reps a day. If I trained any more, I would probably die from overwork. He spun lightly on his heel. Finally, the training quest board updated. All stats like punches, kicks, and spins were completed. 3,000 reps in total. But the bonus points were still a meager 10. The main character had been training like this for the past month, and he also got a new skill. Body art passive increases the body's abilities. The body becomes more flexible based on the training process in the dormitory. During mealtime, everyone was buzzing. What is with Louis lately? He never even dared to blink during class before, but now he is passed out sleeping like that. The other person immediately retorted, is that all you have seen lately? He has practically been living in the training grounds, and he only practices kicking. Someone spoke up. Hey, leave him be. Is this the first time he has acted weird? They chattered. He is probably just doing that to cope with his mana disorder. It will not work anyway. For Louis, a month passed, just like that. I have completed the quest and got a small clue about Draa, but I could not find the name Draa in any of the records. It was the same everywhere. Not only that, but things like destroyer player, quest boards, system status windows. There were no clues at all. He could not stop wondering. Draa, who is he? At this moment, the status window appeared. Louis Andal, incarnation of Draa, the destroyer of worlds. A question always remained in Louis's mind. Who is the one giving me this power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out. Louis, over here. It was Jason. The main character was curious. What is it? Jason asked back. Have you heard? He was confused, heard what Jason's face showed a bit of apprehension. So you've not heard anything. That is why you can read so leisurely. Louis asked again, did something serious happen? Jason glanced to the side. The head of the Andal family is here. The main character's eyes widened what Jason repeated. Louis, your father. Heavy footsteps sounded. Louis pushed the door open, panting non-stop. Father, everyone immediately looked over. His father exclaimed, Louis, my son, you are here. The two of them chose a private spot to sit. The main character spoke first. It has been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I turned 10 and entered this academy. Father, have you been? Well, his father nodded. Yes, I am fine. He did not forget to ask, and what about Louina? His father proudly said, your sister, she has grown up so much. She is even practicing swordsmanship on her own these days. She says she's going to protect her weak older brother. Louis laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. His father waved it off. That girl has always been so bold. Louis's expression suddenly changed. Father, he affirmed, I am living very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Louis emphasized again, I am really fine. I am not hurt physically or mentally. The head of the Andal family took a sip of tea. His voice was unusually calm. Louis, actually, I came to the academy and to ask for your opinion on leaving this academy. He comforted, if things are too difficult, you can return to our territory whenever you want. I know you have faced many hardships that you have not spoken of. Right? Yes. He understood clearly. I already guessed the reason why you came here, but father, I think I have found a way. Louis persuaded him. So please promise me one thing. His father was surprised. A promise. The main character was resolute. In the upcoming exam, I will get a good score in the practical tests in return if I fail. Then from now on, I won't do as I please anymore and will listen to you, father. After I promised to get a high score on the practical exam, father saw my determination and returned to the mansion after our conversation. And so the exam that the main character had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor spoke up. All right, pay attention. He stood on the podium and began to explain the rules. Today is the exam for Introduction to Magic. Please note, any form of cheating will result in a failing grade. A voice announced, you may begin the exam. The main character gripped his quill pen tightly. The school exam has 2 parts, a written theory test and a practical test. The practical test consists of 4 parts. They include target identification, magic measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one dueling. He was someone with a mana disorder. For the past 6 years, our main character has always achieved a perfect score on the theory test. But in the practical exam, Miko of the Gaji Hill family always ranked first. Louis' fist tightened. However, this time would be different. Everything will change, he emphasized. However, this time will be different. Louis was betting on it. Because I will definitely take first place in this practical exam. After the written tests were over, suddenly a voice called out Louis. It was Jason. He walked over and said, you've been acting a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nodded. I'm going to try a new method. Jason was surprised. Huh, really? What kind of method did you find? A scornful voice rang out. Louis, what are you doing here? It was Miko. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't tell me you plan to take the practical exam with that body of yours with your mana disorder. It's useless. Louis touched his chin. So what? That's right, I'm here to compete. But Miko didn't intend to let him off. Louis, as a model student, if I were to give advice to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His voice was filled with mockery. I'd say, instead of coming here to be humiliated. Why don't you just give up right now? Louis retorted. Who knows? I don't think your advice is useful. Miko patted his shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you think someone with a mana disorder can actually complete the exam? He was also quite annoyed, wondering to himself what's wrong with this bastard. Miko gritted his teeth. He used to be so meek, so why is he acting so confident now? How annoying. He issued a challenge. I'll show you in the one-on-one duel, just you wait. Finally, the exam began. The first part of the test was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target takedown test. The rules were very simple. The test measured the number of targets hit with a single spell. However, this year's test was different from the previous years. The difficulty was increased with the targets now moving continuously. The candidates took their turns one by one. The organizers announced the number of targets hit. First up, Hawk 1 target, next Angelina 0 targets. The highest score was only 4 targets. As a result, this year's average score was abysmally low. The next person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back frowned. Humph, we only increased the difficulty a bit and the scores have already hit rock bottom. The quality of this year's students is so poor, but a voice suddenly chimed in. Professor, it might be a bit too early to be disappointed. It was Professor Eric, a professor in the magic potion department and Miko Gaji Hill's uncle. He looked very proud. It's almost Miko's turn, please watch. Professor Eric seemed to greatly anticipate his nephew's performance. There he is. As he prepared to attack, a thought lingered in his mind. Watch closely, Louis. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning, but this, he thought, is the difference between you and me. Then he unleashed his spell. A series of targets were hit by the powerful attack. Everyone who saw it exclaimed, wow, that's Miko for you. He hit so many targets with just one spell. He's probably going to be first again. Professor Eric approached. What do you think? The boy is worthy of the Gaji Hill lineage, isn't he? He boasted endlessly. At this level, Miko is truly the pride of our academy. He will definitely be this year's student representative. Suddenly, an interrupting voice cut in. That's enough, Professor Eric. I believe we've seen enough of this year's batch of students. The one who spoke was Professor Xian Ignis, the headmaster of the academy, and his 7th-tier archmage Professor Hadel persisted. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Louis' turn, Professor Xian asked Louis. You mean Louis Andel? Professor Hadel confirmed. Is that kid still at the academy? He then agreed. All right, for the boys' enthusiasm, let's stay and watch. It won't hurt to watch for a bit. Louis rubbed his wrist. All right, this is a good chance to test my power. The instructor called out, Louis, you may begin. Louis, with a fireball already in his hand, replied, yes, sir. A brilliant flame radiated from his body, sparkling as if covered in gold dust. Everyone who saw it was astonished. What is that? What's happening with his casting speed? The students also started murmuring, whoa, how many targets was that? I honestly can't tell. Impossible. By now, Miko was gritting his teeth in anger. He reminded everyone scornfully, hey, don't you all know Louis has a mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, who knows if he can even hit a target? That useless trash can't do anything properly. But unbeknownst to anyone, the power-up system had been activated. Time refraction activated distorts, time for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%. Movement speed increases. Time distortion duration exceeded cooldown, 5 minutes. Louis recalled the skill he had recently learned, time refraction. It allowed him to move with incredible speed, abnormally fast to anywhere he desired. In other words, he was now like, the energy radiating from the main character was immense, overwhelming everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him as the professors watched intently. The students' eyes widened in shock. It's done. Louis smirked triumphantly as splinters of wood flew through the air. 27 targets. The supervising teacher's face went pale and he broke into a cold sweat. Louis stood there, panting. Looking at the destroyed targets, whispers started to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hands? And then just punch the targets. 27 targets. That's a new record for the number of targets hit in this test. How could he move that fast? Did he really just hit the targets with magic-infused fists? This is all too surprising. But then everything fell silent until a single clap broke the stillness. It was the headmaster of the academy, Xian Ignis. He was the first to stand up and give Louis a round of applause. Louis, that was absolutely outstanding. While everyone was still stunned by his extraordinary achievement, even the headmaster acknowledged him. People began to cheer. Yeah, that was amazing, Louis. Congratulations. But among the cheers of congratulations, there were still those who refused to acknowledge his ability. Some were angry, some were silent, and some were just confused. But what could they do? A loser is still a loser. Of course, Miko was among them. Judging by his furious expression, he certainly couldn't accept this outcome. But he could only have an internal monologue. Louis, that brat. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth and his brow furrowed deeply, but he could do nothing as the cheers of congratulations echoed all around. He stood there in silence, but his heart was rejoicing. Being praised and acknowledged by everyone was something he hadn't experienced in 6 years. It was clear he hadn't received a single compliment in years. My chest feels so warm right now. Louis stood tall with a gentle smile, sunlight illuminating his youthful face. His eyes shone with pride in himself, and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this is the feeling I've always longed for. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, an annoyed Eric spoke up, casting magic on his hands and then punching the target. You call that magic? I've never heard of such a magic. From the sour look on his face, it was obvious he refused to accept it. Hadel immediately retorted, but you know magic has no limits, it's a field where anything is possible. His expression grew serious. If everything had to follow a rigid framework, it wouldn't be called magic. It would be mathematics. Exactly. If you always stick to the rules, how can you ever improve? But Eric still wanted to argue against Hadel. But Louis, before he could finish, Xian signaled for him to be quiet. The headmaster then spoke gently. Today, we have witnessed a student perform a miracle. His face was beaming with delight. It was a miracle of magic that felt like it wasn't a miracle at all. How did we meet? However, it seems the professors are disagreeing on this. Everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with the headmaster. Eric angrily refused to accept the truth. Damn it, that Louis guy stirred up a whole mess. Who knew it would turn out this way? Jason threw his arm around Louis and shouted, "Hey, the ultimate sorcerer is here." He almost collapsed to the ground from Jason's heavy arm, but he just whispered, "Let's go." Hearing this, a few people approached them. "Oh, it's Louis." Everyone started greeting him. "Hey, how did you do that in yesterday's practical exam?" He greeted them back, but was at a loss for words. Questions from his classmates kept bombarding him. "Louis, you know my name, right? We've been classmates for the past 6 years. He quickly escaped the crowd, thinking to himself, "Until yesterday, I was just a nobody. And a nobody in this school." Louis turned his back to the crowd and quickly said to Jackson, "I'm heading back first, okay." Even now, he still couldn't believe how quickly everything had changed. It all changed in just one night, so I can't get used to it yet. To be honest, I'm more comfortable being alone. Even so, he knew one thing for sure. Of course, there are still plenty of people who don't like me. He slowly opened his room door. Some blonde punk was standing inside his room. Hearing the door open, the guy spoke up. "There you are. Hey, you entered my room and you're talking to me like that. What are you doing in someone else's dorm room, Miko?" he asked with a scowl, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Miko turned around, walked towards him, and spoke in his condescending tone, scoring a few points. "With that thing that isn't even magic and you're already walking around with your nose in the air. Your arrogance is nauseating, so I came here to remind you not to get cocky." His words were so ridiculous, it was infuriating. But he shot back immediately. "Isn't it just because you lost face, when your score was lower than the person you've looked down on for the past 6 years? Oh, so that's all he amounts to. So that's all he is." Just saying, that was enough to make his blood boil and send him into a rage, lunging to grab Louis' collar. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Meanwhile, Louis' face remained impassive, showing no emotion at his outburst. He calmly took the hand, grabbing his shirt, and gently pried it off with little effort. It was this very calmness and ease that surprised him and even made him tremble. Miko was a bit stunned, his eyebrows knitted. What the hell is this? This loser is this strong? He couldn't believe his eyes. "Miko, we both need to graduate," Louis said, leaning in close to his face, his eyes filled with more anger. "If you really want to bully me that much, then wait for the exam. Let's have a fair one-on-one fight during the combat test." Louis' voice was low, but it made him break out in a cold sweat. He slapped Louis' hand away. Miko glared at him angrily. "You think you're skilled enough to fight me? A guy who fails everything." Louis immediately shot back, "Just you wait. You'll find out whether I'm skilled enough. What is skill anyway, and who's judging it?" His gaze was steady as he stared right into Miko's smug face. Miko turned to leave, but not without shooting him a sharp glare. "Pass the next test first, then talk." He walked away, but his mind was still racing, thinking about his sworn enemy. Such an arrogant bastard. He'll probably fail today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. Tesk. Look at Miko's angry face. Isn't it just adorable? Makes you want to punch him, hey. Then suddenly he pulled his hand out of his pocket. But that guy, his hand was still trembling. Is he really a sorcerer? He wondered. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never ceases to impress me. A massive goblin statue stood imposingly in the middle of the testing area. Practical exam number 2, mana performance measurement. The testing area is an academy treasure and a rare artifact. There are only a few like it on the entire continent. Kingram, the ancient goblin from 500 years ago, the great sorcerer first turned the goblin Kingram into an artifact while it was still alive. Trapped inside this artifact, Kingram absorbs mana and serves as a magical punching bag. This mana performance measurement test requires students to cast magic on Kingram and to earn points. Louis asked Jackson, "So that means all we have to do is cast our most confident spell at that statue?" Jackson replied to him, "Yep, short and sweet. But that goblin is famous for being a ridiculously tough grader. Anything over 20 points is considered great." In front of them was a student with an emo haircut and a deep purple aura. He looked pretty capable. Thunderstorm Blast. He immediately cast the spell at the goblin. The goblin spoke up. "Go back to school, you 1-point sorcerer. It's not too late to drop out." The student was completely stunned. People started whispering. "I thought he did well. Guess it's not as easy as it looks, huh? Everyone was sighing at the goblin's strict grading. Next step before me. The student returned to his seat looking dejected. He was in a terrible mood. Unbelievable. A female student came forward. Haha, now it's my turn. She raised her hand confidently. Watch this closely. Ice sphere. She cast the spell. The goblin grunted. I certainly won't forget you. Impressive. She asked excitedly, really? Yes, King Grum replied, but he didn't let her celebrate for long. He immediately threw a bucket of cold water on her. That's the first time I've ever seen such trashy magic. Is that all? Wow, so direct. He bluntly gave the girl 2 points. Hearing this, she burst into tears, unable to accept it. No way. I did the best I could. The others continued to step up, but didn't do much better. 5 points. Get out of my sight. Who could take a score like that? It's normal to scream. What the hell? He continued his nitpicking. What kind of bland magic is this? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana, you damn goblin. He was so mad, he swore. The supervising teacher immediately spoke up. Jackson, stop shouting. Get back to your seat. He managed to prevent a terrorist attack on the minds and ears of the other students. It wasn't me. Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence after being called out. He quickly ran back to his seat. Next, Miko Gary Hill, the supervising teacher, called out. His face looked like he'd been through hell and back, as dark and stormy as a thundercloud. But as it turns out, that was just his expression before casting his spell. Waves of mana struck the goblin statue. Kingram spoke up. Gary Hill, I'm a little disappointed. Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill? When asked, he proudly replied, that's right. I am the third son of Josh Gary Hill. Proud. Michael Gary Hill, you're proud. Ha ha, he said contemptuously. Your father was a sniveling idiot who begged me for extra points. Michael Gary Hill, you are far more pathetic than your idiotic father. 27 points. Hearing this, he angrily shouted at him, you're just a lowly goblin, how dare you say? Such nonsense. The supervising teacher immediately intervened. Quiet down, Miko. The teacher called the next person. Next, Louis Adele. Here he answered immediately. Louis stepped up, looking emotionless on the outside. But inside, he was a nervous wreck. Phew, I'm suddenly getting worried. Let's just try. I can do this. A flame appeared in his hand. He raised his head and introduced himself. I am Louis Adele. It's an honor to meet you. His gaze was determined, his expression unchanging. How strong. Ho ho, this is the first time I've seen your face. He was slightly surprised. But never mind, let's get on with the test. He didn't seem to care much while Louis and his magic were ready. The flame burned as brightly as his eyes. I'm not sure if that's significant, but a student immediately recognized Louis' magic. Is that pyroblast? His face screamed, holy shit. Some other students also recognized it immediately. That's a tier 4 magic spell. Others were shocked and couldn't believe it. What? He can do something like that. Kingram questioned him. What's with that stance? He changed his stance to cast the spell. Here I go. Louis leaped off the ground. The mana that was in his hands was now at his feet. Maybe Louis is trying to cosplay Son Goku since he has that flying nimbus. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he decided to pull a fast one, leading everyone from one surprise to the next. Having moved the mana to his feet, he used his long legs to kick straight at the statue. Kingram and the supervising teacher were both incredibly surprised by his performance. Impossible. How could that kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet and then make it explode in an instant like that? The teacher was left wondering. All the students were stunned. One of them spoke up, didn't you just say that was a tier 4 spell? The other person answered right away, no, that's not right. The power of that attack had to be at least tier 5. So Louis landed after that divine kick with his 3-meter legs. You mean he's at least a 5-star mage? He panted as if it were his last breath. But a mess of thoughts ran through his head. What's wrong? I cast my fire tyrant correctly. Louis was still a bit worried. But why is King Graham's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong? He finally spoke. You? Who are you? He wondered. What? I already introduced myself. I'm Louis Adele. Before Louis could finish, King Graham cut him off. Are you Draa? The question made his face pale instantly. Draa, I have always been waiting for you. With only those blood-red eyes, you could imagine his desperate and longing expression. King Graham's voice echoed. I have always been waiting for you, Draa. That whisper cut through the silence, spreading confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with whispers. Scrutinizing gazes raised countless questions. Draa, who is that? Did he mistake Louis for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the air, causing many to furrow their brows. Memories of the 2 long months he spent scouring all related documents suddenly flooded Louis's mind. He had flipped through every old page, digging into ancient records, but had found absolutely nothing. I've searched the related documents for 2 months, but found no trace of Draa. I can't believe King Graham knows him. Louis's face immediately darkened, a gloominess covering him, because he truly understood the deeper meaning behind his confusing words. You know Draa? Louis asked, his voice full of surprise and a glimmer of hope. In response to that probing question, King Graham uttered a single, concise word, full of weight and certainty. Yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Louis decided to take full advantage of it. He quickly asked a few more questions, hoping to find out even a little more information about that mysterious person. So, can you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flashed across King Graham's stern face. He murmured, "How interesting. I never expected to meet his incarnation at this academy." His deep voice once again uttered incomprehensible words. Strangely confused, Louis blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of his words. What does incarnation mean? Suddenly, an abrupt question from King Graham interrupted Louis's thoughts. "What is your name?" Though surprised, Louis quickly answered the abrupt question. "It's Louis. Louis Adele." "All right, Louis, I will remember that." King Graham spoke, each word seeming to be engraved in his mind. He stood firm, his massive body like a towering mountain. So large, it seemed to block the sun from Louis's perspective, casting a huge shadow over him. As King Graham started to turn and leave, a sudden voice stopped him in his tracks. A voice called out, immediately halting his departure. "Excuse me, sir, before you go, could you tell me what Louis's score is?" That question echoed. "There are too many people here. I will tell you after the evaluation ends. This magic is not something I can evaluate." King Graham's cold, decisive verdict struck like a bolt of lightning. The person opposite him shouted in shock. What are you saying?" He couldn't believe what he just heard. Indignation was clear on his face. According to the school's rules, you are required to provide an evaluation for the academy. This pact must be observed for 500 years after the death of the Archmage Frey Shinnet. Kakashi tried to cite the regulation, his voice filled with frustration. "Enough!" King Graham cut him off with a fearsome shout. It echoed all around, carrying an incredible threat. "You dare mention the rules to my face? For all these years, I've been the one evaluating brats who don't look anything like mages." His face was extremely tense, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury, making the other man flinch immediately. His voice stammered, I'm sorry, but I don't care about that selfish guy." King Graham roared, his contempt clear in every word. "But a pact is a pact. I will give you the score." He fell silent. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, made the other man swallow hard as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly showing his extreme anxiety. "It's either 0 or 100. What will it be, little destroyer?" King Graham's deep voice was aimed directly at Louis, who reacted instantly. A bright smile appeared on Louis's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied with a determined look. 100 points, of course. The news spread like wildfire through the academy's halls. "Hey, did you hear?" King Graham gave him 100 points on his test. Immediately, whispers followed one after another. "Huh? You mean King Graham? Who did he give it to?" Another person asked curiously. Surprise was evident in their voices. "I heard he gave it to the legendary last-place student, Louis Adele." The people around them began to murmur, their faces showing complete shock as they processed the stunning news. Just then, a stern voice rose up, breaking through the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Hido. He walked towards Louis, his eyes scrutinizing. "You're causing trouble again." Startled, he immediately turned to the voice. "Professor Hido, why are you here?" Louis asked with some surprise. Professor Hido sternly crossed his arms, stepping closer to Louis. "The news that you received from King Graham. 100 points has reached the headmaster. After hearing this, he has decided to give you a reward, because this has never happened before." Professor Hido's words carried a special gravity, showing the importance of the matter. "Here, take this first." With that, he handed Louis a scroll he was holding. Louis read the words on the scroll aloud, his expression confused and skeptical. "The treasure storage room? What is this?" Without further explanation, Professor Hido simply beckoned to him, then turned and walked away. "Follow me." After a fairly long walk through silent corridors and past mysterious doors, Professor Hido stopped before a room with a tightly shut door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if it had stood for centuries. When it was opened, a cold draft wafted out. Professor Hido gestured for Louis to enter with him. As they went deeper inside, Louis looked around and said, "Wow, I had no idea a place like this was here." His curious eyes explored the unfamiliar place he was now entering for the first time. Everything here was completely different from anything he had ever seen in the academy. "Of course," Professor Hido explained, "this is the only forbidden place in the academy." Hearing that, a question formed in Louis's mind. The only forbidden place in the academy? So why did he bring me here? Curiosity mixed with a little anxiety started to creep into his mind. Eventually, they both stopped at another door, which was shut more securely than any other door. Professor Hido stopped and turned towards Louis. His gaze was stern. "This is the way to the treasure storage room. I'm only allowed to go this far." He looked at the professor, a sense of unease rising within him. "So I have to go in by myself?" "Yes, go on in. I'll wait for you right here," as he reassured him. Finally, Louis went to open the door in front of him, countless questions still swirling in his head. "I don't know what's going to happen, but he said it was a reward, so I might as well check it out." With a mix of courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open. Stepping inside, Louis found himself in a room, though empty, was overwhelmingly vast and shrouded in a chillingly dark atmosphere. A dim light shining from somewhere was just enough for Louis to realize the sheer size of the place. So this is the treasure storage room. He looked around. Even though there were no items on display, he could still sense the presence of countless valuables. There are treasures here I've only ever heard of. This must be Archmage Ixchinit's vault, as Louis was engrossed in his observation. He was immersed in the overwhelming atmosphere of the vast and gloomy treasure room. A deep voice suddenly spoke from right behind him, making Louis jump. His body tensed as he whipped around. "You look so lost." He turned around. "Who is that?" Louis wondered. His cautious eyes searched for the speaker. The voice continued, its tone profound, as if it could read the deepest thoughts in Louis's mind. "As if you don't realize your own true worth." Just then, Louis realized the voice was unusually familiar. It was King Graham, sitting firmly on a chair in the very center of the room. King Graham. Why is he here? But what caught Louis's attention and completely shocked him was his appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, King Graham was there in his true human form, vivid and powerful. He was no longer a stone statue, as if he could easily read Louis's mind. King Graham explained, his voice deep and warm yet mysterious, surprised that I'm no longer a stone statue. "This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana that fills this room, we can exist in our original forms, not as artifacts anymore." After listening, he replied softly, "I see." Louis looked up at him. His eyes were full of doubt about what Kingram had said earlier. "By the way, what did you mean when you said, 'I don't know my own true worth'?" Kingram's sharp teeth seemed more prominent, giving off a terrifying aura as he spoke. "It means exactly what I said. You have no idea what your true worth is. Even the magic artifact you're using is the same as Draka's." Kingram's next words were like a dagger straight to Louis's heart. It made him realize a shocking truth. He knows about the magic artifact, Louis thought, completely astonished. Kingram looked down at him again. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through all his thoughts. "That's one of the rarest artifacts in the world. How did you get it? And what is your relationship with Draka?" Kingram paused, waiting for Louis's answer. But Louis just looked back at him seriously. His voice was filled with curiosity and a bit of helplessness. "I've been wondering that myself. Who is Draka?" He looked at Louis in silence for a moment before he began to explain, his tone filled with nostalgia and reverence. "He was an entity who wished to become a god. One day, he visited the heavenly tribe where I lived. Back then, he was small, short, and rather unsightly. Yet, his power was so extraordinary that no one in the heavenly tribe could match him. On top of that, he grew stronger every day. So even if all of us elves attacked him at once, we couldn't defeat him. We respected him. He lived among us like one of our own. He taught us language and magic to me, the future chieftain, for almost 100 years. What? 100 years? How can a human live for 100 years? Louis looked up at Kingram again, his eyes wide with utter shock. His rational mind could hardly believe what he was hearing. Kingram grinned slyly, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light of the room. Perhaps because he was not human, the assertion hit him like a powerful blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka and raising countless new questions in Louis's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon, Dracagonia. Kingram's words landed like a massive, unbelievable shock to Louis. Louis choked out in surprise. "So, dragons really exist?" Shocked by this revelation, he asked again softly, just to be certain about the information he had just received. "Is it really true? Don't you know that dragons are the source of all magic?" He answered swiftly, without any hesitation. Indeed, Louis recalled having heard of this before, but it was only an unsubstantiated claim. "I thought it was all just a legend." Louis's mind was thrown into chaos as his long-held beliefs shattered. In the face of this shocking truth, he interrupted Louis's thoughts with another piece of information. "However, Draka couldn't use magic. That's also why he created a fighting style like yours, by using magic on his own limbs. Do you understand what that means?" Kingram paused, posing a meaningful question to him. He was starting to understand. A spark lit up in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So that's why. Draka must have been treated the same way I was in the past, he immediately thought. He pictured a mysterious figure completely shrouded in robes. "I think I understand a little now." And Kingram continued, his tone growing darker. "Draka created an ability that only he could use. A way to turn magic into physical power, just like you do. By mastering that power, Draka became the most powerful being in the world. However, he wasn't satisfied with that and continued to expand his power endlessly. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself." Louis was once again stunned by this new information. He destroyed everything. So that's why he was called the World Destroyer. I can't imagine how powerful he was to be able to destroy the world. Awe mixed with fear crept into Louis's heart. As he imagined that terrifying power, a familiar system window suddenly appeared before him with new information. "You have earned the achievement, finding traces of Draka. Reward, Title Elf's Comrade, Skill Elven Fury. Spirit Trang, Incarnation of Power. You've obtained the title Elf's Comrade. Title effects. Increases affinity with elves. Allows communication with elves. Louis read each line, touching his chin in thought. Huh? Why did I suddenly get a reward? Communication. Huh? Well, it's better than nothing. Though confused, he accepted the unexpected gifts. The system window updated again. New skill details, Elven Fury active, borrow power from an elf's rage, and immediately increase your power. Strength increases to 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase. Under the skill's effect, cooldown, 3 minutes. With a serious expression, after reading the reward details, Louis mumbled, "This seems like an upgraded skill." As he held out his hand, a shiny blue orb materialized, fitting perfectly in his palm. But the orb already had several cracks, as if it had existed for a long time and suffered a lot of damage. What is this Trang, incarnation of power, he wondered. It just appeared in my hand. Louis wondered with a mix of curiosity and worry as Kingram stood up from his stone throne, his massive figure, blocking part of the light in the room. It seems you just received a reward from a Draa quest. He used to stare into empty space and talk just like that. Kingram's words served as confirmation for Louis. He no longer doubted what was happening. Then, still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him with questioning eyes. In that case, do you know what this is? He replied confidently. Bring it here, let me see. He bent down to look at the brightly glowing orb in Louis's hand, examining it carefully before commenting. It's Trang. Do you know anything about this item? Eager for information, Louis asked. Kingram replied profoundly. An item? It's not an item. It's an incarnation. Louis looked back at the orb in his hand doubtfully, hardly believing his ears. What? This thing is an incarnation? And Kingram began to explain, his tone confident as if he had witnessed it all. He was always by Draca's side. How could I not know him? Looking at its current condition, I guess Draa sealed him in this spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain Trang's nature. He is an incarnation of power. Though he's called a spirit, he's not like any ordinary spirit. He has a hot temper. Every day he would beg Draa for limitless power. But if you can satisfy his desire, he will also grant you infinite power. Kingram concluded, revealing a powerful but risky pact. You mean the incarnation will be revived from this stone? Louis frowned, holding the orb higher. It now seemed to have slightly more cracks than before. Tiny hairline cracks were starting to appear. That's right, so you don't need to worry too much, he reassured. As Kingram finished his sentence, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks, the fractures growing larger. The orb looked like it was about to shatter. Louis held it, watching it crack further, his heart pounding. It's breaking, he silently screamed. But instead of what he had imagined, a small object appeared in his palm. As the smoke and shards from the orb dissipated, Louis stared at the creature, surprise written all over his face. This is a bear? It then rubbed its eyes and cursed at him, its voice shrill and annoyed. You brat, you dare call me a bear? This bear can talk? A talking bear. But his curious question, and surprised exclamation of it being a bear, made it grind its teeth in anger. Stop calling me a bear, you little punk, it shouted, growling as its cranky voice echoed, in the vast treasure room. Feeling Louis had crossed a line, the sulking bear Trang pointed right in his face. Stop calling me a bear, Louis said helplessly, but you are a bear. His face was a picture of shock and confusion as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. A talking bear? It turned red with rage. Hey, are you deaf? It stood with its paws on its hips, steam practically coming from its head as it rattled off insults without a pause. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear. Then what are you? He wondered. It crossed its arms and laughed confidently. I am an incarnation. I can become whatever I want. Let me show you. It put on a spirited and determined face. Watch this. I'll show you my power. Hearing that the boy on the other side waited expectantly. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. Its face turned pale as a sheet. How embarrassing. After a moment of silence, it panicked, as if it couldn't believe the ironic truth before its eyes. Huh, what's this? Where's my power? The boy's face clearly showed a what the heck expression. What's it doing? It suddenly spoke. It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food. The boy observed and judged. Why is this bear so rude? He gave it some bad news. There's no food here. I don't even know what you eat. It was like a bolt from the blue. It screamed in despair. What? No food? Why is my master so weak this time? The boy was confused. My master, too lazy to even talk, it ignored everything. It curled up into a ball like cotton candy and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when it's time to eat. The boy was completely exasperated. Huh, what's going on? It called me master and said I was weak. He gently placed the sleeping Trang on his shoulder. The innocent scene in front of him made Kingram unable to hold back his laughter. He old habits, die hard. Seeing it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing you and Trang reminds me of the old days. He seemed to be lost in memories of the past. Remembering the days of confronting Trang and Draa in the old place when they were still in the celestial tribe, the string of memories ended in the vast treasure room. He sat majestically on the chair, his gaze fixed on the boy Louis Adele, the little destroyer who carries Draa's will. "What do you intend to do?" The boy asked back. "About what?" He quickly replied. "The power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you down the right path, or it can devour you. I ask again, once you become strong, what will you do?" Hearing that, the boy pondered for a long time. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters and to bring honor to his family name. It was to prove himself to those who looked down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's enough. I have too many things to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away." After thinking it through, he looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. "I will live the way I want for my loved ones, my family, and myself." Realizing the young man before him was quite impressive, he nodded in satisfaction. "I will look forward to that future of yours." The boy learned more about Draa thanks to Kingram, and each passing day still began with quests. The only thing that changed was... On the training ground, Louis was training hard. He wiped away the sweat pouring down from exhaustion while reminding Trang, "Wake up. Are you planning to skip a meal or something?" Hearing the word food, it woke up instantly, its eyes sparkling and its mouth watering profusely. "Food, huh?" As if the food would be gone in a second, it quickly climbed onto the boy while waiting for him to cast a spell. It had already opened its small mouth wide. The boy glanced over, saw its gluttonous look, and felt helpless. This little guy is crazy about food and eats a lot too. It intently scooped up the 3 flames burning on the boy's hands. Streams of blazing red fire coiled and flowed into its mouth. After eating it, patted its chest in satisfaction, then let out a loud burp. "I feel much better now." The boy thought to himself, "The food I'm talking about is the power obtained from quests. Trang eats my power. Trang, the incarnation of power, a 1-star spirit, the only one that reacts to the primordial essence of power. Power is directly proportional to the vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 thrones with the black dragon Dracagonia and was destroyed after it ate and drank its fill. Thanks to the special companion skill, his strength points increased. He praised it. "You're useful after all." It puffed out its chest proudly. "Of course," the boy confirmed. "So every time you get stronger, I get a maximum of 100 strength points." It explained, "If I reach 2 stars, it will be 200. 3 stars will be 300. It keeps increasing like that." Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that, the boy's scalp tingled. 31 stars, 3,100 strength points. I don't even have 1,000 points yet, and I'm already this strong. It seems what he just heard made him feel envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as back then. How did Draa do it? Besides quests, are there any other ways to increase strength? Realizing his thoughts, it gave a sinister laugh. He. Now you understand my value, don't you? If you want to know, get me a drink," the boy threatened. "It's fine if you don't talk. Don't blame me if you get starved." Seeing that even a worm will turn, it shyly replied, "All right, I'll tell you." It explained in detail. There are many ways to increase strength. For example, doing high difficulty quests to get better rewards, or crafting items that increase strength, or finding treasures, or you could even cook elf tendons to make pills. Then it threw a bucket of cold water on him. But those methods aren't suitable for you. He wondered why there were so many ways. It plopped down on his shoulder. It crossed its arms, pouted its lips mockingly. "You need at least 1,000 strength points to do those things. Your strength is increasing too fast. Your body is still at a toddler's level. There's no room for adjustment." His lips tightened. His eyes were silent in thought, and here I thought I had gotten stronger. Turns out, I'm only at the beginning stage. So the goal now is to reach 1,000 strength points. Regardless, he still had to continue training as before. He trained every day to increase his strength, and when his strength reached 930, the 3rd test, the practical combat test, officially began. As soon as they arrived at the arena, Trang, the bear, asked, "Are you having a combat test today?" The boy was filled with confidence. "Yes, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Usually mages attack from behind, so there's a chance their spells will hit allies in the chaos. This test is to check the risk management skills of the mages. This might be the most important part." At that moment, Jackson was taking the test. He used all his strength to cast a fireball spell. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights. It scared the daylights out of them. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't aim at us." The monster standing next to them was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The proctor, observing from the side, could only shake his head and sigh wearily. "Jason Damon, you're eliminated." He was dejected and lifeless. He hunched over and walked out amidst the ridicule of his classmates. "Sir, the Foreign Knight Squad is here to assist with the exam to ensure the safety of the students, as well as to evaluate the coordination between both sides. The test lasts for 10 days based on the scores achieved. Each person will fight different monsters on the last day. There are a total of 13 students in the top scores. Since it's the last day, everyone was very curious about what kind of monster would appear. Suddenly, the entire arena shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's face turned terrified. A brown-haired boy spoke up. "What's that sound?" A giant creature appeared. Its body was huge, its face fierce, with sharp fangs revealed in its roar. Its appearance made everyone panic and scream. It's a hydra. Hydras live in scattered herds across the land. They are many times larger than humans, and their intelligence is not inferior. Their nature is violent. So wars often break out between hydras and humans. The surrounding students' eyes widened, sweating bullets. "Professor, are you sure this test will be okay? What if someone dies because of the hydra?" Professor Hato calmly explained. "You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as real and do your best," although fear still lingered in their hearts. but they replied loudly and clearly, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the official test began. As soon as it was released, the monster roared wildly and charged forward. It used its muscular arm to rush at the knights, forcing them to quickly raise their shields to block. While they held back, the huge Hydra Miko in the back took the opportunity to cast his ice magic. Ice arrows flew out one by one in the direction of his hand. Ice spears. Unfortunately, those arrows only hit the ground. It launched a surprise attack from the air. By the time everyone realized it, it was already above them. Someone screamed above. The professor, observing from the side, also shouted worriedly, "Miko, get out of the way." But his whole body was frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably, even though he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, but fear prevented him from moving. Sensing the situation was bad, the professor had to intervene Earth Prison before the monster could attack Miko. Thousands of vines grew from the ground and bound it, much to his amazement, furious at being tricked by these people. It screamed and struggled wildly. Although it was tied up, it was still very aggressive. It reached its hand towards him and roared. Seeing this, he panicked and quickly backed away, his face turning pale. He was completely drained of color, and the result of his pathetic performance was Hato's cold voice. "Michael Gary Hill, you are eliminated." His uncle Eric angrily slammed his hand on the table. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he failed again. He intended to interfere with Louis' test, so he immediately turned to talk to Headmaster Tyrion. "Are you going to continue the test?" Hearing that, he turned and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean, Eric?" At this moment, he revealed his purpose. "It's Louis' turn next, right?" He replied, "Yes." His face was clearly sarcastic. Louis is the only one who received a perfect score from Kingram. If we judge the other students the same way as Louis, it would be a bit unfair. Wouldn't it? He slowly raised a hand to stroke his beard. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." He revealed his true nature with a wicked smile. "No, we do. When the Forest Knights brought the sea monster, they also brought a goblin with them." The headmaster thought for a moment. Using a goblin for the exam is extremely dangerous, but with Professor Hato and the barrier present, and the knights on the front line, he was truly curious about Louis' capabilities. The long hallway in the magnificent castle was lit by torches everywhere. Hato leaned wearily against the wall with his arms crossed. His eyes were fixed on the young man clanking out from behind a large door. He called out softly, "Louis." Hearing that, he looked up bewildered and greeted back Professor Hato. The professor approached with one hand in his pocket. He spoke softly to warn him, "I have to tell you something before the exam starts. For today's test, your part will be more difficult than the others." Louis still didn't understand his words. "Huh, what do you mean?" Professor Hato was very worried about him. "The Academy has high expectations of you since you received that perfect score from Kingram. Many people are saying that it wouldn't be fair for you to fight the same monster as everyone else, so your test will be more difficult than the others." Louis frowned. "Harder means," the professor replied, "your target won't be a sea monster, you will be fighting a goblin." His words made a person and a bear widen their eyes in surprise. A goblin Trang blinked her round eyes and quickly replied, "Aha. So your first real enemy is a goblin, huh? This is going to be fun to watch." The scene changes to a large, strong hand clenched tightly, pulling hard on a large iron chain. It was a sturdy goblin of terrifying size with an orange-brown body roaring fearfully. Two men assigned to guard duty watched it fearfully. The blonde one, Gason, turned curiously to ask the person next to him, "Eric, is this the sea monster leader?" The black-haired man scolded, "You idiot, that's a goblin." He frowned in disbelief. "A goblin? Impossible." He gripped the sword in his hand. "I admit my suggestion was a bit vague, but to be this reckless. But they can't possibly let a student fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can a student possibly be?" Goblins are similar in shape to sea monsters, however, they are many times stronger. They can crush a skull and break a person's spine in a single swing. Eric gritted his teeth and glared at the person behind him. Angrily, he asked, "Are you sure about this? Even knights have a hard time capturing them." Hato replied with a serious face, "I'm sure. It was the headmaster's order." Eric scoffed. "Ha," he said mockingly. "You must be betting your life on this test." "Huh, yes." From a distance, the clacking sound of black leather shoes approached them. A magnetic voice was heard. "Yes, I am betting my life." Eric looked over at the newcomer with a surprised face. You are." The two faced each other. He stared intently at the man. "I am Louis, the exam candidate." The man asked again. "You?" Eric looked the young man up and down. He couldn't help but think contemptuously, this kid is going to fight a goblin? How could he possibly fight this thing? But Eric was still focused on Louis. "The professor and I will protect him," but the boy coldly walked right past him. Eric was startled. "Where is he going?" His face grew serious. "Hey, you're going the wrong way. What are you doing?" Louis replied as if it were obvious, "I'm preparing for the test. You're in the wrong position. You should be in the back." The man reminded him irritably. The boy affirmed to Eric, "I will stand here." The man frowned in confusion. "Ha!" Louis' turquoise eyes were ice cold, his face extremely serious as he explained, "My spell is a little different." Eric raised his voice. "If you stand in front, we won't be able to protect you. It's not as easy to deal with as the sea monster." The boy once again affirmed his stance. "Yes, I know," but the man maintained his attitude. "Why are you joking around with your life like this?" Louis waved his hand and shrugged off his cloak, looking just like a modern-day CEO. He didn't bother to explain much. "I have no other choice." With that, he stepped toward the goblin. Seeing him act so recklessly, Eric couldn't help but worry. His brows had been furrowed so tightly this whole time. "I don't see any fear in him at all. He must be different in some way." Professor Hato, who had been observing from behind, finally spoke up. "Louis, get ready," then he shouted, "Your test officially begins now." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers with a click. In the blink of an eye, the shackles on the large goblin's hands flew open and fell to the ground. Its freedom had officially begun. The goblin erupted, roaring in every direction. It charged straight toward a few soldiers with swords and shields, and toward Louis, who was already in a fighting stance. A spark of fire magic shot from his hand, flying straight up past the astonished soldiers next to him. Eric shouted to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" He dares to confront the goblin head-on. Don, what is he planning to do? He couldn't stop it in time. The goblin and Louis clashed along with his blazing stream of magic. The goblin growled loudly, raising its hand to summon magical power. The ground rumbled and cracked. Louis advanced, shouting "Fireball," and threw it straight at the goblin. The rumbling sound of destruction, the fiery clash of two beams of magical power was intense. It lit up the entire area. The bystanders couldn't withstand the explosive force of this battle. Everyone was caught in the fiery clash between Louis and the goblin. Eric's gaze was still fixed on the battle, and then his expression turned to one of utter amazement. He dares to use a close combat spell in this situation. Professor Hatto waved away the smoke and dust in front of him. He must have predicted this moment. Louis truly did not disappoint his teacher one bit. Of course, he was the only one. The others standing by were already gawking, peeking with one eye closed in terror. Even those in the stands were the same. The arena was now filled with nothing but smoke and dust. A soldier stood frozen, not knowing the outcome of the battle. A student daring to fight a goblin in close combat. "I hope he's still alive." Before anyone could recover, a familiar back in a black shirt appeared from behind the cloud of dust. Even Eric was startled. He's still alive. The sight of the boy's face shocked him even more. He was still standing firm, and Louis was in a stance, ready to attack again. Hatto's expression was the same, but now it held a clear look of satisfaction, his face beaming with pride. Suddenly, a hand slapped Louis on the shoulder. Hey, it was Eric. His face was not pleased at all as he angrily reprimanded the boy. "You were almost killed." The boy calmly looked up at him, still completely unfazed. But he still answered politely, "I'm sorry, but if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in?" Hearing that Eric didn't know how to respond and could only ask why, the boy shifted his gaze toward the enraged goblin. "We don't have time to talk now. Let's hurry and finish this test." The goblin was now clearly more furious than ever. Eric moved past Louis, waving his hand and warning him, "Stand back. I know you're strong, but this thing is very dangerous." As if that wasn't enough, he opened his mouth to warn him again, his voice considerably louder than before. "Stay put and let me handle it." Ignoring Eric's words, Louis quickly ran forward. Stopping right in front of the man, he turned with a solemn face. "This is my test." Eric, who seemed to not be listening, kept asking, "What?" Louis maintained his determined expression. "Please let me finish my test." A giant and ferocious monster appeared. Its body was enormous, at least 5 times bigger than Louis. He observed the monster seriously with iron-willed determination. Behind him, Guder also looked quite tense at the risk of an attack. Suddenly, he focused his concentration completely unwavering. "There are 2 reasons I can be this brave," he then recalled the goblin's possession skill. "The title I received from Kingdom will allow me to speak with the goblin." The ferocious monster shrieked, "Don't come any closer. All of you set me free." He wasn't scared at all because he understood what it was screaming. To others, it was a ferocious monster, but to him, this goblin was terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had received to attack first and defeat the enemy. The reward was an increase of 30 strength points and a skill unlock. With the player's eye, he smiled confidently and charged forward without hesitation. "This is a truly worthy reward for me. I have to repeat the same boring mission every single day, and in just this one mission, I earned as many points as 3 days combined." Whoosh! He dashed forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball and leaped like the wind, to Mr. Guder's amazement. In an instant, his fist clashed directly with the giant monster lunging down at him. This created a massive shockwave, sending sparks flying everywhere. Taking a direct hit from him, it roared in anger. With a bang, the fiery vortex sent it flying. The objective attack, the enemy in front, was quickly completed. He smirked. "It's not over yet." The monster roared, its fiery red eyes glaring as it gnashed its sharp teeth with killing intent. "I'll kill you." The monster leaped high into the air, pouring all its power into this surprise attack. It yelled, "I'll smash your head in." Its strike made the ground tremble violently. Luckily, thanks to his long legs, he dodged it with ease. After landing safely, he meticulously observed the monster's every move. "I have to find its weak spot." He used time refraction to advance, and Captain Guder was astonished by his incredible speed. How is he so fast? While moving, he prepared his fire attack. "I need to get close right now." He instantly closed the distance. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, his fist slammed right into its stomach. It shrieked in pain. Among the knights, someone's jaw dropped in amazement. He's not even flinching in front of the ogre. What in the world is this guy? Someone hid behind a shield to avoid the sparks. The students were in an uproar as well. "What's going on? Hey, look, the ogre is counterattacking." It swung its powerful fist at him, but he blocked it with his bare hands. Unwilling to give up, it used its other hand, but he blocked that as well. He aimed a kick at its hand, but the monster suddenly caught his leg. It then mercilessly threw him like a sandbag. His body spun in mid-air like a leaf in a storm. He then landed on the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover, his eyes widened in shock as it hurled a flaming fist towards him. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. A large chunk of the wall behind him shattered. He landed lightly as the monster turned its head to face him. It snarled with clear hostility, "You inferior human." He dashed forward as quick as a flash. He spun, preparing a kick that stunned the monster. He then unleashed the spinning kick he had been practicing for a long time. It connected right with its head. The ogre fell, shaking the ground and sending pebbles flying everywhere. He jumped onto its chest, wanting to finish this quickly. He activated the skill, Ogre's Fury. A swirling red aura erupted from his hand. The monster broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it asked, "Are you really human?" He replied, "You don't really need an answer for that, do you?" Its eyes widened in disbelief. You can understand me?" it asked. Not paying it much mind, he prepared his skill and lazily replied, "Well, you can understand me too, can't you?" Before it could finish, Tyrant's fire energy, a hit hotter than free fire, slammed into its face, stacking with the ogre's fury effect. He entered a berserk state, which made it harder to control the flow of energy. His pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth, seemingly in pain. The flames surged, engulfing the monster's massive body. He stopped. The monster's body, charred black, was completely defeated. He wondered cautiously, "Is it over?" Trang, who was watching from afar, was impressed. "Not bad at all. He even exceeded my expectations." He stepped off the monster. Exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. Everyone around was completely astonished. Did he really defeat the ogre? "Looks like it. Awesome." Everyone cheered enthusiastically, praising him endlessly. "Go, Louis. You're so cool." Eric looked visibly displeased. "I can't believe he actually won." In contrast, Headmaster Tyrion Shinit smiled with deep satisfaction. The amazed whispers continued. Some still found it hard to believe what had just happened. He really defeated that ogre all by himself. How is that possible? The guards quickly moved in to inspect the monster's body. Mr. Gooder approached him and asked a question. "Lewin Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills?" He replied, "No one." Mr. Gooder's face still held a hint of doubt. "I taught myself." He looked very serious. "Yes?" He turned to the professor who was standing nearby in deep thought. "Professor, how did I do on the test?" The professor was silent in thought for a long while. After a moment, he spoke. "I thought there was no way you could handle it, but I never even got the chance to stop you." He looked straight at him. "You always surpass my expectations." He wanted to confirm. "So, you're saying, I passed?" Just those words made the entire hall erupt in cheers. Amidst the smoking rubble, the handsome Louis smiled confidently. The status window appeared, confirming mission complete. At the same time, an urgent quest appeared, just like before. The reward was the skill Player's Eye and a bonus of plus 10 strength. He was quite surprised. "Huh? Player's Eye?" Looking into it, he found it was a skill that allowed one to see the essence of all things. It can collect and digitize all information, unlock the stealth skill, and allow the user to see others who are in stealth. Trang, standing on Louis' shoulder, looked quite excited. "Player's Eye, you say? Now you're a real player." He turned to her. "You know about this skill?" She giggled slyly. "Of course. It's something only a player can possess." With her hands on her hips, she enthusiastically explained, "You can see enemies using stealth. They will have a faint outline around them." "That's useful," he remarked. Suddenly, the status window popped up. Minimap unlocked. Minimap, he wondered, while she grinned with delight. This function lets you observe everything within a 500-meter radius of your location. Additionally, this skill lets you view the status of any chosen target, and the amount of information you can access depends on the target's level. She crossed her arms, flashing a smug, toothy grin. "There are plenty more surprises. You've got a new toy. You should test it immediately," she suggested. "Look at that unconscious ogre and try activating Player's Eye." He glanced down at the massive body. "Just look at that ogre." He concentrated, channeling his energy to use the skill. A status window slowly materialized. It was real. It displayed the monster's information, from its name, origin, and traits, all the way to an overall assessment. He was so amazed that he exclaimed, "This is incredible." He wanted to test it on other subjects. His next target was Professor Hido, but it only displayed his level. He suddenly realized, so there are things I can't read. The information is restricted. Trang immediately replied, "Of course. You can't read the information of people at a higher level than you, especially if their level is much higher." She raised a finger seriously, as if giving a lecture. "Once you get stronger, the amount of information you can access will also increase." He listened intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he touched his chin. His lips curved into a calculating smirk. "I see." After the combat exam ended, the rumor of Lewin defeating the ogre spread like wildfire throughout the academy. On campus, he and Jason were chatting on a stone bench. Jason teased Lewin. "See how everyone is talking about you? Lewin seemed bewildered. I don't know. It's the first time I've experienced this. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him. Excuse me, the girl began shyly. Her eyes sparkled with affection. You're Senior Louis, right? It wasn't just her. Two other people also came forward, holding out lunch bags. You were so amazing during the third exam, Senior. Please eat this when you're hungry. As soon as he took the bags, they shyly hurried away. He was flustered by how quickly it all happened. He awkwardly held out a bag to Jason. Do you want one? Jason yelled in shock. What? He flew into a rage. How can you be so disrespectful to the ladies, who struggled with their shyness to make you lunch? Lewin was confused. Why are you getting so bent out of shape? He looked at his friend, who was now sobbing with jealousy. He thought, this Jason guy. When I used Player's Eye on him, his status window said he had great potential. He moved over and patted Jason's shoulder. For the past few days, I've been checking everyone's status, and yours was the only one that showed high potential. He wore a serious expression, but his eyes were filled with trust and resolve. Jason, just push yourself a bit more. I'm sure you'll do great on the next test. Jason was confused. What's this? Are you feeling sorry for me? He immediately denied it. Feeling sorry for you? Of course not. I'm just saying you have a lot of potential. Your skills are good. You just need to be more confident and work harder. He was that surprised? Yeah. You told him not to slack off anymore? He just chuckled and said, all right. For the next test, my goal is to get into the top 10. He said helplessly, that's going to be tough. One moment he was joking, the next, he had a serious look on his face. Are you really serious? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Confused, you ask. What do you mean? He confided. I wonder if you're the same Louis I've known for the past 6 years. A look of surprise crossed your face. Oh. Louis looked up at the vast blue sky. Yeah. To be honest, even I find it hard to believe sometimes, so I get how he feels. He suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. There have been some rumors going around about you lately. You asked suspiciously, what kind of rumors? He continued. People are saying you're going to surpass Miko Gary Hill, not only becoming the valedictorian, but also the Academy's representative. You didn't seem to care at all and stood up wearily. I don't care about that. Let's head inside. Afraid of being left behind, he quickly scrambled to follow you. What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. In May every year, representatives from famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the best, and every 8 years, all mages go to the Olympia Congress to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival happens in a year with both events. The Grand Festival is a national competition, where the brightest students from the academies showcase their abilities. The winner of the Grand Festival, it not only brings a huge sum of money to themselves and the academy, but they also receive countless privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited to one individual competitor and a 30-person team. The top 31 students from each academy will participate in this major competition, and the individual competitor in the Grand Festival will be the student representative. In the academy cafeteria, everyone was eagerly discussing the upcoming festival, and there was a lot of speculation. I wonder who the student representative will be this year. I bet it's Miko again. At your table, everyone was also discussing the matter. Jackson was the first to speak. Of course, Louis will be the representative. The orange-haired boy next to him agreed. That's right, he's the only one who got 100 points from King Graham, he recalled, munching on his food. And from what I recall, every time Miko participated in the Magic Festival, you guys remember how he did, right? The brown-haired student at the table quickly replied, yeah, I remember. The team competition was fine, but in the individual round, he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student laughed mockingly. That's why they call us a bottom-tier academy. The bottom-tier academy that sucks at team competitions, and is useless in the individual ones. Lunchtime was over, and people were clearing their trays, but the discussion hadn't ended. The only way we can get rid of that nickname is Louis. You guys agree, right? Exactly. Louis, what do you think? Your expression was serious. The test isn't over yet. You told yourself it wasn't time to get cocky or excited yet. After all, the person chosen for the Grand Festival is the top scorer on the test, and gets a recommendation from the professors. And the 4th test, the one-on-one fight between me and Miko, is coming up. You stared straight ahead, your eyes filled with determination. That's why I have to focus on the test. You swore to yourself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him to a pulp. 4 days later, at the training grounds, a practical combat test was taking place. Louis leaped into the air, unleashing a spinning wind kick. Dripping with sweat, it was clear you'd been training for a while. The status window continuously updated. You have achieved 1,000 strength points. You have received the title Apprentice No More. Trang stretched its joints. I've finally been waiting for this day. Time to level up, right now. It crouched down, focusing all its inner energy as the surrounding air flowed into it. Sensing it was enough, it leaped up, landing lightly on your shoulder. A powerful flame erupted around you. Quest difficulty has doubled. Reward value has tripled. It focused intently, compressing the flow of fire into its hands. It gulped. Its tiny body stood straight, head tilted back. It tried to use its inner energy to unleash the power. A moment later, a fiery power, blazing like the sun, exploded in mid-air, spreading wide enough to incinerate everything it touched. It turned to look at you. The intense heat of the flame made you instinctively shield your face. What is this? This flame. You seem to have just realized something. Your eyes widened, pupils shrinking as you stared at it. Elsewhere, Eric stood by the window with his arms crossed, deep in thought. So that's it. He was recalling the scene of Louis defeating the goblin, his face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, I ended up having to give him points. He imagined you declaring war on Miko, wondering if Louis Adele could actually defeat Miko with his current strength. The thought of Miko being defeated by you made him quickly dismiss it. That's unlikely to happen. He clenched his teeth, considering more possibilities. If he wins, Miko's spot in the Grand Festival and his valedictorian title will be in jeopardy. The Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. The muscles in his face tensed as if he were suppressing a simmering rage. By any means necessary. Back at the training ground, Trang had reached level 2 and looked exhausted. The surrounding wall of fire had weakened significantly, but in return, you gained 200 strength points. A burning orange flame was in your hand. You stared at it, impressed. Trang looked at you. You seem a lot stronger now. At the same time, it expressed its gratitude. Well now, thanks to you, I managed to reach 1,200 strength points this quickly. It put its hands on its hips and puffed out its chest proudly. With a bit of narcissism, it giggled, its mouth stretching into a toothy grin. It scratched lightly under its chin. This is just the beginning. The quest, difficulty, and rewards have increased. You both stared intently at the status window. Let's see. Regular quest, physical training 2. Complete all of the following tasks. Punches, kicks, and spinning kicks, 5,000 of each. Run 15 kilometers and complete combat training to receive 30 strength points. Louis looked at it and thought, I've already increased the intensity of my training, so this shouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask it, so what's this combat training? Suddenly, its expression darkened into a villainous smile. Remember when we first met? I told you I could turn into anything. You replied, yeah, I remember, it said smugly. From now on, I can transform. But there are still some limitations. So can you turn into a person? Not until level 5. Turning into a human is really hard. You asked, then what can you turn into? Its face turned mischievous. Want to see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared and surrounded its body. The whirlwind gradually grew larger. When it dissipated, a tattered and mysterious scarecrow appeared, and you couldn't help but laugh. Is this a scarecrow? Seeing you weren't as surprised as it had hoped, it got angry. What's with that reaction? You chuckled. It's nothing. It's just not what I expected. It boasted, don't you dare look down on this scarecrow. Back when Draa first started sparring, I was his training partner. You wondered, sparring, you mean you were the target, right? It confirmed firmly. Exactly, I'm very useful for the quest. From now on, you'll have to practice combat with me every day. It made a whirlwind spin around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak, so I'm only at the level of a third-class mage for now. Deep inside the scarecrow, it cackled slyly. Once I regain my strength, I can handle anything. Then, I'll be able to take on dragons and even demons. Finding this interesting, you wanted to try it immediately, so let's do it now. What do you want me to turn into? You boldly suggested a mage. As if you'd hit a nerve, it went into challenge mode. Oh ho, alright then. Trang gathered its power, creating a magic orb. It transformed into a scepter with a blazing red gem. Holding the scepter, its muscles instantly bulged. Even if I hit you, it will only cause a shock. It won't cause any actual damage. Louis stood calmly. And what about you? Hearing its response, he was unfazed. He raised an eyebrow. I see. The perfect sparring partner. It didn't waste a single moment. It immediately cast a fireball. All right, take this. With that, it launched the powerful spell at you. It was nothing to Louis. You deftly leaped out of the way. You were incredibly excited. You were sure Miko must be training right now. You couldn't wait to challenge him. But completely contrary to your thoughts, at this very moment, he was in Eric's room, staring at a leaf. That bastard is getting on my nerves. What do we do now? Eric was furious. You brat, how dare you speak to me like that? If I had been a bit stronger then, I wouldn't have listened to another word. He cut him off with a wave of his hand. Just shut up. I heard it was thanks to you that Louis' score was raised. Eric flinched. Miko sneered openly. It's obvious, isn't it? You were the one who came up with that whole goblin incident, weren't you? His expression was murderous as he slowly stepped forward. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If the family finds out, I doubt you'll get out of this alive. He couldn't believe his own nephew would dare to be so insolent. He was furious but couldn't do anything. How dare you talk to me like that? He urged impatiently. Now stop whining. Figure out a way to deal with this. If he becomes the academy representative, a firm reply came from his mouth. No, that won't do. I have an idea. A small jade green vial rested in his hand. Take it. He recognized it at a glance. This was an ignition flower, a type of awakening herb. This flower grows in the northern illusionary zone. This is a rare herb used to create special elixirs, he instructed. Drink it, and you'll achieve an awakened state. Your mana casting time will be greatly reduced. He was worried, but it removes the sensation of pain and also makes it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. The man stared intently at him. Correct. In other words, you won't be able to see anything. You've been paying attention in class, haven't you? Miko didn't understand what his uncle was saying at all. But why do you want me to drink this? You must. He got angry. Are you insane? In front of the man, he seemed to have lost all his rights. You have no say in this. You already lost to that guy. Do you want to bring more shame to our family now? However, he knew all too well about Professor Haido's sharp eyes. But this is too risky. He knows my abilities well. If he finds out, I'm done for. The man scoffed, patting his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? The stimulant inspection is my job. What a professional cheater. He had planned everything meticulously. Take this. It will help cover your tracks. The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand. After you drink the ignition flower, take this one. He reassured his frightened nephew. Don't be afraid. For the Gary Hughes bloodline, this is the only way to advance. So are you going to take it or not? I can't believe he's asking me to use something like this. He continued to hesitate, experiencing a deep internal conflict. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam had arrived. At this moment, warm sunlight was blanketing the exam location, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Everyone looked down excitedly, the sound of chatter and laughter echoing continuously. It was always like this whenever the combat test took place. The testing area was always packed with people, and this was the final battle. Luin and Miko stood facing each other, staring intently. The atmosphere became tense. A few rustles were heard as footsteps quickly moved forward. Luin's expression became serious. The final test is finally here, a direct confrontation with Miko. He stood with his hands on his hips, listening to Trang's reminder. Your opponent knows you specialize in close combat. It'll be tough, if he's prepared for it. Luin scoffed, but what if I manage to get close to him? She nodded, replying concisely, then one punch from you should be enough to take him down. The man standing between them spoke up. To make this test as close to a real battle as possible, a wide variety of terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena. He asked, are you ready? Both replied in unison, yes. Luin looked at Miko, feeling that something was wrong. He frowned, thinking, but that bastard Miko. He had a strange expression on his face and his whole body was tensed up. Luin made a preliminary observation. His condition looks unusual. He looked at Miko, who was gritting his teeth and staring at him, but hadn't made a move to attack yet. He's not acting arrogant like usual. Something's not right. I should use Observer's Eye to check. Then Luin used the Observer's Eye skill. A circle emitting a blue light appeared before his eyes. An information panel appeared above Miko's head. Michael Gary Hughes. 3rd class mage, high potential, magic casting ability 2, special state, hidden berserk. Luin was suspicious, wondering to himself, berserk? I've never seen that state before. Plus the system window says it's hidden. Did he do something to hide his use of an illegal substance? He recalled Eric before the test started. The students were checked for banned substances. But wait, the person in charge of that inspection was Professor Eric. Could it be that Miko's uncle Professor Eric let Miko use something and then covered it up for him? The man announced the match rules. Listen carefully, students. There is only one thing forbidden in this battle, and that is dark magic. You may use any magic from the 4 elements, and points will be awarded based on the tier of the magic you use. Then he explained further, you don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside the Mana Barrier Plaza, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, are there any questions? Seeing Luin raise his hand, the man spoke up. What is it, Luin? Miko's expression stiffened when he heard the question. If one of the 2 participants uses a banned substance and is discovered, what happens? Hearing this, the man replied in a stern voice, that student will be disqualified from the competition and will fail this test. It could also lead to expulsion depending on the severity of the issue. But why do you ask? Luin glanced at Miko, then replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. The man spread his arms. Signaling for the 2 to move apart, he then announced, to your positions. Luin stood in place, clenching his fists. For now, that's all I can conclude. And since I'm the only one who can see the status window, no one will believe me. Luin's gaze became determined. I have to find proof. The 2 stood facing each other. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The man took a deep breath and shouted, ready, the moment he said, begin. Luin and Miko immediately charged forward. Miko condensed a sphere of blue light and shouted, go to hell, Luin. Immediately after, green vines erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Luin's legs. He instantly moved his feet. The vines were quickly snapped. The crowd in the stands gasped in amazement. What? How did he break free so quickly? Could it be that Miko's spell has no effect on Luin? Luin thought to himself, excellent, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Reduces the contestant's mana power, but not my physical strength. He then immediately charged towards Miko. Miko used another spell. A pink light formed a skull that opened its mouth and spewed fire at Luin. Miko growled, did you think that's all I have? With his fire roar, he unleashed a blazing flame straight at Lewin. He used his flash skill to deftly dodge the erupting flame. Then Lewin quickly turned and ran. The flame chased closely behind him, seemingly homing in on him. Lewin quickly jumped to dodge it. He hid behind a rock. A scorching heat was spreading all around. Lewin shifted slightly to look behind him. Reduced casting time and increased mana. Those are the effects of the potion Miko used. Miko laughed maniacally. "Stop hiding! Come out and face me, you coward!" Lewin focused, recalling what he had learned. He's definitely more worked up than usual. That potion must be. An image appeared in Lewin's mind. The awakening herb. Ignition flower. He listed Miko's symptoms. Trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced ability to feel pain, and difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too obvious. Meanwhile, he was still laughing loudly, taunting him. "Come out! Show your face! Come and face me!" Lewin narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hasn't shown up yet is the pain suppression effect. He stood up to face Miko, speaking with a hidden meaning. "So that's why you're so confident. It's because of that thing, isn't it?" He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Lewin calmly looked at the panicking Miko and said a name. Ignition flower. His expression became stunned upon hearing Lewin's words. "But it doesn't matter. To beat you, I don't need stuff like that." He raised a hand tauntingly. "Come at me, Miko." Lewin shot forward like an arrow while using the time refraction skill. Miko summoned ice and snow while cursing inwardly. Damn it, how is he so fast? A shield of ice created by him appeared in front of Lewin. He didn't flinch, shouting, "Useless." Lewin's legs swept forward, a flash of yellow light. It flashed before Miko's astonished eyes. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What kind of magic is that? Is that kind of magic? Is that even magic at all? Down in the arena, Miko summoned a third-class magic. "Fiery blast." He shouted, "Take this." Lewin counterattacked, clenching his fist and unleashing a seismic strike. As the punch landed, Miko's fiery blast was sent flying. He staggered backward continuously, his large frame seemingly in great pain. The crowd in the stands gasped. He used earth to block fire. Miko was knocked back and fell to the ground with a thud, crying out, "Arg! No!" Suddenly, his pupils contracted in terror and his entire face froze. Miko looked up at Lewin, who was looking down on him, his voice dropping. "Stay away from me." Lewin snapped his fingers with a cold smile. "Don't be so pathetic. Take this." Miko saw Lewin's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice trembling. "What?" His hand moved closer and closer, the yellow light flashing with it. After a soft snap, the scenery inside and outside the mana barrier plaza returned to normal as Lewin's two fingertips separated. That yellow stream of light grew larger and shot towards Miko. The crowd in the stands all jumped to their feet, only to see on the arena thick dust and smoke obscuring their vision. But Miko's eyelids drooped slightly. The scene before him was somewhat surprising, because Miko was now bowing his head, chuckling. "Louis, you dare look down on me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was just scratching his forehead when Louis rushed forward and headbutted the side of his face, not giving him a chance to counterattack. He continuously unleashed a flurry of punches. With a thud, Miko's entire body slammed into a boulder, then lay sprawled on the ground. His whole body trembled, but his laughter echoed. "So weak, and you think you can beat me?" It didn't hurt at all. Lewin thought to himself, to take so many consecutive hits and still be this conscious, Miko could die from excessive shock. His hand grabbed Miko's shoulder, intending to pull him up. Continuing like this would be very dangerous. Right after that, his entire body was lifted high by winding green tree trunks called the prison tree. Lewin raised his hand and spoke, "Sir." Miko used a forbidden substance. The man approached doubtfully and asked, "What do you mean? Why would Miko use a forbidden substance? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified." Lewin's voice was resolute. "Yes, I'm certain. Because it's possible the use of the forbidden substance was concealed," he continued, "or someone discovered it but turned a blind eye." The man hesitated. "You mean?" Louis said in a low voice, looking nearby, "The person who has access to rare ingredients and is responsible for pre-match inspections." He also turned his gaze towards Eric. His voice rang out again. "In this entire academy, there's only one person who can do that," and Lewin appeared hesitant. "Come to think of it, I believe Professor Eric is also Miko's uncle." "Wait, so does that mean Professor Eric has?" Eric rushed over in a panic. "Lewin, do you know what you're saying?" "Yes," he snapped irritably. "You're saying Miko used a forbidden substance and I turned a blind eye, huh?" Yet Louis was not afraid at all and calmly replied, "Yes, I have proof." Hearing that, Eric was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" "Yes," he burst out laughing. "Very well then, let's test him again." He started to walk away. "There's no need, sir. After all, you've already used a type of spirit elixir, a special one to hide his symptoms." Eric became flustered. "So what do you want now? Where's this proof you mentioned?" Louis touched the large tree trunk, smiled, and replied, "Let me show all of you with your own eyes." Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. A yellow light flashed from the middle of the tree trunk. His hand remained in the same position as before, his fingers still spread open. Louis looked at the large chunk missing from the tree trunk. "This is from my forehead flick earlier," he argued. "Let's assume Miko's magic power increased through training, but there's no way he could take so many hits and still be conscious enough to laugh. In his current condition, I think his skull is shaking violently, and he has at least a few broken ribs." His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't care. and just burst out laughing. Louis spoke up, and yet he's still laughing as if he doesn't feel any pain at all. Eric's expression stiffened when he heard him ask, "Do you have anything else to deny Professor Eric up there?" Tyrion Ignis shot up and raised his voice. Professor Eric, seeing his guilty expression, he immediately had his answer. Tyrion Ignis angrily shouted, "How dare you do such a thing in a sacred place like this? Professor Eric, follow me to my office immediately." Hearing his furious tone, Eric hesitated and looked at his nephew only to see that the boy was unaware of the current situation. How serious it was amid Miko's mindless laughter. Then the test also passed quickly. The corruption of the Gary Hill bloodline was exposed. The sound of people gossiping echoed in the hallway. I heard Professor Eric got fired and Miko was expelled. I also got a new nickname. Someone put an arm around Louis' shoulder and chuckled. Hey, saint of expulsion, Louis thud thud thud. Steady footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Now Louis was standing before a giant door and the space around him lit up. Because Louis was summoned by the headmaster, he felt as if time had stopped. No sound reached his ears. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Louis immediately looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief because now Lewin was standing in a large grassy field. In front of him was a red chair. Lewin looked around doubtfully. This is the Adel territory, he mumbled to himself. No, it doesn't seem quite right. Then Lewin looked at the object in front of him again, and that is, he looked at the chair and realized the Theron throne, the seat of the Supreme Mage. Why is it here? Tyrion's voice suddenly came from behind. What do you see, Hal Lewin? He immediately turned his head to greet him. Ah, hello, sir, he spoke as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Mandalore. Have you heard of the Eyes of Mandalore? Lewin followed closely behind and replied, yes, I have, as he understood it, Malorok. He was the leader who started the war of invasion against the Six Lands of Frelia. Legend says he had the ability to make a person see what they desire most. After his death, his corpse was refined into a treasure. Tyrion Ignis glanced back and continued, the Eyes of Manarok are the treasure that helps you see what you want to see. What appeared before you just now is what you desire most. Lewin lowered his head slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. The things I desire most are to restore the Adel territory, and to become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, are you curious about what I see? Lewin asked curiously, what do you see, sir? Tyrion smiled faintly, his eyes full of warmth. A world where everyone acts according to their role. Students are students and mages are mages. Yes. Now the two were standing before a door. He continued, of course, that's not easy. Lewin replied softly, yes. With a creak, the thick, heavy door slowly opened. As Lewin was about to step inside, he turned to look back. An image of him holding the championship trophy being tossed high into the air by the other male students. Resounding cheers of Louis won, Louis won. Then an image of Louis in a graduation cap, with a voice announcing congratulations to the valedictorian Louis Adel. The corners of Louis's mouth turned up slightly, forming a faint curve that was hard to see unless you looked closely. Scene change. In the quiet space, a soft sound was heard. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation. Have some tea. Louis nodded and replied, yes, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignis silently watched him lift the cup and take a sip, waiting until Lewin had finished his tea. I called you in because I have something to ask. You will give me an answer, won't you, Tyrion? Ignis clasped his hands together. His voice became serious. How did you know that what Miko used was combustion harmony? Lewin said nothing. He seemed to be organizing his answers in his head. Then he listed the signs. Miko's attitude was not the same as usual. He was aggressive, but also restless. Not to mention the amplification and flow of his mana were abnormal. Therefore, I deduced he used combustion harmony. And Tyrion Ignis asked again, but from what I saw, you seem certain, not just guessing. Why is that? Lewin frowned and explained. The mana barrier in the hall only reduces magical power. It doesn't affect physical strength. And what I used was physical strength, not magic. He told himself not to mention the Eye of Gardic. Louis' voice lowered. I'm sure he was suffering from excessive shock, yet he could still laugh and showed no signs of pain. That could only prove he used the substance. He silently praised. The boy is only 16, but he's so perceptive. He immediately noticed even the smallest changes in his opponent. Not to mention he acted so calmly in that situation. Combined with his perfect magic-wielding ability, Tyrion Ignis placed his hand on the table and spoke in a resolute voice. As the headmaster of this academy, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize to you, Lewin. I will ensure the Gary Hugh family cannot harm you. After saying that, he stroked his long white beard and said, one more thing, I have a proposal. Louis was stunned by Tyrion's words. Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative? Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The Academy's representative? A position that everyone covets. When I came here, I had a vague guess. Louis closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself. He seemed to be thinking about a very serious matter. Tyrion listened intently for his answer. Thank you, sir. I feel very honored to receive this offer, but Louis' voice became hesitant. You know that, I still lack experience. I haven't had a single real battle in the past few years. He lowered his head slightly, his voice growing quieter. During that time, I couldn't do anything. I have no achievements because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of the most talented people. I don't know if I can do it. Do I have enough strength to compete with them? Tyrion Shinnit's voice rang out, making Lewin look up. That's not a problem. As a judge at the Grand Festival, he raised his index finger and said, "With certainty, I think you deserve the title of champion candidate." He hesitated and asked, "What, sir, champion candidate?" "Yes," Tyrion Ignis said while stroking his long beard. "I assure you, you are a very promising contestant." What's more frightening is a blush of embarrassment appeared on Louis's face. When he heard him speak, "You will be a secret weapon that no one expects," and Tyrion Ignis let out a long, satisfied sigh. "To them, you are a mystery. They have no information about you, they don't know you, what techniques and fighting style you will use, and of course they won't be able to find a way to counter you." Hearing that, he rejoiced inwardly. "Is that so? I'm always at the bottom, so they're not wary. They don't have much information on me like they do on Miko." It seems easy to pull off a surprise this time. Louis's two hands clenched the hem of his pants as he heard him ask, "What do you think? Will you participate or not?" After putting on a thoughtful expression, he gave his answer. "I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Tyrion Shinnet spoke. "Just in time, eh? Please come in." He looked at the visitor and then said to him, "Louis, I think a physical skills class will be more useful for you than a magic class. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills." When he heard the greeting, "Are you doing well, little helpless boy?" Lewin was momentarily stunned. This is. The visitor was Guder Piranti. He laughed teasingly. "What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me?" Louis recognized this person. He is the captain of the Knight Order in the Foreign Territory. He's one of the only Eric-level knights in the Jaden Kingdom. He remembered this was also the person he met in the third test. Looking at Guder sitting in front of him, Louis couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe I get to take a physical skills class with him." He then spoke up. "First, I need to confirm a few things." "Yes, sir." Guder asked, "I heard Professor Haido say that you are a special mage because you can only fight in close combat. Is that true?" He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." He gave his assessment of Louis. "From what I see, your movements are quite good. Quick and clean with no wasted movements." He froze when he heard Guder say, "But to be honest, I can tell just by looking that you've never studied martial arts." He said in a low voice, "Your techniques might work on that goblin from before, but against us, you'd be completely red no matter how strong you are. Opponents with good physical skills can all predict your attacks by the way you move. And your shoulders and hips." His hands resting on his knees tightened slightly. Louis thought to himself, "He's right. My techniques are all repetitive movements from quests, so they're not very applicable in a real fight." Suddenly, Guder shot up. "But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic things." He looked straight into his eyes. "So shall we start now?" After that, the two moved to another training location. Guder's voice rang out. "For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. A firm stance makes your sword swing stronger. Moreover, your feet will help you predict the next move of the enemy. So your first lesson will be how to step correctly." He sat on the platform and spoke. "Only when you learn how to walk correctly can you use physical skills." Louis held out his hands with a serious expression following Guder's words. Cheonmu is the martial art commonly used in knight training. His punches were thrown out one after another. A whooshing sound echoed in the space. He slowly stood up, watching Louis punch the air, and said, "This martial art consists of a total of 36 forms, not to mention swordsmanship." He was still training diligently, his hands clenched into fists, his whole body. Louis prepared to lunge forward. Punch after punch hit the air as the sound of slicing wind echoed continuously. But nearby Guder stood with his arms crossed silently, observing Lewin's every move. His expression turned serious, remembering what he had said earlier. "I was wondering." Lewin had asked back then, "What do you gain from teaching me martial arts? On top of that, you have to come to the academy every day. So why do you?" Guder had answered at that time, "Just think of it as a form of investment." Hearing that, he asked doubtfully, "Investment?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I have met someone with the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to supporting that person." Louis remained silent as Guder continued. "It would be a worthy investment, right?" After that, he bowed deeply. "Then I'll be in your care, Professor Guder." Suddenly, he coughed dryly and shyly suggested, about that. Calling me professor sounds too awkward. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my early 30s." Hearing this age, Louis was startled and amazed. No way. Back in the present, he was still training diligently. Louis punched from one side, then the other. Guder watched calmly from nearby, somewhat satisfied. "This kid is pretty good. He's got guts." Guder remembered before, when he was examining the goblin's wounds, he heard whispers and chatter. What, the goblin's jaw is really broken? Seeing Louis kick high again, he thought to himself, "A close combat mage who's stronger than a goblin. What an interesting kid." And just like that, 3 weeks passed. Louis looked at the system notification. The physical arts skill has leveled up. Physical arts has reached level 10. Receive the title, My Body is a Weapon. Reward, increased effect of the Mage's Frenzy skill. With the Mage's Frenzy skill, you can now channel magic throughout your body. He said to Trang, "Mastering Cheonmu is pretty useful, huh?" It laughed with delight. "Of course it is. It took me that long just to reach level 3. Louis looked at the notification. Strength 2,130. His hand gently clenched into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it very clearly. Trang let out a breath. The speed at which you're gaining this power is even more terrifying. It took Draa over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2,000 strength points. I wonder if it's due to the difference in time perception between humans and dragons. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Louis saw Jason running over breathlessly. Louis asked curiously, "Jason, what's wrong?" He put his hands on his thighs, panting, and asked, "Have you seen it?" He asked back doubtfully, "Seen what?" Jason replied, "The list of participants for the Grand Festival. It's been posted at the Academy gate." Louis was stunned, wondering to himself, the Grand Festival. As memories flooded his mind, a voice echoed, "First place, Lou and Adele. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of envy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, I have acted pathetically for the past 5 years. All I could do was watch from afar as Miko received everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason were rushing towards the Academy gate. When they arrived, they saw a crowd of people gathered in front. When he saw the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a cry, attracting the attention of everyone around. Louis couldn't believe his eyes. I really became the representative. The male students also recognized him. Huh, it's Louis. Then they ran towards Louis, shouting, "Congratulations on becoming the representative, Louis. I will cheer for you at the Grand Festival." It took me a long time, but I finally became the Academy's representative once again. Louis beamed at everyone. Beside him, Jason was so happy he was crying. Me too. My name is on the list. 31st place in the group competition. The scene changes to another place. Haido praised, "I was very surprised when Sir Guter said you had mastered it." Chianmu, his voice faltered. "As an S-class student at the age of 16, sometimes your genius talent scares me." Then Haido's tone changed, becoming firm. "I believe you can do it, Louis." And so the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. Just in time, we arrived at ActionToon, the venue for the Grand Festival. Everyone was now waiting for the train to arrive, murmuring among themselves, "We're boarding the mana train here. This is my first time riding it. I heard it's extremely fast." Louis stood in the crowd. Conversations echoed in his ears. There are only 2 transit points in the Jaden Kingdom, but they say that in the Jacob Imperial Federation, there are over 100 transit points. Of course they are an empire, while we are the smallest of the small nations. Louis and Jason frowned at the same time when they heard someone click their tongue. Country bumpkins. Making such a fuss over a simple mana train ride, Hanker spoke disdainfully. "Stop being so rustic and shut up." Jason's voice snapped, "What?" Then he angrily shouted, "You bastard, are you done talking?" Louis listened but remained silent, not interfering. He recognized this guy. That bastard is Hanker Miko's lackey who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker didn't care and continued speaking. "If you think Louis is going to perform some miracle at the Grand Festival, just give up. He's so arrogant just because he got a high score in the first semester." The student next to Hank chimed in, "That's right. The representatives from the other academies are like phantoms. We would have a better chance of winning if Miko, who has fought against them, was chosen as the representative." Jason trembled with anger upon hearing that announcement. "Anyway, I won't accept Louis as the Academy's representative, so you all better look out for yourselves," he yelled. "What?" Lewin was silent. "There are so many bastards who want to benefit, even just a little, by clinging to the Gary Hill family. But I have to do well in this competition, even if it means being on the same team as those bastards." Trang, on his shoulder, chuckled. "Lewin, you're in a tough spot, aren't you?" Hank glanced towards the sound. Miko would be very pleased. Louis gave an ice-cold smile. Dogs remain loyal to their master even when their master is about to be kicked out. Hank stepped towards him and raised his voice. "Did you just call us dogs?" Lewin laughed. "Good, I tried to speak clearly as possible for someone with your intellect to understand. So you get what I mean?" he continued. "Just because you're the Academy's representative." Before Hank could finish, he cut him off. "Listen up." Louis' voice turned serious. "Today's Grand Festival will be on a completely different level from the magic festivals you've attended before. If you get good results, you'll have better opportunities than the Gary Hill family could ever give you." Hank laughed as if he'd heard something ridiculous. "Of course, if we get good results, things will be like that. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Jordan Kingdom, working under the Gary Hill family. You should stop dreaming." His voice remained calm. "We can do it." Louis turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is the most important thing. It's best we eliminate any hindering elements to our team's spirit. Seeing this, Hank called out after him, "Does that mean you'll compete without us?" He gave him a cryptic reply. "On the way there, you should reconsider who your representative is now." Hank gritted his teeth in anger at Louis' words. "And there's no Gary Hill family here to recognize your loyalty." He furiously shouted, "You're ruining your first individual match. I won't listen to any of your orders during the Grand Festival." Hissing sounds echoed continuously as the train moved swiftly through the forest. Inside the cabin, everyone looked outside and exclaimed, "It's so fast." Trang, on his shoulder, laughed heartily. What's going on here? The world has become a much better place. In my time, the fastest mode of transport was. His face looked extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps were heard near the door, followed by a voice by Louis and Jason's ears. Ah, I thought I smelled a loser somewhere around here. 3 male students were standing there. The one in the middle spoke mockingly. Well, what do we have here? The country bumpkins from the stupid academy? Louis looked at the crest on the speaker's chest. That crest. Toyota National Magic Academy. From what he knew, the Toyota National Magic Academy was the only training school in Toyota, the Sand Kingdom built on a desert, famous for its ancient history. They were especially known for honing their swordsmanship and bodies to the absolute limit. Lewin looked over doubtfully. But what are people from the Toyota National Magic Academy doing here? Seda raised his voice. Hey, you from the stupid academy. Where is Miko Gary Hill? Surely, he didn't run away because of some setback, did he? I was planning to have him take care of us this year, he said, laughing loudly. Take care of us like a slave. Seda waved his hand at those near him. You're in charge of last place again this year, right? Let's all get along, shall we? Trang covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my, you're so patient. To think, Lewin can just sit there and listen to all this. Lewin looked at the jeering Seda, thinking, I didn't know before since I've never been here, but it seems our academy is treated very poorly. But his gaze shifted elsewhere nearby, only to see Hato staring intently at a notebook, acting uninterested. Lewin understood. The professor had no intention of interfering. The Grand Festival is a competition between students, and now his position was simply that of an instructor. He lowered his head slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. Right now, the authority and responsibility for the entire team rests in my hands. The Academy's representative. Seda walked over to Hank, resting his arm on the back of the chair. Hey Hank, where's your representative? Miko Gary Hill. At least he was interesting. But Hank remained silent. Suddenly, a voice made Seda turn his head. Miko is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal right about now. He saw Lewin standing up straight, full of confidence, looking Seda right in the eye. Hank spoke with a hesitant voice. That's our Academy's representative. Seda was skeptical. Him? The representative? This is the first time I've ever seen him. With that, he turned and walked towards Lewin. His footsteps were like drumbeats on everyone's hearts. No one dared to breathe loudly. Seda stood face to face with Lewin and introduced himself. I'm Toyota's representative, Seda Manjiri. What's your name? Unafraid, he calmly replied. Louis Adele. Louis's voice deepened. And I think that's enough of a greeting for our first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, then get out of our cabin. Seda's voice turned hostile. What? Louis raised a corner of his lip. But of course, you'll apologize for calling us the stupid academy before you leave. And with a polite attitude, that's what I mean. Louis repeated himself. Shouldn't you apologize before you leave for calling us the stupid academy? I mean, a sincere apology. A vein popped on Seda's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. What did you say? He moved closer to Louis. Did you just tell me to apologize? Then Seda turned back and furiously yelled. Hey Hank, didn't you tell him who I am? Hank's whole body trembled. Well. Hearing that, Seda became even more furious. You can't even handle something so simple? Let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing him act like this, Lewin understood. So that's how it is. He looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. This is why the Grand Festival participants are scared when they see the Toyota Academy students. Lewin looked at Seda with determined eyes. It's because they're being bullied by Seda Manjiri. He could feel an atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire cabin. They're doing this on purpose, to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewin was so angry he clenched his fists. So the Grand Festival has already begun. Suddenly, he smirked provocatively. So, you want to test me? Seda reacted as if he'd heard a joke. Huh. Has this bastard really lost his mind? He said as he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten him. You think I'm scared? Don't come crying when I hit you. Before he could even throw the punch, a loud voice shouted, Seda, stop. Seda retracted his punch, pulling his hand back. His voice became hesitant. Professor, the man spoke sternly. Can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match? Trying to make enemies already. He looked at Hato sincerely and apologized. My students were too disrespectful. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize to you. Hato also gave a slight nod and an mm. Then the man pushed Seda hard and yelled, Seda, go back to your seat. Immediately, he was still not resigned. But, Professor, Seda turned back and shot him a hostile glare. Just you wait. Louis watched him walk further away and fell into deep thought. It's just as I thought. It wasn't going to be easy from the start. But in another cabin, an angry voice rang out. Professor, why did you stop us? Seda still couldn't understand. You were the one who came up with this method, so why? The professor lowered his head, sighed, and asked back, You didn't see it? He was stunned. Sir, what do you mean? Seda was startled. Yes, sir, he said upon hearing his teacher's question. Didn't you see him smiling? He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier, that Professor Hato from the Xenix Academy. He was smiling as he watched you, as if he was waiting for you to make a move. Sir. Seda cautiously voiced his thoughts. It's just confidence, sir. The man sighed again. I'm not so sure. I don't really know either. He recalled the aura coming from Louis. I think there's something more to that kid Louis that we don't know about. He's not like that Miko, Gary Hill you fought last time. After that, Seda, hearing this tone, knew that things were not as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Toyota group left, the atmosphere in the cabin changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss, hey, what's the first match? The first match is a group battle, without the representative, so you're not in it. Lewin wondered if they could do it. Hank raised his voice, full of determination. Of course we can. We can't lose. Someone agreed, shouting with spirit, that's right, we can't lose to those bastards. Lewin looked at everyone, satisfied. Just a moment ago they were full of ego and jealousy, but now they're so united. Everyone asked with concern, are you okay, Lewin? Why are you so worked up? Those guys were born knowing how to fight. Yeah, he's right. If we actually fought for real. Lewis' words made the group pause. But don't you guys find it annoying? He emphasized every word. They look down on you, openly disrespecting our school's representatives. As a representative, if I just sit still, what will happen? Lou's voice rang out again in the train car. They'll definitely get a kick out of it and look down on us even more. One person hesitated. Well, that's true. But he cut the other person off. If we do nothing, then we're just the stupid academy kids they say we are. Do you want that? The whole group looked down as Louis asked, do you want to be looked down on forever? Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's because you always back down that they've been looking down on us all these years. Louis continued. So, what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to be disunited because of our egos. Someone pushed Hank forward. We plan to have Hank as the goalie in the Seeker Ball match. What do you think? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Me? A goalie? Lewin was somewhat satisfied. It seems Miko's little follower has agreed to join. It should be like this until the competition ends. Suddenly, an announcement was heard on the train. Next stop, Anton Duchy. Then a voice urged, we've arrived. Everyone, grab your luggage and get off. Anton Duchy. It is a state within the Zenith Royal Federation. It's also the only state recognized as neutral territory by the Empire. Therefore, upon setting foot here, even thousand-year-old enemies must temporarily put aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurs in Anton territory, the Zenith Empire, as the ruler of the Six Lands, will step in to adjudicate the matter. That is why large-scale international competitions are held in Anton, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Swordsmanship Association's Great Sword Tournament. The male students stared blankly at the crowd and chattered. So this isn't the Zenith Empire? Someone's voice cut in, idiot. It's not the Empire. This is just a royal federation managed by the Empire. One person pouted. Is there really a difference? Jason looked around. This place looks like another world. Huh. Our Diamond District is already impressive, but this place. Louis's eyes drooped slightly. So this is Anton. He looked at two men chatting cheerfully, as expected of the kingdom's capital. Then he looked over at two girls who were laughing with delight. Everything had an ancient feel, and everyone seemed so relaxed. Yes, Lewin thought to himself. Coming here really makes our home seem so small. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We'll be heading to our accommodations now. Everyone, please get on the carriages. After that, everyone boarded the carriages, which then proceeded down the road in a line. The chaperone sitting opposite Louis and Jason spoke up with a reminder. I'm saying this just in case, but even by accident, do not go to the other academy's areas. But his eyes glanced at Lewin. Causing trouble now is not a good idea. He became flustered. Sir, why are you looking at me when you say that? Suddenly, Trang looked in another direction and shouted, Hey, look over there. Lewin looked doubtfully and asked, Huh, what is it? Trang raised its eyebrows. That, it continued. I just caught a very interesting scent. His eyes widened in surprise. What scent? Suddenly, Trang jumped down from above. It stood on Lewin's foot and spoke. It seems Trang had sensed it and said, The remnants of Draa are here. Scene changed to the next day. Exnit Academy's lodging area. Jason sleepily watched Lewin quickly put on his coat and asked, Huh, Lewin. Going on a date? He didn't answer and rushed out like the wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewin. As he ran, he asked Trang, Are you sure? It nodded and replied, Of course. It'll show up on the minimap in a bit. When they arrived at a place with a sign that read Vibrating Memories Workshop, Trang exclaimed, We're here. Louis slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked around and remarked, I thought the Black Dragon's item would be in a more special place. This place looks so normal. Louis stroked his chin thoughtfully. It should have been somewhere like the black market, or in the basement of some rich guy. Trang put his hands on its hips and laughed. The remnants of Draa are useless to ordinary mages. To them, they're just trash. When he used the immunity appraisal skill, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, a brilliant light flashed out, shooting towards the man and startling him. A ring floated within the light. System information, player's intrinsic treasure. A treasure that was also Draka's first failure. Its immunity ability helps resist physical effects on the player's body. Increases the ability to nullify physical damage. Seeing this, Louis asked doubtfully, "Failure?" Trang laughed and explained, "This one is a little special." It explained that not only does it resist attacks, but it also resists normal physical touch. You can't even be hugged by a loved one. Trang laughed awkwardly. "That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this." Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only nod while looking at the system screen. Increases strength by 200 when equipped. Louis nodded. A 200-point increase in strength. I want to wear it for that alone. He then tried the ring on his middle finger. Louis looked at his hand, very satisfied. "Great. It fits perfectly, as if it was made for me." He said to the shopkeeper, "I'd like to buy this ring. How much is it?" The man laughed and gestured. "Just take it. It's been here for so long, I have no idea how to take care of it anymore." Louis could only suggest, "Then I'll buy something else." The man laughed again. "Be my guest." He walked down the aisle, looking around. Having the player's eye is really convenient, he thought, seeing the rarity of the books appear before him. Louis thought to himself, it can even determine an item's value. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a dazzling yellow light coming from a book. Information appeared. High rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Louis was startled. This is. As he reached for the book, a hand suddenly appeared and blocked him. He stared in shock at the white-haired girl before him. This is. Information appeared above the girl's head. Irene Prios, S-rank mage, very high potential. Louis recognized her. Irene Prios of Seki Women's University. The Pluto, king of mages, the supreme mage Terran Adamus. Irene Prios is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Louis' expression grew serious. They say she's a genius about to reach S-rank. He looked at Irene, recalling the information. But she's already S-rank. It seems the rumors downplayed her abilities. She said in a low voice, "Let go." Louis didn't yield. "I was here first." Irene's hand kept his pinned. "Judging by your uniform, you must be from Ixnit Academy." "I'm Irene Prios from Seki Women's University." "You've already found what you came for and are just browsing now, right?" "I, on the other hand, came here just for this book." She suggested, "If it's no big deal, could you let me have it?" Louis frowned, thinking, so that's it. She must be buying this book for the Grand Festival. He asked, "So, what do you need this book for?" "Not many people would normally want a book like this." Irene's voice faltered, I. She pulled her hand back. She turned her slightly blushing face away. "It's for an assignment. I can't go into detail, so just leave it at that." Louis guessed, it's probably not a school assignment. Maybe it's related to the Pluto? He suddenly spoke up. "Then you should take it. It's important to you, so just take it. No more words needed." Being yielded, the book made Irene stammer in her reply. "Huh? Oh, thank you." Louis went back to his search. "Now, what should I buy?" Irene watched him go, a hint of confusion on her face. When he returned to the dorm, after Louis told them what happened, a barrage of questions erupted. "You met Irene Prios. What did you talk about? Is she as beautiful as they say?" Jason and Hank asked excitedly, their eyes gleaming. "Where did you meet? How?" Louis was speechless. "One question at a time, please." Jason looked up sadly. "I'm so jealous. My dream is to touch Irene's hand just once." Hank seized the opportunity to brag. How pathetic. "I got to see Irene at the Grand Festival too, you know. I even sat next to her." Jason cut in irritably. "Oh, come on. That doesn't count as talking to her." Louis endured their childish bickering. "What? Look at yourself. You haven't even gotten close to her." But then he remembered something. Hank spoke up. "I mean, she's strong, no doubt. But she's always ranked second. I hear she loses to number 1, Doompram, every year. It stresses her out, I bet." Jason jumped to his feet and yelled, "That's nonsense. How dare you talk about my Irene like that?" Hank sighed. "Since when was she your Irene? And it's not nonsense. He's the number 1 at the Zenith Military Academy. In other words, in these 6 lands, he is the most recognized person among his peers." He added, "Not to mention he's also the wielder of the light sword." Hearing that, Louis was surprised. A sword? He remembered that book. So that's why Irene needed that book. He needs it to defeat. As far as Louis knows, being a swordsman isn't all that great compared to other weapons. A magic sword doesn't grant much power. Besides, mastering swordsmanship isn't easy, Hank added, but this Doombram guy is different. His light sword is an S-class treasure. As for his skills, they're at least on par with a regular knight. Jason let out a long sigh. Mastered swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-class treasure too. What is this? It's not just Saturday and Sunday anymore. Not to mention you live in a townhouse, your dad's a big shot, and you're handsome. The girls must go crazy for him. Hearing him complain, someone said, "Can someone like that really exist in this world?" Louis remained silent. He thought of Irene, a 5th-level mage at only 16 years old, and a swordsman who always takes the top spot. Louis frowned in silence. Can I win when facing these geniuses? He recalled his encounter with Sita. Surely no one would pay attention to someone like me. But Louis closed his eyes and remembered Tyrion Exnit's words. It's no exaggeration to call you a championship contender. He thought to himself, I want to give it a try. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, shouting, You guys, the lineup for the opening ceremony is out. Hearing that, a determined glint flashed in Louis's eyes. Good. He then stood up and walked towards the door, straight into the light from outside. Shining on the grand festival, his cloak fluttered in the wind, a declaration that things were just getting started. Right after, he thought to himself, the starting lineup has finally been announced. Louis's expression was very serious. He looked up, waiting. Our opponent is. After looking at the bracket, he was surprised and thought, what the hell, a match against the Idiot Academy. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. Well, this will be too easy. It was Seta. He arrogantly approached and taunted. Fighting you guys just gives us more time to fool around. He immediately turned and thought, the Oyota Academy students. Louis looked at them without a trace of fear, but inside he was thinking, fighting these guys is the most troublesome. He scanned the group, considering that they were notorious for playing dirty. Not to mention the guys behind him, who upon seeing them, whispered fearfully, Damn it. Why them? Yeah, they look really scary. Hearing this, he thought to himself, many students at school have been traumatized by them. Seta arrogantly mocked them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited. So damn boring. Hearing this, his lackeys roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Seeing the crowd whispering, he said in an arrogant and challenging tone, I can't believe we get to fight the Idiot Academy. It's like winning the lottery. Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Who cares? What can they do? They can't do a damn thing. A sinister smile spread across Louis's face as he thought, all right, I'll take this chance to show you. He then clenched his fist proudly and thought, we're not the same as we used to be. Then he spoke heroically. I've been waiting for you too. He immediately approached them and provoked, quite a lot of people are participating in the grand festival, huh? Hearing this, the other guy angrily asked, what do you want? He moved closer and said softly, I'd like to make an introduction. Then, he aggressively yelled, a pleasure to meet you all. I am Louis Adele, the representative of the so-called Idiot Academy that you're all talking about. Louis continued, I don't have much to say, just one small request. With a sinister and intimidating look, he continued, never call us the Idiot Academy again. It's unpleasant. Hearing this, Seta gritted his teeth in fury. He bared his teeth menacingly and threatened, I'm tired of being at the bottom of the rankings. From now on. Louis looked straight at them and declared, surprising them, I want to be number one. The others reacted violently, cursing, if we don't call you the Idiot Academy, then what? Stop your pretentious bullshit. Hearing this, Seta said irritably, do you think this is some small-town competition? The words number one are really grating on my ears. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he thought of the old man with white hair and silently thought, I am. Louis declared confidently and loudly, the ace up my sleeve. He had made up his mind. I will never back down again. The scene shifts to a white building, where the other group was discussing animatedly. Who is that guy? Louis Adele. The group discussed it, puzzled. I looked into him. I heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. The bottom of the class gets to be the representative? One of them replied irritably, I'm not sure. But I heard at the start of last semester, he suddenly did a complete 180. His grades skyrocketed. Hearing this, Seta looked bewildered and asked, a 180-degree change. The other guy continued, yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. He then recalled the old man's words, there's something about that kid we don't know yet. Right after, he sighed and said, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched, and said, that arrogant bunch. I'll teach them a lesson. His face was full of confidence and pride as he said, in our school's traditional way. The scene shifts to the Exnet Academy dorm. Louis' group has gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the mana grenade throwing event. The format is a team battle. Except for the representative, all team members can participate. He then began to analyze the situation, a strategy for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a Midran golem. The team that defeats it faster wins. At that moment, a team member asked him, without you tomorrow, I don't know if we'll be okay. Then Louis stood up and announced, it's true our individual abilities don't match Oyota's, but with my strong belief. He encouraged the group, but I believe you will win. Hearing this, his worried teammates looked at him in confusion. Win how? Seeing their reaction, Louis stood up and said, this is a team battle. If we coordinate, we will definitely win. He then laid out his plan. Let's start by dividing into smaller groups. Hearing that, Hank was surprised and exclaimed, small groups? Louis already had a detailed plan in his head for dividing into groups, and he told everyone, Group 1 will heat up the grenades. Group 2 is responsible for transport. Group 3 will attack the golem, and Group 4 will hinder the opponent by healing their golem. After hearing the plan, the group began to whisper animatedly. It would take forever to defeat the golem that way. That's right, Oyota has 30 people attacking at once. If our side has fewer attackers, and it's not like they're weak either. He looked at his teammates sincerely and then shouted, "What's wrong with all of you?" Hearing this, Hank looked bewildered and went, "Huh." With a very serious face, Louis said firmly, "Do you remember what I said to them? I said we would be number one. And I was serious." He then slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Whether you participate or not, I will still give you my all." He stood before them and tried to persuade them. When Oyota lands 1 hit, we will land 2. 3 hits. Oyota's members are all exceptionally skilled, so they can afford to use the traditional method. If we do the same, it will take us too long. Seeing this, Gason declared with a determined look, "All right, I believe in you, Louis." Kanker beside him agreed, "Me too." Right after that, the rest of the group, fired up, also declared, "Us too, we believe in you." Immediately, Louis looked at them and assigned tasks. "All right then, Hank will be the commander. Zola, Min, Mora, Ayaka, Freya, you will heat the grenades." Then he turned to the others to give more orders. After the grenades are primed, Taemin will transport them. He stared intently at the plan, considering it. "I've divided the teams based on each person's abilities. I was only able to do this thanks to my innate skill." He then used his special skill, Observer's Eye. He looked at his teammates to assess them. The ability to see through a person's skills. With it, I can minimize our disadvantages and focus on everyone's strengths. Everyone was now full of faith and discussed excitedly. "This time it will be all right, won't it? Yeah, we actually have a chance to win." Seeing everyone so fired up, he thought to himself, when people are put in the right teams, they gradually become more confident. Everyone was happily discussing. "I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat one up in 5 seconds. "What are you talking about? I'm a great thrower." Seeing this, Louis was very pleased and thought to himself, "Thank goodness." Seeing everyone talking and laughing happily, Louis felt better and thought, everyone has started to become more confident, and their faith has been strengthened. Suddenly, someone burst through the door in a panic. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and screamed out loud. He cried out, "Fulham!" His mouth trembled as he spoke. Seeing him in this state, Louis was extremely worried and rushed over to ask, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" The boy gathered all his strength and stammered, "The Toyota guys." "What about Toyota?" After a long pause, Fulham finally managed to speak, much to Louis' surprise. Their representative called his gang out, and they dragged me away. Now, the scene shifts to the Toyota team's room. Seta saw him walk in and exclaimed, "Oh wow." He looked at him with contempt and said, "See, I told you he'd come. So, what are you going to do, huh? You think you can do anything to us?" His face was extremely serious. He shot a murderous glare at him and said, "Seta Manjiri, get out here." In that room, Louis raised his voice and yelled for him to come out. "Seta Manjiri, get out here now." Seeing this, Seta laughed scornfully and cursed, "Damn it, is this guy insane?" Then he stood up, walked up to him, and gritted his teeth, saying, "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty all the time, huh?" Just then, Louis shot a murderous glare at him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a harsh voice, "What gives me the right, huh?" Right after that, he applied force with his hand, instantly bringing him down and forcing him to his knees on the ground. Seta's face was filled with horror as he witnessed this, thinking to himself, "What is this strength?" He immediately stood up, his face filled with rage, clenched his fist, and yelled, "You bastard!" Seeing this, Louis quickly dodged his punch, and very swiftly, with a single move, he twisted his arm, making Seta scream in pain. His face was menacing as he threatened the others. "I'm warning you, if you dare touch one of my people ever again, it won't just end here." Seta, now severely beaten by him, collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. His underlings saw this and rushed over in a panic, asking, "What's wrong? Seta, are you okay?" His face was contorted in pain as he clutched his shoulder and let out a pain cry. Louis stood before him and said in a threatening voice, "So, want to make a bet with me? Back in their own territory?" When Louis told his friends, they were shocked and surprised, yelling out, "A forehead flick?" The whole group was stunned. Still not believing their ears, they blurted out, "If we win, Toyota Academy's Seta Manjiri will get a forehead flick from you? Don't tell me it's a forehead flick like Miko's." Just then, he announced more good news to everyone. Not only that, but he also has to apologize to us in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was ecstatic and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, we definitely have to win this time. This is great motivation. Haha, our only job now is to win." Just then, someone ran in and announced, "It's time to head to the Inten Arena. Everyone, get ready." Soon after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, the festival of mages from all 6 lands, and historically, the mages who gathered here, everyone looked incredibly confident. They all became key figures in changing the fate of the 6 lands. The audience was incredibly enthusiastic, cheering their hearts out. "Go Exnet Academy." Louis' face was confident and content as he thought, "I never thought I'd be a part of this place. A place where historical legends are made." Right after that, the announcer shouted to get everyone's attention. The opening ceremony has ended. All students are requested to return to your seats. The group immediately went back to their seats. Suddenly, he ran into someone. It turned out to be Seda, whose face was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare yourself. I won't be careless this time." After that, he stormed off. Watching him leave, Louis paid him no mind, thinking, "The opponent I'm aiming for now is not you," said Mankiri. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He had noticed a young man over there. That person was Doom Pram. Looking at his face, Louis thought to himself, the winner of the Magic Festival and also the top student of Zaynat Military Academy. He looked at him with great determination, thinking, if I advance to the later rounds, I'll definitely have to face him. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "You must be the troublemaker, right?" Louis immediately turned and realized it was Irene Prius. She then turned to him and asked, "You were causing a commotion all over the place yesterday." She continued to question him, leaving Louis completely stunned. "You even went to the Toyota Academy to cause trouble." He was completely shocked and asked, "How did you know?" She began to walk away. She answered, "This place is small. I'm sure everyone here knows by now." Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and replied, "Oh, is that so? I didn't cause any trouble. It was just a small chat." Right after, she turned back and said to him, "Anyway, since you let me have that book last time, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make yourself stand out too much." His reply then left her completely stunned. "Just like you, right? You're hiding your own talent too." Quick as the wind, Louis ran off, bidding her farewell. "See you, I have to go. We have to get to the first event." Seeing that, she was so stunned and surprised that she just stood there frozen. Soon after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the mana grenade throw will begin. The first two teams are Exnet Academy and Toyota Academy. At that moment, Louis rallied the morale of all his team members. Ready? Everyone then encouraged and motivated one another. "Let's show everyone our strength. Show them we're no longer the stupid academy." The entire team then confidently entered the first event. The mana grenade throw has officially begun. Everyone, including the audience, was confused and turned to each other asking, what's going on? What are they doing?" Seeing the formation his team had arranged made everyone wonder. Because up until now, victory in group competitions has always depended on individual abilities. Arranging a formation like Knights was a strange sight for everyone, even for the other mage teams watching. They were also very surprised when they saw it. They've split into two groups, one for warming up and one for throwing. Whatever. Toyota will win for sure. But he remained perfectly calm, ignoring everyone's whispers. They're just the ones who act like they're on top. The stupid academy is just that, stupid. That's why they're in last place. They probably don't know that some things are beyond human limits. Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. As for Irene herself, she was just as surprised, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Right after that, his team shattered one of the stone golem's arms, to everyone's amazement. Look at the Exnet team's golem. One of its arms is gone. Seeing this, he immediately ordered his team, "Everyone, keep up the pressure." He immediately shouted out commands. "Kenko, the heating speed is good. More on Ayake, you two assist with transport. Chia, son, aim for the right arm." The members immediately received their orders and carried them out. Instantly, they destroyed the right arm. At this point, Seda was so furious he was clenching his jaw. Seeing the situation, he was fuming and cursed. "What the hell are you idiots doing? How are you losing to the stupid academy?" Right after, he pulled out the control panel, shouting, "These bastards are strange. They're healing the golem, so it's not getting any weaker." Seeing this, he went absolutely mad with rage. He could do nothing but curse, "Damn you, Louis Adele." As for Irene, she was deeply impressed and exclaimed, "That's truly impressive." Watching everyone in Louis' group fighting so hard also made her reconsider. The reason Exnet Academy overcame Toyota's advantage in individual skill was because they used strategy. She greatly admired him, but for this strategy to be effective, one must have a precise grasp of each person's abilities. She then recalled that moment when he found the book he needed in an instant. Watching his team members execute the plan so flawlessly made her admire him. He was even able to group the members based on their individual abilities. Her gaze then turned to him as she wondered, who is this person, really? Why have I never seen him at the magic festivals before? At that moment, in his hands, he was creating an enormous energy sphere. Then, Jia's-sun threw that ball with all his might. "It's over, you monster." Very quickly, that power caused the stone golem to shatter into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Seda's face went pale, and he stood there completely frozen. He was furious and let out a cold snort. Right after that, the giant stone man collapsed. Seeing this, the group cheered wildly, "Woohoo! We did it! We won!" Right after that, the whole group rushed over. In the Grand Festival's first event, a match everyone thought Toyota would win. The whole gang joyfully ran to hug Lane in celebration. The victory went to the Academy of Idiots. After securing the win, they were ecstatic and told each other, "So the Academy of Idiots isn't at the bottom anymore. Now Toyota is. In that case, what should we call them? Flunking Toyota? That sounds painful as hell. Right after that, the referee announced the next event. The Capture the Flag match between Academy representatives is about to begin. Lo Win will be competing in this one. His group cheered enthusiastically, making him even more confident. Go for it, Lane. Beat them to a pulp. At that moment, the referee announced the next match. The first round is between Representative Wayne Adele of Ignis Magic Academy and Seda Mangari of the Royal Magic Academy Toyota. Lion approached Seda, who was absolutely furious. Seeing his tense expression, Seda mocked him. Why so tense, Lion? But it seemed he didn't care. He just muttered to himself, we're currently ranked 20th out of 32 schools, right? That's just perfect. Hearing that, Seda was bewildered and asked, why is that perfect? Lane's attention was drawn to the audience's surprise. He analyzed. After the last match, people are starting to pay attention to us, but that's still not enough to get rid of the label we've had for so many years. Then he said with determination, we have to win spectacularly. Lane looked straight at Seda and said heroically, only with a spectacular victory against Toyota will people see us in a different light. Hearing that, Seda finally understood and exclaimed, oh, so that's it. Then Lane's gaze turned upwards towards the mage's sanctum with determination. We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Mage. The scene shifts to a dark room. The Supreme Mages were gathered, watching the match through an orb. Inside the orb, the image of the two appeared, facing each other. The Underlord Terran watched them pensively, then turned to the person beside him and asked, Lane Adele. This boy was one of the 11 commoner candidates. Hearing this, the man beside him said in surprise, you still remember? He lowered his gaze and explained, I have a habit of remembering talented individuals. That boy is a natural-born genius. That's why he was able to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age. Right after, his face soured with disappointment. That's why I was so disappointed to learn he had mana disorder. Hearing this, Shinit replied in surprise, disappointed? Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were talentless and useless? Terran fell silent, then voiced his thoughts to the others. But I never expected that you would choose such a student as the Academy representative. I don't think you did it just for some amusement, like before. Or has the boy broken his curse after all these years? Hearing this, Shinit was silent for a long moment. Then, looking towards Line, he said with great confidence, see for yourself. You'll find your answer. Seda turned and asked him, what are you going to do now? Whether you bind or freeze me, you have to get close first. Or are you going to summon a guardian? He immediately denied it. No, guardians aren't very smart. Confused, Seda asked. Then how are you going to fight? Lane stretched his joints and said, his face full of confidence, he replied, I'll take you head on. Just then, the referee was about to start the match. The moment begin was called, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Seda. Seeing this, Seda refused to back down, immediately using his power and shouting, you'll pay for what you did to me the other day. He immediately unleashed his power, summoning a battle guardian towards Lane. The giant knight closed in on him. But he wasn't scared at all, instantly using the time refraction technique. He skillfully dodged the knight's attack with ease and quickly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind Seda. Furious, Seda attacked, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, but Lane, unfazed, casually blocked the punch with his bare hand. Lane's face was smug as he taunted, knew it. Seeing his hand was stuck, Seda cursed furiously. Are you going to let go? Lo Wine calmly said, I don't think you should be saying that right now. This made Seda stare blankly and exclaim, huh. It turned out the knight he had created was charging right at him. Seeing this, Seda's face went pale as he screamed, stop, you stupid guardian. The knight got closer and closer, making Seda panic. Furious but unable to do anything, he thought, I can't move. Lion's expression was challenging as he goaded him. Try running now. Suddenly, Seda seemed to realize something. He remembered the image of Lion taking him down with a single blow that had made him collapse. He realized that feeling back then was real. It wasn't because he had let his guard down. The spear tip was about to pierce his face. Helpless, he gave up, thinking, I've lost. He shut his eyes tightly, waiting for the end. But when nothing happened, he slowly opened his eyes to see what was going on, only to be completely surprised. It turned out Lane had jumped in and was blocking the knight's attack. Witnessing this, Seda couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, stunned, thinking, no way. He was repeatedly punching the knight with his bare hands. Seda was in awe. He's attacking a steel guardian with his bare hands? The knight was beaten to a pulp. Lion had defeated it, much to Seda's astonishment. Right after, Lean walked towards him, step by step, making Seda very scared. Seda looked at him with an emotional expression. He stammered, did you just save me? Lane feigned ignorance and replied coldly, save you? Why would I save the person who humiliated my friend? Then, with a dangerous look, he moved closer and said slowly, I want to finish you with my own hands. He then reminded him, remember our bet? Lane flexed his hand and said gently, just one flick on the forehead. His flick sent him flying far away. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, The sky is so blue." The audience was equally shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Witnessing this, his academy mates cheered joyfully. The arena erupted in ecstasy. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. So cool. What kind of magic is that? This matchup is so one-sided. And so, Lane attracted the attention of someone else. Mr. Sneak glanced at Terran and thought, "Here we go again." Terran's face was completely stunned, as if he'd seen a ghost. Many thoughts raced through his mind. A demigod like me, the only mage to reach level 8, known as the Supreme Mage, and yet I've never seen magic like this before. His face was one of utter disbelief. He stared intently at the boy, who was laughing and joking, and wondered, "Who on earth are you?" He was furious. The name Lionel flashed in his mind. The enraged Terran bared his teeth, his eyes wide, looking like he could eat him alive. "Tyrion Sheenit," he suddenly said in a mysterious tone. "Tell me everything you know about Lionel." Sheenit was silent for a moment, lost in thought. That kid is a student who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up but never did. He rested his arm on the chair and began to share what he knew. Someone who can turn his weaknesses into strengths and is more of a true mage than anyone. That is what I know about Lane. After listening, Terran's lips tightened in anger. He abruptly pushed himself to his feet. He laughed sarcastically and said, "So, you're trying to protect your student from my curiosity, are you? Well, Tyrion, what if I were to just summon Lane here and ask him directly?" Terran exclaimed with a triumphant and arrogant look. Shinny replied cryptically, "If you intend to force the boy to speak, then I will be forced to stop you." Terran looked at Tyrion in annoyed disbelief. He sighed and then gave a contemptuous smirk at Tyrion's words. "You're invoking the mage's right to secrecy, aren't you? The oath of Millie." They stared at each other. "Very well, but a little exchange shouldn't be a problem, hmm?" He looked back towards the orb. The corner of his mouth curled up like a predator who's found its prey. The one to reach the limits of magic must be me. Tyrion stared intently at the orb. Without blinking, "I must find out what kind of magic that is. Louis Adele, somewhere late at night. We've only won one round, and you're already complaining. We should be resting now. If we keep partying like this, other schools are coming too, so why are you so worked up?" A group of drunk students laughed and joked loudly. Across from them, Louis looked utterly helpless. "This is awesome. I always thought if I ever came to Inten, I had to visit this place. Come on, Louis, let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival after all." Jackson approached him from behind. "Well." Louis, looking 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a dad, could only sigh wearily. "We have Vanillanti coconut juice here, and also Dragon Kiss." 2 delicious drinks were presented before him. Dragon Kiss? He was surprised to hear about this drink. "Haha. You know I'm always patriotic," he said, handing the bottle to him. "So this is a specialty from your hometown?" "Of course, but that's not why I ordered it. From somewhere, footsteps were approaching. Just 1 sip of this, and it tastes like you're kissing a dragon. The flavor is top-notch." Jason used his best sales pitch for the drink. "Come on, Louis, don't make that face. Just try it. 1 glass will get you wasted." I mean, 1 glass and you'll taste its supreme deliciousness." He eagerly invited Louis to try this strange drink. Louis looked worriedly at the bottle in his hand. Behind them, a tall figure stood imposingly. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The large young man was Seda, who had lost to Louis in the previous match. Seda Manjiri. The whole group shouted his name in surprise. "I know your pride is hurt from losing to Louis, but you should go. Don't spoil our fun." Jason frowned, annoyed, and glared at him. "Seda Manjiri." He couldn't believe it. "Why is he here? Looking for a fight? I came to apologize." Putting his ego aside, he squinted and tried to force out an apology. Their faces were like question marks. They were utterly shocked to hear him say it. "I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time." He bowed his head slightly, trying to apologize as sincerely as he could. "After being defeated by Louis in the arena, I realized." He frowned deeply, his voice strained. "I shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than me." The words he thought he'd never say were finally spoken. "But there are many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else, I'm also just a weakling." The whole group was still reeling from his words. "I truly feel that what I've done to you all this time was wrong." "Whoa, hold on. Why the sudden change?" Jason looked at him, confused, his face beaded with sweat. "I know that even after saying all this, it won't be easy for you to forgive me. But I'm saying it just so you know. I am truly sorry." He bowed deeply. Showing his utmost sincerity, Louis looked at him, his face softened slightly, but he remained silent. How awkward. The other guys looked at each other sheepishly, scratching their heads to diffuse the tension. Right, I'm sorry for ruining the mood. I'll leave now." After saying what was on his mind, he straightened up, ready to leave. "Seda," a voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. "Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you genuinely sorry?" Louis looked at him sternly, half doubting his sudden apology. "It's for real." He looked at Louis, his sincere expression saying it all. Hearing that, Louis breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thanks for the very manly apology. He stepped forward and offered his hand, making Seta's eyes widen in surprise. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes speaking volumes. He reached out and shook his hand. The handshake was truly indescribable. Yo, ha, this is delicious. What is this? They resumed what they were doing earlier. My friends also accepted Seta's apology, and so we all hung out together. And so, they threw their arms around each other, chugging bottles of Dragon Kiss, drinking late into the night and getting drunk on the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lewis's eyes shot open, his face filled with alarm. He mumbled thoughtfully, Jason and the others stared at him, then broke into wide grins. Louis, you're awake, huh? He sat up, propping himself with one arm while rubbing his head with the other. Yeah. The whole gang sat around his bed, watching him. You're finally awake, huh? Do you remember anything about yesterday? You must really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hank's comment made Jason and the other guy laugh until their sides hurt. Yesterday you were crying and saying, thank you guys for trusting me. At least for now. School life is so hard. Louis was crying, bottle in hand, while Seta clapped in encouragement and the others were crying with laughter. Remembering it made them all roar with laughter again. I can't believe the perfect Louis has a side like this. Ha 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 ha. Now Jason and everyone had something to tease him about. Louis walked down the hall, muttering irritably. Those little devils, I just woke up and they're already starting trouble. It's driving me crazy. He cringed, recalling how Jason tempted him to try Dragon Kiss. What kind of drink makes you so emotional? I have to stay away from that stuff from now on. As he was casually walking, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Louis. This time, he ran into Seta. Did you sleep well last night? Seta ran over, laughing as he spoke. Last night, you two were even apologizing for fighting. You promised we'd be brothers from now on. You both hugged and cried your eyes out. Louis blushed and hurried away while Seta stood in the middle of the hall. He shouted, my friend, see you later. Louis quickened his pace. Aren't you embarrassed at all? Good grief. His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his weary body onward. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire, he ran into the two-headed professor. The professor's words made Louis flinch. You knew about that too, Professor. But the professor wasn't talking about that. He informed him that someone wanted to meet him. Louis wondered, who is it, Professor? The two stood facing each other. The professor said the person is dangerous, despite their kind appearance. This only made Louis more curious. Who is it? His face filled with surprise when he found out it was the master of hypocrisy. By the name of King Teron. The two-headed professor had to warn him emphatically. Be careful, Louis. Teron is a mysterious man. He continued gravely. People who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. Louis stood there, listening intently. Right, that's all I can tell you, he continued. Louis looked thoughtful for a moment. I will be careful, Professor. Louis seemed to be soothing the professor's worries. Okay, after the exam ends today, I will inform you of the time. After Louis told them, the other students were incredibly excited and a little surprised. King Teron? The Supreme Mage is watching us? The whole group exclaimed, some excited, others afraid. Louis stood with his arms crossed and said firmly, yes, that gives us even more reason to win. I've already thought of a strategy. It's called defense if possible. Hearing this, they were all confused. What do you mean? Louis pointed to himself confidently like a salesman. I will run to the goal. The next match is Arrow Ball. It's a game that uses arrows that can move on their own. They constantly fly all over the place. Each team has 9 members divided into attacking positions, defense, and a goalie. The team that gets more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the game is highly strategic. You have to know when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells, and how to catch the arrow ball and throw it into the opposing goal. Normally, you'd have to consider many factors, but with Louis, the rules are merely suggestions. Someone on the opposing team yelled an alarm. Watch out. He's rushing toward their goal like a blur. The match begins. The other team shouted, Ice Tree, Ice Spear. Their hands gathered ice magic to attack Louis. Another's hand gathered mana, unleashing a giant firewall at Louis. With one hand, he shattered the ice block. With his other hand, he punched through the flames. They used all kinds of magic, but everything was useless. In the stands, even Seta was cheering for Louis louder than the students from Exnet Academy. Go Louis, go Exnet. People gave him strange looks. What's with that guy? He was throwing a fit after losing yesterday. Louis must have beaten him so badly he lost his mind. Probably. Hearing that, he angrily roared, What did you say? Lost my mind? Don't you know that you become brothers after you have a good fight? A student spoke up. What fight? It looked more like you were the only one getting hit. The words cut him like a knife. What did you say to me? The frightened student replied, Nothing. After that, no one dared to say anything to Seta's face, whispering behind his back instead. Humph. What's with these representatives? The tall, dark guy stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking, Louis Adele, after my match with you, I became sure of one thing. You will be the mage of the next generation. In his eyes, Louis's image was incredibly cool. Irene Prios of Seiki Women's University. Next is Dalian Menken from Frelia Magic Academy, and finally, Doom Pram from the Zenith Military Training School. And Seta got to fight directly against the best at the Grand Festival. But Lewin is even stronger than them. Not only is he strong, but Lewin also has leadership skills and patience. His image reappeared in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't believe that after everything, Lewin still accepted him as a friend. Captain, it's our turn soon. Aren't we having a strategy meeting? Yeah, let's go. So Seta couldn't continue cheering for Lewin. Someone shouted with all their might, "Stop Lewin. Go Adele." The four of them were desperately trying to stop Louis with their lives. Ice, fire, earth, wood. They used whatever the heck they could. The group shouted back in unison, "We're trying our best." Louis, with his agile body, dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He smiled smugly. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." Terrified, they hastily erected a thick ice barrier. He let out a grunt and punched, shattering the ice chunks into shards of ice shards. The whole group fled in a hurry, tripping and falling. "Watch out for Louis, and you just forget about us." While Louis was disrupting the enemy's formation over here, Jackson caught the arrow ball. He caught the arrow ball. Stop him. Even if they wanted to stop him now. The defensive line was already in shambles, and they were up against Jason, an expert thrower. "Take this," he shouted, bringing the score to 2-0. The crowd cheered wildly. Great, another point. After that, all eyes were on Louis. Jason and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense, attacking the gap. He rushed forward at lightning speed. They can't stop Louis Adele. And just like that, their defense was broken. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. Down on the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. "He's a monster. It's no use. We've lost." In a typical arrow ball match, there are usually 3 or 4 goals. But Xenix Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record without letting the opponent score a single one. The signal for surrender has been given. The commentator's voice echoed through the stadium. The winner is Xenix Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst the cheers. All over the arena, our academy won by an overwhelming margin of 11 goals. Yeah, looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, maybe he really is the top student. The crowd began to gossip about Xenix Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the whole group was celebrating the victory. "Wow, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place, huh?" As someone asked during the celebration, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Louis Adele. It was Professor Hido. He opened the door and entered. "I've come to see Louis. We have an appointment. Tonight at 7 o'clock. His hand on the boy's shoulder was reminiscent of a romance series. The scene shifts to a fiery red sky. The Dark Lord is enjoying a glass of red wine, his gaze distant. "Remember not to eat anything before you come, Louis." On that day, an imposing tower shrouded in black and red appeared. As scheduled, Lewin leisurely walked down the corridor. "You've arrived, Master." Tyrion Ignis suddenly appeared, startling him. He quickly realized the silver-haired man who had suddenly appeared was his teacher. "Greetings, Master." Lewin cleared his throat and greeted him. Tyrion Ignis stood there, observing him quietly for a moment before smiling faintly. "Let's go inside." The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Ignis stepped in. "Welcome." A deep, steady voice rang out. Lewin stopped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Following the voice, he looked ahead. A man appeared before them. This guy's magical reaction is incredibly fast. Could he be a dragon too? Lewin's eyebrows furrowed as he tried to remember. Then, a thought flashed in his mind, and he quickly realized. He was the Supreme Mage, on the verge of becoming half human, half dragon. It was the Dark Lord, Terran. A lavish meal was prepared on the table. "You probably don't know this, but we've met before." But Terran remained calm. "I saw you from a distance back then." Meanwhile, Lewin grew curious hearing that. "Saw me?" Terran spoke as he ate. "It was about 5 years ago. I was searching for the first seat back then. You were on that list too." Hearing this, Tyrion Ignis turned to Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could speak, Terran cut him off. "It seems things are very different now. I'll get straight to the point." Lewin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. "Can you tell me what has happened during this time?" He thought to himself, so in his eyes, "I'm a mistake." The fleeting thought made his expression more somber. It's proof that even the Supreme Mage can make mistakes. He wants me to admit it myself to prove that he wasn't wrong. He looked down, guessing his intention. "Please forgive me, sir. Right now, there's only one thing I can say." Lewin's hoarse voice made him pause. He frowned warily. Lewin continued, "No matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized." "Efforts?" Terran rested his chin in his hand, his eyes mocking as if he'd heard an old joke. "Are you two related somehow? Why do you always talk about effort?" Tyrion Ignis seemed to smile kindly as he looked at Lewin. "That's also why I like this kid." Hearing that, he also smiled faintly at him. "If so, what efforts have you made?" A voice replied. "Lately, I've been focusing on martial arts. I mean, I overcame my mana disorder by practicing martial arts and gained exceptional strength because of it. His tone grew higher, cold, and mocking. You can even cast magic? Without any casting time? You expect me to believe that? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact? His words implied the use of some power-boosting item, suggesting that Lewin was, in fact, just as ordinary as anyone else, and not special at all. Even I have never heard of such an artifact. Tyrion Ignis hesitated. Well, it could be possible. All right, that's enough, Terran said. There will be more opportunities later. He affirmed, I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts will have any effect on my chosen ones. Lewin replied unflinchingly, please, continue to observe me. He suddenly stood up, surprising Terran. Now I'm getting a little curious myself, Lewin smiled. I wonder how different the one chosen by the Supreme Mage is from me. He was slightly taken aback by those words. At the magnificent arena, the frantic and uncontrolled roars of the crowd echoed. Everyone here is so hospitable, a maid approached. Oh, are you afraid I'll eat your student alive, master? Of course not. It's nothing like that. The two veteran mages sat opposite each other. Talented mages are always welcome. Terran smiled lightly and shrugged. I'm just a little curious. The maid quietly poured tea as Tyrion Ignis glanced at him. Well, has your curiosity been satisfied yet? Master Terran was inscrutable. I wonder if you're hiding something from me. But I'm sure you don't have any secrets, do you? He closed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea. Now I'm starting to get curious about something else. He repeated. Curious about something else? You heard him. That brat was subtly threatening me. Terran shrugged. Tyrion Ignis could only give a wry smile. Look at him, he's just a snot-nosed kid. That rascal isn't the least bit afraid, while so many other mages tremble before me. How interesting. He chuckled, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet room, Terran wore a calm expression. I hope the rascal I've set my sights on can actually do something interesting. Outside, the crowd roared. The door burst open. The sound of other mages' footsteps echoed in the hall. Doom Pram led the way like the alpha of a pack. He frowned in annoyance. What's the point of all this cheering? To me, it's just noise. The door burst open and someone rushed in, nearly stumbling. He whispered into Doom Pram's ear. What is it? Doom Pram asked. Are you sure? I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. The representative, Louis Adele, went to the tower. Doom Pram shuddered as a fire of rage ignited within him. The Dark Lord is testing someone else instead of me? He trembled with rage, recalling the match he had watched. I've watched his matches a few times. He's caused quite a stir at the Grand Festival this time. Rumor has it he's a tough opponent, because his magic is special. But I don't care. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he can't be considered my rival. Doom Pram fell into deep thought. In my eyes, he's just a freak. It's as simple as that. Reaching his boiling point, he seemed to lose control. Lost in his thoughts and jealousy. The others noticed something was off and watched him worriedly. What's wrong? Doom, what happened? Their concerned and cautious questions echoed. I can never forgive you, Louis Adele. The only one he acknowledges must be me. On the other side, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind it was Lewin. The young man was prompted to step through the door and stood there looking at the black cloak. Before him was Doom Bram, who was staring straight at him with a slightly annoyed face. What did you say to the King of Hell? He questioned, fiercely glaring and baring his teeth. You waited for me just to ask this. He could not believe someone could be so ridiculously idle. In the middle of the great hall, the man's shouts echoed. His eyes blazed with anger. Answer me. In contrast to his fury, Louis indifferently replied, He did not flinch at his rage. His calm voice rang out. Why should I answer? Though the words were gentle, it was like a slap in the face. This was Doom Pram. He frowned. Without hesitation, he drew his sword as a threat. For no reason at all, the air in the hall grew thick. His sword emitted a cold light. I want to hear it. His voice rang out as he faced his anger. He remained calm, completely unshaken. This guy wants to start a fight. His face hardened. He shot him a glare. Are you challenging me? This is not the arena. He raised his fist in provocation. The two confronted each other with completely different auras of power. If you want to fight, you will get one. He glared and taunted him. The moment the last word fell, the ground beneath them shook violently. A blinding light exploded in front of him. He rushed forward to attack like a whirlwind. Before his reflexes could respond, the danger was right upon him. Their energy flooded the entire grand hall. He is really strong. I cannot see any weaknesses. His initial arrogance was extinguished in the face of his power. Is he really trying to start a fight here? This is outside the arena. He was in disbelief that he was still trying to fight him. He silently drew his sword, preparing for the next move. You too, stop right now. A voice shouted from afar. A sudden shout startled them both. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them. Is this a reunion? Everyone is here, she said as she approached them. What reunion? I just was not sure if I should greet you two properly. Irene stood beside him, crossing her arms. She said helplessly, just put your sword away. He remained silent. Humph. He fumed, turned his back, and walked off, ignoring them. The two of them stood watching him leave. Is he always like that? He asked her curiously. Not really, except on days like today. Normally, he rarely even speaks. What does that mean? Louis still did not understand her. Doom Pram gets agitated by matters related to the King of Hell. The image of him kneeling before the arrogant King of Hell came to mind as she spoke. More than anyone, he craves his acknowledgement. The King of Hell rarely summons anyone like he did today, she continued to explain. He probably thinks the King of Hell has taken an interest in me. He stood there, pondering her words. Suddenly, she turned to look at Louis and smiled, leaving him speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? She asked curiously. No way. That would be like giving up my right to compete, he replied. He probably was not going to attack for real either. He waved his hand, dismissing her idea. He was probably just trying to scare me. So were you scared? Irene asked playfully. The question left him stunned. Doom Pram is like an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks will not faze him. To him, she continued. But he raised his hand and looked at it. I do not think I would lose either. He clenched his fist, showing his strong will and determination. No matter how strong a fortress is, it will fall if you keep attacking. I am strong too, right? His question made the girl chuckle. You are a strange one, she replied. Anyway, be careful. Doom Pram will not show any mercy. From somewhere, silent footsteps walked away. But after today, he will definitely keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his determined gaze looked straight ahead. Elsewhere, in the Zenith Academy dormitory, morning sunlight streamed through the windows. So disappointing, truly disappointing. Jason was lying down, sighing deeply. Come on, everyone did their best. Seeing his friend's dejection, Louis patted his shoulder comfortingly. Yeah, getting fourth in the team match without Louis is great. What do you mean great? It is phenomenal. Another friend spoke up. It is a shame about the winning streak, but at least we proved the Academy's strength. He looked regretful and shrugged helplessly. So what is your plan now, Louis? The individual test is next. As they were talking, a cheerful friend walked in with 2 full bags. Who wants a vanilla Coke? Of course, I am going to win. He replied to the earlier question while taking a can. Thanks, I have to hold the top spot until the very end. He opened the can with a determined expression. This looks good. I am currently tied for first place in the individual rankings. Irene, Prius, Chucky, Dalian, Mackin, Doom Pram. The names of the most talented appeared. I am competing against these heavyweights for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. This is a battle for survival. It is a survival battle between 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points and last place gets 1. Players get points based on performance, so the rankings will change drastically. I know you will do well. But are not you going to prepare like everyone else? His friend asked curiously. Prepare what? Louis replied, confused. Yeah. The others are all scrambling to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, is that so? He replied hesitantly. In a survival battle, contestants can form alliances to survive, differentiating friend from foe and knowing how to form an alliance. A strong one is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have an alliance. How can you take them all down alone? They continued their lively chat. How about teaming up with Column? After all, in the last arrow ball match, his friend continued. Louis was lost in thought planning. The first person who came to mind was her. The image of the girl with long white hair filled his thoughts, but he did not know if she would agree to join. He was restless, unsure of what to do. Even if she agrees, we will still need one more person. Hey Louis, let's team up. Seta burst through the door excitedly. Seta, he looked at him surprised. Oh right. There is still this guy. Louis' face lit up as he looked at him triumphantly. Don't you dare betray me halfway through. I should be the one saying that. The two of them rushed out the door. Seta is very sincere, a trustworthy person. He glanced at Seta, his eyes filled with hope and trust. Hurry, we still need one more person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Seta shouting from behind. Hey, besides me, who else is there? He asked as he chased after him. Who should we try again? Forget it, we probably can not reach her anyway. Has she rejected everyone? Or maybe she does not want to team up with anyone. In the middle of the crowd, the 2 young men stood staring straight ahead. Hey, do not tell me, Seta said, startled by what was in front of them. A bright red banner with a 5-petaled flower was fluttering in the air. You want to team up with Irene Prius, but she is a top contender for the championship. Are you too close? He asked, still in disbelief. A little, he replied to the blunt question. Oh wow. How close? Awesome. So I get to be on a team with Irene Prius, he continued excitedly. Tone it down. I have not even asked her yet, he said, helplessly turning his head. I heard she is rejected. Everyone who is asked. What if we get rejected too? His face flushed with worry and embarrassment. I am starting to feel sick. You were acting like this is a confession. Stop talking nonsense, he replied awkwardly. He noticed something nearby and glanced over. It was Irene. The girl with the distinctive white hair was standing right there, smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Louis. She suddenly beamed and spoke to him as if they were old friends. In a small room, they stood attentively over a large wooden table where maps of the competition were spread out. After studying the maps, they began discussing strategy. Louis spoke first. So, the largest team has 14 members. Irene replied, yes, that team is led by Dalian Mackin of the Frella School of Holy Magic. He is a genius. He is always in the top 5 contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy arts. They knew he was a tough opponent. Everyone looked wary. Seta's eyes were squeezed shut, his brow slightly furrowed, one hand on his chin, the other arm crossed, making him look even more anxious. He muttered incessantly, numbers are not the problem. And of course, his team is the most formidable one. Feeling that was not quite right, he cut in to interrupt that train of thought. making the two of them turn their heads back in surprise. "There's someone even more formidable." Just those two words were enough to silence the room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone had to be wary of, but somehow, the two had forgotten that. He remained unfazed, keeping his serious expression. The content of the test will change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear, sunny day, with rays of light shining on the ship's deck, making it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear if it was an omen for a good start or just a fragile glimmer of hope before the storm hit. The supervising teacher checked again. "Have you all put on your armor?" He then addressed the contestants, who were all looking up and listening intently. The teacher went over the rules once more. "Please note, when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site." Soon enough, the luxurious ship brought everyone to an artificial island. Everyone disembarked one by one through the open walkway. Some had tense and worried expressions, which were evident in their heavy footsteps. There were also those whose eyes were full of confidence, ready to face any challenge awaiting them on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as I got off the ship, I couldn't help but hug my trembling body. We haven't even started and I'm already shaking. Lewis, on the other hand, stared intently ahead without blinking. He raised a hand to his eyes, observing the island over there, which was covered by a barrier and seemed to phase in and out of view. He spoke up. "We just need to stay there for 72 hours, right?" Lewis, with his calm demeanor and cold gaze, nodded slightly in confirmation. Everyone around was focused on Doom Pram, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Wary of his overwhelming power, the atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. As expected, Doom Pram was really participating alone. Although Louis had already anticipated that, their eyes still showed caution. Seeing this, Irene tilted her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. "That's right, but don't underestimate him. Not just the two of them, but everyone understood that being alone doesn't mean being weak. Sometimes, it's the sign of a beast waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow." "We can't delay any longer," he suggested. "Let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island." The other two agreed. "Yeah, let's go." Their group's boat was moving slowly across the water, on the lush green water. Gradually, it passed through a barrier. She touched it. "This is our safe zone." He replied, "That's right. It will shrink over time." As soon as they arrived, the three of them ran like their lives depended on it. "Hurry up, we have to secure a good spot quickly." On the island, the trees were overgrown. Sunbeams filtered through the leaves, shining down on the dense forest canopy, creating a faint halo-like glow. Amidst the tranquil nature, the rumbling sound from someone's stomach suddenly echoed, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Seda. After the three of them had settled in a tree like monkeys, his stomach began to protest fiercely. He asked, "Louis, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we get food at the entrance earlier?" Louis's expression showed he couldn't be bothered to reply. Looking completely exasperated, Louis could only force a smile. The girl standing nearby saw this and couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. "Weren't you the one who insisted on setting up an ambush first, Sir Seda Mankiri?" He became embarrassed, sweat beading on his temples. All right, we're on the same team, you know. How long are you going to keep your distance?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind them. Cutting off their conversation, everyone turned to look. Far in the distance, a massive explosion had occurred in the middle of the forest. A blinding light flared up, making everyone instinctively shield their eyes. The aftershock was strong enough to shake the entire area. He asked in confusion, "A fight has started already?" Louis stood with his arms crossed, looking down below like a wild beast that had found its prey. His amused expression was clear. "Seda, it's our turn." Seda didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He hurriedly asked, "Huh?" Louis reassured him, "I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll get to eat your fill, until you're stuffed." "Our prey has arrived," he said calmly. Below them, a group of 5 people were moving around stealthily. They cautiously scouted the area like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. Someone in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Why don't we wait a bit and get food later? I'm so tired." The leader looked exhausted as well, but he didn't give up and encouraged everyone. "Hang in there. It's easier to find food and water in those places." Suddenly, an ice arrow appeared out of nowhere, shooting straight forward and directly hitting an unlucky member. That person fell backward, crying out in pain, "Ugh." Meanwhile, everyone else was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. They scrambled into a defensive stance, shouting, "Ambush! Ambush! Hey there! I've been waiting for you all afternoon." He stood there with a cold smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. "I've been waiting forever for you brats to show up." Iron Spear. He unleashed a wave of power. Countless ice arrows flew towards them like a storm. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands together. Her expression remained unchanged. Above her head, a massive, brilliant blue aura of power shone brightly. It was many times larger than Seda's earlier Iron Spear, emitting dazzling rays of energy that swirled violently around it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. That's the level 5 ice magic, Blizzard. A huge source of energy was unleashed with intense power and on an overwhelming scale. It exploded outward like a vortex of light. Rays of energy shot out in long, sharp streaks, making it feel as if space itself was being torn apart. The rumbling sound it created further demonstrated its terrifying destructive power. The sheer presence of it made his eyes go wide. His jaw dropped in admiration. That's Iris Prios for you, casting high-level magic without even flinching. While still casting the spell, his eyes widened in shock because he sensed something behind him. A large mass of energy. The other group wasn't surrendering to a stronger opponent, but was actively counterattacking. The commander shouted, "There are 3 of them in total, including Irene Brios. Attack and defend. Take down as many as you can." The barrage of attacks covered the entire area in a chilling blue hue, and the aftershocks spread out continuously, causing those nearby to raise their hands to shield themselves. The scene before him wasn't very surprising to him. He felt it wasn't impressive enough. Since he never underestimated his enemies, he considered that they too were formidable mages. After all, they were student representatives. Realizing it was time for him to make his move, he leaped down from the tree. A brown-haired young man sensed something was wrong and became alert. He muttered, "I just heard something." Looking at the bushes in front of him, he was certain the last person was in there. Wanting to survive at all costs, he immediately launched an attack straight towards Lewis. The attack pierced through the foliage and came right at him, but he faced it without flinching. He quickly activated time refraction. He moved past each person without any trouble and, in a flash, reached the last guy. His speed made everyone's eyes widen in shock. His body leaned forward decisively, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering kick. He landed a direct kick on the guy, who seemed to lose his ability to fight instantly. The others didn't expect this to happen, so they were shocked, their jaws dropped. To avenge their teammate, someone used the tree prison skill. Countless vines shot up from the ground towards him. Having faced this move before, all he had to do was jump to evade it. At the same time, he conjured a fireball in his hand. Realizing the danger, they decided that running was the best strategy. They scattered in all directions like a disturbed beehive. "It's Fire Tyrant! Everyone, get away!" But unfortunately for them, they hadn't run more than a few meters before Sada's ice darts blocked their path. Like an enthusiastic fan, he cheered excitedly from behind, "Lewin, take them down!" Not wanting to disappoint his teammate, Lewin, like a basketball player about to score, put all his strength into the attack. As for the unlucky guy, even though he ran for his life, he couldn't dodge the fireball. His face turned pale. His eyes wide with terror, he could only scream hopelessly. Ah! A massive explosion occurred, spreading out in a hemisphere. It was like a shockwave sweeping away everything in its path. Trees were blown away, and a blinding light enveloped the entire area. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. At the same time, his armor's durability had reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. He glanced over at the remaining people. Their hair stood on end as they cried out in fear. With the air of a victor, he calmly said, "So now it's 3 versus 4, huh?" From behind, Irene and Seta slowly approached him. Realizing they had encountered an opponent many times stronger, the leader of the other group spoke up in humiliation. "We give up." He couldn't hide his excitement. "We've got food now." After defeating their opponents and taking their food, they got a lot of supplies. There's even meat. "This might be enough for 3 days. Those guys took good care of it," Seta said, checking the bag with a satisfied grin. Irene and Louis each held a black bag. Thanks. We'll enjoy this." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. It startled Seta. The 3 of them quickly turned their attention towards it. Isn't Darian's team heading in that direction? "I don't know what's going on, but it seems like a big deal. Who would confront a team of over 10 people? This is what you'd call a bottleneck." Irene crossed her arms. "Very few mages can reach this level of power. It's only been a year since I last saw him, and he's gotten this strong." "He's reached that level already?" Seta exclaimed in amazement. Hearing this, Louis became pensive. He's truly very strong. His expression grew serious, almost intimidating as he thought of the colossal swordsman. The door creaked open. The orange sunset light streamed into the dark house. Everything was going as he had planned. Louis remained silent, his expression thoughtful. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to hold a large number of people. On the paper was a large island with countless big trees and hills. Darian's team will probably come here. Yeah, that makes sense. And Doom Pram might come here too. At the mention of his name, his expression grew more serious. He knows there are a lot of people there, but he's still going alone. Isn't that too reckless? Irene voiced her doubt. No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to win. Hearing Louis, she couldn't understand why. 3 kill points, Irene's eyes widened in shock. Every time someone is eliminated, the kill points increase. If I were Doom Pram, this would be a great idea. A truly brilliant plan. I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes. And think about what I'd do, he said with a sheepish laugh. Besides, he's trying to get the King of Hell's attention right now. The only way is to do something reckless. You're so weird. Irene's suspicious gaze made Louis flustered. At night, a figure was lurking outside the house. Did you check how many people there are? Louis asked Irene, peeking through a crack in the curtains. Just one. Knowing someone was prowling around, they didn't lower their guard and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights so we wouldn't be seen. I don't think he knows we're here. Is he coming this way? He watched the stranger with extreme caution. Irene, go wake up Seda. While danger lurked outside, he was sleeping soundly. I'll keep watch. The mysterious figure slowly approached the door, their footsteps rustling. Rustling on the grass echoed in the silent night. He stood before the door as if checking if anyone was inside. Louis was waiting in ambush inside, ready to grab him the moment he stepped through the door. If he's alone, then it's possible. His face was tense. The person entered and closed the door completely unaware. Louis, who was hiding nearby, immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, taking him by surprise. He threw him forward onto the ground. Before the man could react, Louis clamped a hand over his mouth. Irene appeared, casting a magical light directly on him. As his face became visible in the light, Seda was stunned. You're Canalis? Louis let go. The man lay on the ground, wincing in pain. Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. I wouldn't have come if I knew you were here. Louis kept him pinned down. You're alone? He was extremely wary, his brows furrowed. Right. What about the others on your team? I remember there were 6 others. Seda carefully peeked through the curtain to check the situation outside. Doompram. As the name was spoken, the tension in the room thickened. We fell into his trap. He imagined Doompram's ferocious face as he massacred everyone. From the start, we were making bold moves. Relying on our numerical advantage, we planned an ambush on Manson's team to score some kill points. The group in dark cloaks was quite large, but then he appeared. Doompram leaped down from above, launching a surprise attack on their group. He timed his attack for when we split up to find supplies. Wait, you mean all 6 of you fell for Doompram's trap? Irene asked in surprise. No, it was only one of us. We had already prepared for situations requiring a swift defense. But the real problem was what happened after. After hearing the explosion, Darian brought his entire team to attack us. We had to fight Doompram while also watching out for other enemies, even though we fought back fiercely. I couldn't hold out. Including me, only 2 of us made it out. But it wasn't over yet. As Canalis and another teammate, both badly injured, struggled to flee, Doompram appeared once more. He radiated killing intent, standing before his prey. He had hidden himself at first, watching us silently. He waited until the fight was over and then secretly followed. While we were injured, he recounted, his face filled with rage. He took advantage of the situation to profit from it. What a smart move. Louis couldn't help but admire Doompram's cunning. He's sure to benefit from this. So I know this is shameless, but can you let me join your team? He begged pitifully. Huh? Seda was surprised by the offer. He's clearly exhausted, but this guy seems to have a good head for tactics. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No. Both Seda and Irene were surprised to hear Louis say that. Why not? How did you get away, Canalis? He asked with a cold stare, making the man break out in a sweat. Huh? If it was Doompram, how would he let you escape while you were injured? His expression turned serious, like he was interrogating a suspect. The other 2 then realized something was off. Seda pointed at Canalis. Oh, you mean there are 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doompram deliberately let you live. Or 3, someone is watching all of this from afar. Louis' deduction was brilliant, like Conan's. Otherwise, he used the system to check his identity. The result was 5 huge question marks. Identity unconfirmed. The imposter, realizing he had been exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Canalis. Louis clenched his fist, his expression menacing. A loud sound shattered the silence of the night, startling an owl and causing it to fly away. A large, smoldering hole was left in the floor. All that remained was the cloak. The person inside had vanished without a trace, a clone. Yeah. Witnessing this, Irene and Seda were stunned. Let's hurry. At dawn, as the sun rose over the mountains, Canalis was probably attacked by the person who made that clone. It's highly likely all 7 members of his team have been eliminated. Louis, Irene, and Seda packed up and left early. Perhaps that clone wasn't completely lying. I want to say something about the person who confronted Canalis. The other 2 focused their attention on Irene as her expression grew serious. There's a saying in the Mazzaro Sea. To fight a pirate, you have to use a pirate. Lewin calmly shouldered his backpack. Let's go hunt the enemy. He smiled, his eyes filled with determination. In a large house deep within the forest. Chucky, have you found them yet? They're hiding out on the west coast. Ha ha. He covered his face with a sarcastic laugh. Darian looked at him with a weary expression. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still figured it out. Your puppet was discovered? How? Darian asked, raising a confused eyebrow. I don't know. I'm surprised myself. The puppet was destroyed when some guy got a hold of it. He broke into a wide grin, his face twisting into the evil smile of a psychopathic killer. What will you do now, Darian? He pondered, his brow furrowed. Second, Irene Bros. Seda Mankiri and Lewin Adele. All troublesome opponents. It seems he knows them well and is likely planning a counter-strategy. Soon enough. Look out behind you. An ambush. A blinding light suddenly flashed from behind, startling the 3 of them. Holy Lance! Darien charged out weapon in hand. It's not Louis Adele. He thought he was the one launching the surprise attack. But he was the one who was surprised. An explosion of light shook the entire forest. It was Darien's holy art. Everything was going according to plan. The three of them were actually hiding in a tree, observing. Seta was casually eating as if he were watching a movie. They swarmed in when they heard the signal, but were not even there. He chuckled, an apple in his hand. Irene watched the scene they had orchestrated intently. So what's the plan now? Time to go collect our kill points. Louis stood up, smiling because the trick had worked. The other two also grew serious, preparing for battle. The scene changes and blood splatters. Darius stared in that direction, shocked. The three people who had been mistaken for their group were cowering, their faces drained of all color. Lewin, Irene, and Seta arrived just in time to help. A temporary alliance, huh? It's worth a shot. Seta seems quite interested in this. There are only 6 of them. Charge. Don't be afraid. One of them quickly regained his morale. He really doesn't know his own strength. He charged straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Seta, a massive surge of power rushed out, surprising even Lewin. The guy who was about to attack was struck by that power and sent flying 100 meters away. It happened so fast that no one could react. Darien's group was immediately stunned to see their teammate sent flying with a single blow. This power. Our 3 main characters were just as surprised. They all turned to look. It's Doompram. Lewin's pupils contracted. He dashed past them at lightning speed, a blue aura surrounding him. With a single slash, Doompram took down 3 people right before their eyes. Wow, you want to join us? Doompram said it was wary. Irene frowned. It looks like we have another temporary ally. Lewin agreed. Although he was still cautious, this was to their advantage. Let's take out Darius's team first. He began to calculate everything, his sharp eyes observing everything. All the survivors are here. Maybe the match is coming to an end. Why are we the only ones being attacked? It's Doompram. Everyone fall back to the base. The members of Darien's team fled, while Chucky and Darien still tried to fight back. Don't retreat, everyone. Group up and fight. Earthquake. Lewin punched the ground, creating a tremor, to attack those rushing at him. Pitiful screams echoed across the sky. Oh. A voice caught Lewin's attention. He looked up and saw Doompram leap over an unconscious person to land in front of him. He stared intently at him with a stern expression. Lewin Adele. He brushed past his shoulder. His deep, intimidating voice made Lewin's eyes widen. I will end you with my own hands. He looked at him with hateful eyes. A resolute declaration. After speaking, Doompram dashed forward, slashing his sword, leaving Lewin standing there silently. He sighed as he watched his figure disappear. A moment later, in the observation room, in a small, secluded house in the forest, a young man was training relentlessly. We have stopped at base B, near the center of the island. Lewin punched furiously, drenched in sweat after that day's battle. The largest alliance was left with only Dalian, Macken, and Chucky. The temporary allies also vanished with Doompram. Daily quest, punch 5, 0 5th, 000, kick 5, 0 quintos, 000, run 15 kilómetro 1 sobre 1. Combat practice 1 sobre 1. He stopped, looked up at the notification panel, and panted. Good, it's finally done. It's been a while since I've done these quests. The door opened gently, and he turned to look. You're awake? Irene smiled as she came out. Are you training? She asked, walking towards him down the hall. Yeah, I was feeling a little restless, but we just had a huge fight early yesterday. Hearing her question, he didn't know what to say. So he remained silent. Oh, Seta left breakfast for you. Make sure you eat. I'll be back later. Lewin quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. On the table was a neat plate of steak and eggs. Irene took a bite of the steak. It was thick, juicy, and cooked beautifully. Oh. Her eyes lit up the moment she took a bite. Delicious, isn't it? He's quite multi-talented. Lewin walked in from outside with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. No. I went to bed last night without saying anything. I'm sorry, Irene said shyly. He smiled, approached her, and reassured her. It's okay. You must have been tired after your watch. Lewin sat at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey, Lewin. As he was about to take a sip, he turned his attention to her. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What is it? Lewin replied casually. What do you plan to do after you graduate? Irene looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so I'm sure you won't choose a normal path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually enter the real world. At that moment, they'll begin a new chapter. Some will join the knightly orders of a certain domain, taking on the responsibility of protecting the nation under the royal army. Some become members of the Magic Tower, while others join special squads and make a living. Those are the usual paths. Lewin stared thoughtfully at his teacup. What about me? Actually, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. He put down his cup, intertwined his fingers, and said seriously, just last year, I was still the lowest ranked student. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the table while Irene watched him intently. Back then, I just had to focus on how to become a mage. After this competition ends, I'll probably have a better idea of what to do. I guess I'll go back to the academy. Lewin smiled and sighed. She was still quiet. So, what about you, Irene? I'm the same as you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I want to be. I've only ever done what others told me to. Now it was Irene's turn to look down at the table. Things like, Irene, you must become a great mage. She held her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. He watched her without saying a word. That's why I've made a decision for myself. Irene set her cup down. I want to defeat Doompram first, she said seriously, placing her hands on the table. I believe that by doing so, I'll find my own path. Determination flashed in her golden eyes. It was a resolute declaration about Irene's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It no longer felt like a casual chat. The fight against Doompram. Every year, Irene was ranked second. Doompram is the mountain she must climb. He was the lesson she had to master. All right, let's do it together. Lewin understood how she felt and smiled. I respect her aspiration, because everyone has their own hurdles to overcome. Hearing him say that, Irene beamed. Thank you. That night, a full moon shone brightly in a starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster now. We should probably leave in an hour. The three of them looked out the window together. So tonight, the only safe zones left are the central village and the base. Seda used magic to light up the map in his hand. Lewin said, let's assume Dalian and Chucky are both in the central village. Then taking control of that area would be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doompram is lying in wait for us. The other two were startled when he said that. But if we just wait for them to attack first, Seda stared tensely out the window, and Irene grew anxious. If so, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have an idea? Humph. He clasped his hands behind his head. Can't we just charge in and attack? Irene was at a loss for words with this meathead. We can't draw attention to ourselves right now. We need to be extremely careful. That's true. Lewin crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought, not having said a word until now. Wait, I've got an idea. Huh. Irene and Seda stopped talking and both turned their gazes towards him. There are only a few people left. Right now, moving up even one rank will get us a lot of points. Like Irene said, everyone is going to be extremely careful. Lewin started to lay out his plan. Besides, we just caused a huge scene with that fight at dawn. It's very likely no one will react to whatever we do. So what about it? Now is our chance to go after Doompram. The other two were shocked that Lewin would suggest such a bold move. Dalian and Chucky just lost all their team members. The remaining survivors are weak. They'll definitely choose to hide. But Doompram, he'll come out into the open, confident in his abilities. Plus, we can't just ignore him. If we do, we'll be in danger ourselves. Lewin frowned, his expression incredibly serious. But where do we find Doompram now? Irene's question was a practical one. How are we supposed to catch him if we don't know where he is? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion from outside blew the door to pieces. A tall figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was Doompram, his face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Lewin with killing intent. Did you sleep well? Lewin's expression didn't change as he calmly faced Doompram. We need to take this outside. The night was still, the air thick with tension and pressure. Lewin, did you get caught by Doompram? Seda moved forward cautiously, worried for him. Lewin raised his hand to calm him down. What do you mean, caught? I'm the one who brought him here. Why would you bring him here? We were supposed to be stealthy and set up an ambush, Seda yelled impatiently. But I never intended to ambush him to begin with, Lewin said, confused. Doompram hadn't said a word. Doompram. He turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Prius. He grinned, glancing at Irene, who was tightly gripping her skirt. She was incredibly tense. Seda was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doompram let out a sigh. Lewin crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and sighed in frustration, hanging his head. Irene. She's incredibly strong, but she always ends up in second place. She said she was extremely worried because she always loses to Doompram. He thought of the pitiful image of the girl always turning away in confusion to avoid him and replied, It is about her family, so it is very difficult to get details. She does not like answering many questions. He pondered Irene's serious and determined face. I think this is how she handles things. Trusting in the kind of mage she wants to become unconscious, thoughts swirled in Louis's head as he self-consciously raised his eyes to assess. The small girl trying to fight a great power with a blue light, as if it was about to explode before his eyes. Contrary to the calm observer on the other side, Irene was struggling and drenched in sweat as she fought. She cast a spell, creating a blue orb of swirling power, then gathered all her strength. She pushed the mass of magic forward, shouting Ice Storm. The cold block of ice flashed and shot towards the man holding the sword, defending in front of him. Suddenly, the power erupted with a sky-shattering explosion even louder than a bomb. The sound echoed throughout the forest, making the ground, plants, and animals tremble. Irene frowned, startled by the surprise. The blue light vanished completely. Only a blazing red power remained erupting and blowing everything away. It was a shield spell. A red orb appeared surrounding and protecting the area where Doom Pram stood. A moment later, the orb cracked. The light from within seeped out into the pitch-black sky. Then it exploded. He appeared in the middle looking as cool as a main character. He was holding a sword. The ground around the circle where he stood was now a large crater. Dust and orb fragments flew everywhere. As the dust settled, the man's cold face was clearly revealed, veins popping on his forehead. His jaw was clenched and his glaring eyes shot fire like a dark lord. Irene had run out of strength. She was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth and growling helplessly. On the other side, one of the two men crossed his arms and stared blankly, seeing she was about to be overwhelmed. "Louis, is it okay to just leave her like that?" He looked calm, but his brow was furrowed in thought. He could no longer restrain the urge to help her. The battle dragged on one side, fierce, the other exhausted. Doom Pram, with a face as cold as a demon, prepared to attack. He swung his sword, sending out a blazing red magical flame, attacking the long-exhausted Irene. She watched in fear and helplessness as the stream of power drew nearer. "I cannot dodge it." A man's body moved in front of her, blocking the man's fatal blow. The two of them surfed through the wave of magic. It was Louis. She looked surprised at him in front of her, protecting her. Louis stepped forward to fight Doom Pram. Unafraid and calm, he turned back to answer the girl's unspoken question. "I said I would let you attack first, not that I would let him finish you off." Hearing that, she felt relieved and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced over with a smirk, looking like the ultimate boss. "I cannot afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it is just for the sake of victory." Irene was speechless and deeply moved. Louis turned back to face the aggressive man. He shouted a challenge to Doom Pram. "Let's mess things up." Doom Pram snorted. With a contemptuous look, he assessed the heroes. "You plan to face me alone. Is your whole group not going to fight? What about that musclehead over there? The musclehead over there is not deaf, you know. His face might look even more like a boss than the main character." Annoyed, he sniped back. "What did you say, you dog?" Louis approached him. "Of course, I will do it alone. Are not two of you too much for him?" "Wow, such sharp tongues. Neither one will back down." Yes, he was a bit smug. "I learned how to face a swordsman from Sir Jotter," he recalled while observing. "For a knight, the most important thing is their feet. It not only helps them channel power into their sword, but also allows them to predict their enemies' moves. So if I target Doom Pram's feet," he thought and acted at the same time. The man also leaped up. He raised his sword and charged straight forward, ready for a fierce clash. The timing was just as he predicted. This is the moment. Louis' eyes widened, certain the outcome was in his grasp. So, when Doom Pram swung his sword, he quickly somersaulted up, dodging the fierce slash. Louis gave that classic smirk. It looked like a success, but things are not always as they seem. His eyes widened in shock as a shadow flashed past him. People are so unpredictable. Somehow, the man had already shot forward. The magic following his sword sliced past Louis. Before his brain could even process it, a drop of blood fell. "I am not a knight, I am a mage." Doom Pram roared, powerfully reminding him. Louis was standing unsteadily, clutching the wound on his arm. Drenched in sweat from the pain, he still forced himself to look up toward the taunting voice. He raised his sword again and remarked lightly, "That is because they have never seen a true magic swordsman." Immediately, a sound echoed out. Doom Pram advanced step by step, swinging his sword with each stride, while he continuously stepped backward. The man yelled angrily, "Defend yourself, Louis." Louis clicked his tongue, looking troubled, unable to accept this. "I have never fought an opponent like this." He racked his brain. "Up until now, when facing mages, my method has always been to use time refraction to get close, then create an opportunity to exploit their weakness." Thinking about the man he was facing, he noted, "But Doom Pram has overcome this weakness by using a sword." Louis stopped with nowhere left to retreat. Doom Pram had stopped, but Louis stared wide-eyed at the cut through the fabric on his thigh. Blood was oozing from it. The surrounding area was bruised and the blood itself had darkened. Without waiting for him to ask, he quickly explained. "This is called radiation impact." As he advanced, "This wound will continue to absorb your movements and you will become completely trapped, just like Irene." Doom Pram's expression changed in an instant. He growled menacingly. "All right, let's end this." He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground. It emitted a swirling light, no longer blazing red. The power had now transformed into a dark purple. The dazzling power surrounded Doom Pram. Boom! A pair of wings, the color of the purple night sky, flashed open. Feathers from them fluttered around him, blending into the night. The two spectators on the sidelines saw the situation change. Feeling something was wrong, they worried for Louis. Louis's eyes widened. The situation was hanging by a thread. It is level 5 magic. Doom Pram summoned Shouting Archdemon. The magic erupted, emitting a beautiful jade-green light. But looking at those dark black wings and each of their feathers, it was clear they were not beautiful or bright at all. Whoosh! A swirling wind blew from him, sweeping away everything around. It was terrifying. It could even blow people away. The two spectators were hit. One was knocked over. The other clung to a nearby rock to avoid being swept away. Both screamed in fear. "Oh my God." But Doompram stood in the middle of the rocky battlefield. The entire path was shattered to pieces by the power from his palm. And where was Louis? He was hiding behind a boulder to escape this monstrous power. That man is unbelievable. Truly worthy of being the annual champion. He is just too strong. He struggled to grit his teeth and tear a strip of cloth from his sleeve, then wrapped it around the wound on his thigh. As he did so, he was startled by a flash of light and looked at his other hand. The 2 rings on his middle finger were emitting light. Over where Doompram stood, there was nothing but dust and rubble all around. Nothing remained intact, even the plants were destroyed. He sighed as if deeply saddened. Louis, I had high expectations for you, but it seems I am disappointed. He peeked his head out from behind the large rock like a little mouse. Yes, I admit it. After speaking, he stepped out to face the large imposing figure of Doompram. You are truly strong. For a moment, I thought you were an impenetrable wall. Doompram glanced over and said venomously, So you have given up? Haha, not that easily. Louis' expression immediately changed. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce right through him. These eyes were like a blade containing power. Yes, a power built from the trust of those who believed in him. He thought of them, then declared clearly to Doompram, There are still many people who believe in me, are there not? That is what motivates me to break down this wall. With that, he held out the hand wearing the ring with the red diamond. He held it straight in front of him, glowing. Doompram did not understand this action and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Humph, you are crazy. Then he lifted his sword from the ground again. Let me teach you a lesson, and see if you still have so much to say. Without waiting, Louis shouted Berserker Pixie, calling upon a swirling source of power. His hair seemed to reflect his furious mood about to explode. Doompram, watch your mouth. The official clash continues. Their auras were evenly matched. Doompram leaped high and swung down. If you can't dodge this, you're dead. Louis was also ready, swinging his hand with the red ring. 2 powers clashed, a sword against a ring. The situation was tense. Neither let their guard down for a moment. The huge sword was pressing down on the ring as if it could cleave it in 2. The ring activated, resisting physical damage. Then, the ring flared brightly, shattering the sword. Countless fragments from the sword flew into Doompram. Blood splattered everywhere. Louis leaned and dashed past him, much to his astonishment. Doompram looked at his wounds, his voice trembling. How could this? Louis seized the opportunity and kicked the back of his knee. Doompram collapsed, his body losing balance. He fell to the ground with a thud, and then a foot stepped on his chest. Louis slowly spoke. Doompram, listen here. Looking down at him, he said, You are not on my level. The only thing you have is your arrogance, thinking you're superior to everyone else. Get it? Louis slowly raised his arm, his fist clenched tight. Doompram's pupils shrank in fear, his body frozen. Louis' punches rained down like thunderbolts. The hem of his robe fluttered with his movements. The 3 of them watched as a light flashed from Doompram's body. Seda clutched his chest, panting heavily. That scared me. If you had lost, I would have been next. Louis chuckled. It was just luck. I almost lost. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Irene, who looked sad nearby. Her eyelids were drooping slightly. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Louis approached her and said, I'm sorry for interfering with your match, Irene. Then, Irene shook off her sadness and smiled back. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who should be sorry. She bowed her head. Her voice was full of self-blame. I put the entire team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Louis hesitated. But because of me, you couldn't complete your goal in this competition. Irene turned away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That goal is gone now. Louis still found it hard to understand. Irene chuckled softly. My goal isn't to defeat Doompram anymore. As she said that, she pointed at him. My goal now is you, Louis. Louis frowned and then smiled back. This goal won't be an easy one. Irene gave a mischievous smile. I know that very well. You'd better be ready. One day, I will definitely surpass you. The situation became increasingly tense. There were a total of 5 people remaining, including us. Darian, McKenna, and Chucky were fighting back fiercely. Seda and Irene were also putting up a tough fight, but they were no match for our team. Suddenly, a loud noise and a flash of light erupted from the forest. Thick smoke and dust mixed with a blue light. Darian, McKenna, and Chucky lay motionless on the ground. The blue light enveloped them. Darian and McKenna lay there motionless. Seeing them slowly disappear, Seda exclaimed. Louis said, So it's just the 3 of us left. Irene beamed. That's right, Seda couldn't hide his happiness. I never thought I'd make it this far. He suddenly suggested, Want to have the final match? Irene's voice cut in, Wait, Louis. Irene said, I'd like to withdraw. I'm not in good condition right now. Sorry, I'll do better next time. Louis readily agreed. All right, we'll have a rematch some other time. He thought to himself, Irene must be exhausted. Seda winked and smiled. Well, I guess it's my turn, Louis. Even though you're the leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills, have you? Louis got into a fighting stance, then bring it on. Seda yelled in a panic, Wait, hold on. He shot up into the air. Seda's voice echoed. I said, Wait a minute. Elsewhere, excited voices were shouting, "Congratulations." Our academy's representative took first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses. "Congratulations, Louis. Louis is number 1. Suddenly, a voice made him look over. "When they said you weren't in the dorms, I knew you'd be here." The two people at the door were Seda and Irene. "Hey," Irene spoke first. "We've fought side by side for so long. How could I miss the chance to congratulate you?" As for Sir Seda here, he insisted on coming. Louis listened to Seda's explanation. "What's this about? I thought we were done with that after the competition." "What's with the sir?" she smirked. "Can't help it. That's just who I am." Louis smiled faintly. "Everyone's still the same. After the survival battle, I became the sole winner. Although Doompram had a lot of kill points, his rank dropped due to low survival points. Darius and Irene, despite being top contenders, were still ranked below me. If I can keep this up." Louis imagined holding the championship trophy, hailed by everyone. Victory would no longer be a distant dream. Jasper's eyes turned into hearts. He exclaimed joyfully, "I never thought I'd get to sit at the same table as Irene." Brio said, "I can die happy now." Irene just waved her hand in dismissal. Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered. "Now, let's raise a glass to the goddess Irene." But with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing this, Louis smiled unconsciously. The bar was filled with cheerful laughter and chatter. Elsewhere, two people were whispering, "There's no way that Louis' guy can win this festival, right? Hey, keep your voice down. Doom might hear you." "Oh, sorry." Despite their whispers, Doompram heard every word. He was frustrated, unable to believe he had lost. Doompram looked at the shattered pieces of his sword in his locker. "I let my guard down. I never thought. His target wasn't me, but the sword." He recalled the events of that moment. "I realized it for a split second, but I swung my sword anyway, thinking victory was assured." But now, Doompram was filled with regret, and I lost in the match that he was watching. Suddenly, he asked a question. "Hasn't he come to see me today?" The other person stammered. No, I haven't seen him." Then, that person suggested, "Don't worry so much, you must be tired. Let's find a place to rest." Doompram's flat voice replied, "Sorry, I want to be alone right now." Hearing this, the other person quickly got up. "Oh, my apologies. I'll step out then. Just call if you need anything." Now, Doompram was alone in the room. He stood silently before his locker. He remained that way for a long time. He seemed to be deep in thought. From below the building, a joyous voice shouted, "Louis Adele has defeated Doompram. A new generation of talented mages has been born." Tyrion Ignis stood by the railing, looking down from above. The cheering had yet to die down. His eyes shone with pride. "I only thought the boy would do well. I never expected him to come this far. I never thought he could defeat Doompram." Then, Terran approached from behind. "Louis' victory seems to have put you in a good mood, teacher. My pride is a little wounded. It's hard to face that rascal at the arena now." Tyrion Ignis hesitated and asked, "So the arena must be?" He smiled, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes." The two of them looked down at the scene below. The grand festival is almost over. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. All that remains now are the individual tests based on specific events. It's an obstacle course test. This round takes place within the city. Contestants will compete based on 3 athletic criteria: combat and swimming. Because this is a competition among mages, contestants are allowed to summon mounts, or use teleportation spells to travel through space. Then Seda turned to the person beside him and asked, "What do you think, Louis?" His eyes drifted to the excited crowd in the stands. "Everyone is cheering your name. How does it feel to be a star?" Louis turned to look as well. "Well, I don't really know about that." His eyebrow raised slightly, and his expression grew somber. "I'd love to enjoy this thrilling moment, but now isn't the time." Nearby, Doompram's gaze was still fixed on Louis, because it's not too late to celebrate once the winner is decided. It was a beautiful, sunny day. The warm sunlight and clear blue sky were very pleasant. Seda crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today is the individual test. No one will be there to help you, so don't go putting yourself in danger. He laughed and replied, "Yeah, I know, I'll be careful." A man fired a gun into the air, shouting the signal to get ready. The 3 of them, Irene, Darian, McKenna, and Chucky, all assumed ready stances. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed. Everyone moved in their own way, but they all headed for the same destination. Suddenly, the group halted. In front of them was a horde of goblins raising their weapons. Irene spoke up, "I thought you'd be a little slower." Darian Malik was pulled through the air. He then suggested, "The 3 of us should form a temporary alliance. What do you say?" Irene politely refused. "Sir Malik, I'm not a big fan of teamwork." The urgent clatter of horse hooves echoed as Doompram rode with a very serious expression, a yellow light glowing from his sword. "Shot straight towards the goblins," Irene said. "They seem to prefer attacking individually." And Darius Mencken nodded. "Even after watching Doompram for 6 years, I still find it hard to approach him. Then let's go our separate ways and not bother each other." Doompram's image appeared in the goblin's blue eyes. Before it could counterattack, it was struck down by his sword from above. Doompram glanced behind him, wondering why. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Then he sliced another goblin in half. Could he have left us far behind? No, that's impossible. Doompram looked back again. If so, he must still be behind us. He frowned and asked Irene, why hasn't he appeared yet? She hesitated. I don't know either. It's strange now that I think about it. Then Irene remembered the defeated goblins. We've been in the lead, but why haven't Louis and the others appeared yet? Darian McKinley's voice grew worried. That's right. They still have time to catch up to us and the others. But before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed past them. Louis stood there and said, hey, I've caught up. Doompram's eyebrows furrowed and his gaze turned grim. Earlier in the stands, people were buzzing with chatter. What's wrong? Why hasn't Louis and Adele moved? Has he given up? What's happening? Just be quiet and watch. He's the one who defeated. Doompram. Louis ruffled his hair. I've been waiting for this day since I decided to join. After 6 months of physical training for the Grand Festival, I'm confident about this round. He had his own worries. But I'm a close combat mage. If I turn my back on a pursuing opponent, it would be a huge disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Louis's gaze hardened and he started running. I'll attack them one by one from behind and move forward. Just then, those up ahead heard a rustling sound behind them. They turned to look and saw Louis run up, knocking 3 people away. He counted to himself 29. 28272524. After that, I lost count. At that moment, a voice said, oh, what's that? Seta glanced back doubtfully. Seeing Louis, he asked in surprise. Louis, since when Louis cut him off with a harmless smile. You get me, don't you, Seta? Then when he opened his eyes, his voice turned cold. Sorry about this. Lewin kicked Seta into the air, his figure fading away. Seta, on the verge of tears from anger, yelled his name, Lewin. After hearing the story, Irene asked hesitantly, so you eliminated all of them? Louis replied calmly, just a few. The rest surrendered. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Now nothing can stop us. Doompram gritted his teeth. Lewin Adele. He stared at Lewin. This time it'll be different. Strong winds blew toward them. The atmosphere grew tense. Doompram's voice was serious. I'm ready to face you now. But there were still a few people chasing from behind. His hand clenched and a blue light flashed around Doompram. He leaped onto his mount. Doompram growled, see you at the finish line. Then he spurred his mount and dashed away. Darius Mankin called out, Doom, do you really have to go through there? They watched as Doompram headed for the castle. Everyone knew that was the trap zone. Louis remained silent, his face pensive as he stared into the distance. The trap zone. This castle was filled with traps to protect the treasure within, but the treasure has already been excavated. So the traps inside now serve as obstacles for the competition, a place fraught with danger. It's deadly for anyone who barges in recklessly, so the safe and common method is to disarm the traps. This is also the perfect way to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Irene and Darian Mencken quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin tapped his fingers against the castle wall, but disarming traps takes a lot of time. Trang looked up at the high wall with Lewin and asked, so you want to bring this wall down? Draco would probably do that. It hesitated. True, but breaking through a wall this thick is still impossible. Louis said, I know. Trang, even more confused, asked, then how will you do it? He turned and answered, this is the ruin of an abandoned castle. It began to understand. Oh ho, you mean to target the spots that aren't solid anymore, right? Lewin nodded gently. Correct. The entire vast wall with full data on its structural integrity appeared before his eyes. Louis continued, that's why I'm using the spectator's eye to observe the wall. His eyes scanned downwards and suddenly stopped on a red patch. With the info old and corroded, Louis whispered, found it. His entire body lunged forward, Trang clinging tightly to his shoulder, punch after punch. He repeatedly punched that same spot on the wall. Darian Mankin watched Lewin's strange behavior and wondered, what the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He must be joking. Irene sighed to herself, that's Lewin for you. He gave her an annoyed look and asked, Irene, I know you're close to Lewin, but don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Who punches a wall with their bare hands? Suddenly, Irene pointed and shouted, look. Cracks were slowly spreading across the wall. They both saw Lewin standing before a large hole at the base of the castle. Darian McKenna scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Hey, mind if I use this path too? Lewin turned back and replied nonchalantly, no. Seeing him about to make a move, Darian McKenna quickly yelled, wait, Lewin. A large boulder fell from above, blocking the hole. He roared in anger, that mean bastard. As Louis rushed off, Trang couldn't help but praise him. Amazing. Breaking that entire wall only cost 2,400 strength points. You're actually using your brain, huh? He panted as he ran, so now it's just me and Doompram in the lead. As Lewin rounded a bend, he saw Doompram. Trang sounded annoyed. Look, that guy got out too. Seeing an arrow piercing his shoulder, it spoke. But he must be rushing because of that shoulder injury. Lewin chased right behind him, thinking, you want to beat me that badly? Doompram. So Doompram drew his sword, let out a growl, and slashed down. Lewin quickly dodged it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doompram's collar. He held on tight as they fell from above. He said to Doompram, let's get through the final round together. After that, they both fell freely through the air. With a loud splash, they both hit the water, sending white foam everywhere. Louis's head broke the surface. He gasped for air. As he swam, he thought, great, if I let him use magic to cross the cliff. I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here quickly. Suddenly, the water grew colder and colder. Louis turned to look and saw the water behind him freezing over the ice, spreading rapidly towards him. Seeing his opponent focusing on his magic, he yelled Doom Pram. The more Louis thought about it, the angrier he got. "Hey, you bastard. Can't you see someone swimming here before you freeze the water?" At that moment, the water around him froze solid, trapping. Louis Doom Pram, sitting on his horse on the ice, looked down at Louis and replied, "Is that really a concern right now?" He then smirked. "I'll be on my way, Lewin Adele." Watching Doom Pram's figure recede, Lewin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he struggled to break free. A yellow heat wave spread out from below him. "I have to get out fast." The heat began to melt the ice. Cracks slowly spread outwards with echoing sounds. Finally, the sheet of ice was shattered. While riding, Doom Pram heard a familiar sound behind him. He was shocked to see Louis chasing right after him. How is this possible? How did he catch up so soon? He ran resolute. From now on, there are no more obstacles. So the only thing to do is run. Louis planted his foot and leaped high. He dove down from above, yelling, "Doom Pram. How about a rematch?" Doom Pram broke out in a cold sweat, worried. "Not in my current condition." Before he could even finish the thought, a loud crash resounded, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Everyone stared at the screen, buzzing with discussion. Who won? I don't know. Suddenly, a man pointed forward and yelled, "Look, someone's coming." As the gate opened, a horse slowly stepped out from the thick cloud of dust. The horse raised its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone looked confused. A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages? A man pointed elsewhere and shouted, "Look, I think someone's appearing on the monitor." Lewin stood watching Doom Pram sprawled on the ground as someone exclaimed in shock, "Hey Lewin, Adele is standing right there." Lewin looked at him and remarked, "You seem to have overexerted yourself while passing the trap zone. Your movements were a bit slow." Doom Pram's eyes were shut tight, and his mouth let out groans. He turned and walked away. "I'll be going first, Doom Pram." On the field, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 ranks were raised. Lewin stood on the first-place podium with 2 wins in the survival battle and the triathlon, simultaneously securing first place in the individual competition with the highest overall score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He remembered the past events. Those voices seemed to be speaking to someone who had endured everything for the past 6 years like me. Someone trapped in a dungeon of solitude. Lewin's back gave off a sense of a lonely self. He clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. The sound of everyone's joyful cheers echoed in his ears, saying that he had worked hard. Lewin's face lit up with joy. Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts during that time. He raised both hands in response to them. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside the door, carriages lined up one after another. A voice was heard. "Wow, so many carriages." Jia-sun rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window. "But they are all selected nobles, right?" Lewin nodded in response. "That's right. I heard not every noble family was invited." He hesitated and said, "So those people?" Jia-sun's reply was a yes from Lewin. Lewin sat alone at the banquet table. They all came to see him. He let out a long sigh. "This is so boring. I want to go back to the academy so badly." Suddenly, a sound startled Lewin. "That's a bit strange." Seeing the person who arrived smiling brightly, he called her name doubtfully, Iron. Then Iron pulled up a chair and asked him, "What do you mean by strange? These people here. Why don't I see anyone coming to talk to you?" Lewin calmly replied, "They probably think I'm too arrogant. I even attended a party dressed so half-heartedly." Then Iron looked him up and down and nodded. "Well, that could be it." Then she continued, "But from what I know, there's another reason." Iron noticed the subtle glances being directed this way. "Clearly, most of the nobles here came to get close to you. So no matter how arrogant you seem, it's unlikely that not a single person would come to talk to you." But her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. "It seems someone has spread a rumor about you." Irene's words surprised Lewin. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble not even dare to think about talking to you. He asked her suspiciously, "Who is it?" While they were talking, someone had stepped up to the head seat. The man cleared his throat and announced to everyone, "Tonight's grand banquet officially begins. The 32 student representatives, please follow me." On the banquet tables, exquisite delicacies were beautifully presented along with delicious drinks. Looking at such a spread, one couldn't help but be amazed. During the dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes were laid out like a king's feast, yet the atmosphere was incredibly strange. Someone clicked their tongue. Sigh. "I should have faked being sick to get out of this. Hey, I should be the one saying that. Today's party is a dinner on the surface, but it's actually an overall evaluation of the competition. For the students who performed poorly, it's like a death row inmate's last meal." At that moment, Lewin looked towards 2 empty chairs nearby. He felt confused. "I thought only the King of Hell was attending. Why are there 2 head seats?" The man pointed nearby, signaling their arrival. Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction, only to see Terrence slowly approaching. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully as he passed. A chorus of voices rang out. "Greetings, Your Highness the King of Hell." Although Lewin bowed his head, he cursed internally. "Greetings, Your Highness the King of Hell, you moldy monkey." It makes me furious. When he heard Terrence say, "Come in," he was somewhat surprised. "What? The king of hell is inviting someone else. A strange voice suddenly spoke up. I hope I'm not disturbing your dinner, old man. This person had sword-like eyebrows and brown pupils. The newcomer exuded a noble aura. Luin looked on in confusion, wondering who this guy was. He remembered the excited cheers from before. Amazing. New mage Luin. Everyone called my name, calling me the new mage instead of a failure. Now everyone in the room knelt and respectfully shouted, "Long live the Crown Prince." Hearing that title, Luin was startled in shock. The Crown Prince. After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. A hint of fear flickered on everyone's face. Everyone sat with their heads down and backs hunched, wishing for a hole to crawl into. Even a slight accidental touch of hands made them panic. The atmosphere fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then Tehran spoke first. Well, none of the 10 geniuses could defeat Luin Adele even once. Is the skill gap that large? Yes. Doom Pram hung his head low, his whole body trembling as he heard the comment. How disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up and could only promise. I promise never to perform so poorly again. Terran's voice grew cold. Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying right, a small stream can still hold a dragon. Luin's mood wasn't any better, not comfortable at all. It feels like this party was set up to humiliate the 10 geniuses, and I'm just the tool the king of hell is using to convey it. But he shifted his gaze to the person next to Tehran, but he wasn't the only one making me uncomfortable. This guy has been shooting daggers at me with his eyes from the beginning of the party until now. That person's name is Somerton Zaynak. He was also looking at Luin without hiding it. He recalled what he knew. Despite being in the disadvantaged position of the third prince, with his brilliant strategic mind as a weapon, he successfully ousted his brothers from the kingdom and became the sole crown prince. Luin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A man skilled in both literature and martial arts like him could be said to be nearly perfect in every aspect. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. It seems someone has spread a rumor about you. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble not even dare to think about talking to you. Then Tehran suddenly spoke up and asked, Luin Adele, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? This question made him fall into silence. Yes. Then Luin gave his answer. I feel uncomfortable. Tehran was confused and asked again, uncomfortable. His voice became firm. Yes, I am satisfied with the results of the competition, but I'm not comfortable at all that my achievements are being used to criticize and belittle the honor and effort that the students here have put in. Irene, sitting next to him, quickly grabbed his arm and called out, Luin. The others here also looked terrified upon hearing such an answer. Luin remained silent, even in this situation, but his eyes showed no fear. Terran's voice was nonchalant. You mean you don't want your results to be used to belittle others? But isn't inferiority one of the factors that help people grow? You understand that well, don't you? Luin frankly expressed his view. In my opinion, you're more like inciting others to be hostile towards me. Between pointing out their weaknesses and encouraging their spirit, helping them to try harder, and inciting hostility by dwelling on their inferiority, then he looked straight into Tehran's eyes. Aren't those two completely different things? Luin's voice became ice cold. My X-Knit Academy is not a place for others to belittle and call a small stream either. The corner of Tehran's mouth lifted. He raised his voice and let out an O. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere once again fell silent. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped from Somerton's mouth. Then he clutched his stomach and laughed out loud. Everyone turned to look at Somerton. A look of annoyance flashed across Luin's face. Ha! Somerton wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh my stomach hurts from laughing. Ha! I'm dying. I'm even crying. Where did this guy come from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. She said to him angrily, Luin, you're not planning to pull another stunt, are you? Luin gave a forced smile and replied, no. But he added in his mind, maybe. Tehran clasped his hands together and spoke, but it might be a bit different, a bit new compared to Tyrion. I look forward to what's to come. Somerton suddenly looked at Luin and called out, wait. He stood up and made a suggestion. Luin Adele, would you like to have tea with me? Then Somerton gave a cold smile. I don't want to hear a no. After that, the two moved to another place. Now, Luin and Somerton were sitting opposite each other. He slowly called out, Adel Luin, but Somerton had a smug look on his face. From now on, you'll work for me. This time, I won't accept a no either. He said it as if it were a matter of course. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I will transfer you to the cavalry training area and arrange your accommodations. Oh, Somerton added as if he just remembered, and the citizenship issue too. The Crown Prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, right? Louis became increasingly confused. What citizenship, he asked confusedly. But why the Empire already has countless talented mages, like Doompram for instance. Somerton spoke slowly. Oh, that guy, he bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he still lost to you anyway. Somerton's voice grew cold. Are you suggesting I keep a failure by my side? Louis silently bowed his head and didn't answer. he continued. There's one more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember one thing. A light flashed in Somerton's brown eyes, he said in a low voice. I prefer hearing yes over questions. Hearing Somerton's tone, Lewin looked up with anger in his eyes. Somerton urged him. Come on, answer me, he said. The first reason is because the old man recommended you. For years, I've told him to recommend a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone's name. Then Somerton added, another thing is because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin, the kind of guts to dress in rags in front of a bunch of leaders. There was a hint of praise in Somerton's voice for that thirst for power, and the kind to dare express your disagreement with the old man. Finally, he said with a smirk, the kind to keep questioning me despite my warning. Somerton spread his arms casually. In politics, you sometimes need a jester. After Somerton's long speech, Louis summed it up and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He looked displeased. Another question. I want you to protect me from my damn brothers who don't want their little brother to be crowned prince. He silently bowed his head without replying. His face looked very confused. Somerton asked again, you don't like it? Louis nodded and replied, yes, that's right. He growled, I knew you'd say that, so I warned you before. I don't want to hear that answer. No way. He again fell into deep thought. Louis thought of the man Somerton sitting before him. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chance to become the right-hand man of the most powerful crown prince in the empire, but his thoughts were in turmoil. After all, most mages choose to side with power. Even the Magic Tower, which was originally dedicated to researching magic, is no different. If I miss this chance today, I might regret it for a long time, but after a moment's hesitation, Louis gave his answer, I still have many other things I want to do. He told himself, I don't want to be anyone's mage anyway. Somerton's voice became cold. I thought I was being too rational, but it turns out you're just too sentimental. He asked again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't regret this, will you? Louis answered firmly, I won't. Then he slowly stood up. Somerton didn't stop him, just smiled. All right, then let's act as if this conversation never happened. As Louis was leaving, he suddenly called out, Louis Adele. They say you were the brightest gem of this year's grand festival. Somerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and to this day there has never been a gem I couldn't have. Do you know why he warned? Because any gem I cannot have, I destroy. Before walking out of the room, Louis turned to look back one last time. Then he resolutely opened the door and left. Louis was now standing alone in the hallway, he told himself. That last line was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly, a nearby voice called out, Hey, Lewin. Jason asked curiously, Where are you going? Sneaking off to hit on girls, are you? Lewin immediately denied it. No way, he told himself. In the end, I just want to be a mage anyway. A mage with his own unique style. Inside the room, Somerton's voice was heard. I'm curious about the one the old man recommended. He seems very special, Tehran continued. It seems things won't be resolved in the easy way, will they? He nodded and replied, That's right, I threatened him a bit, but it seemed to have no effect. He asked again, So are you going to give up? Somerton laughed out loud. Not at all. He raised his wine glass. Light flashed from the ring on Somerton's hand, you understand, especially when it's related to my collecting hobby. He smirked cunningly. In the end, Louis Adele will be mine because I've decided it. Meanwhile, in another place, Louis was forcing a smile to fend off the questions from the other two. A beautiful sunset afternoon. Damn, Louis was relentlessly practicing his punches and kicks. An aura enveloped him, giving off a Lou Ruin vibe. Oh wait, no. A white moonlight is more accurate. The system appeared and said, punches 5,000 out of 5,000, kicks 5,000 out of 5,000. Roundhouse kicks 5,000 out of 5,000, 15 kilometers long distance run. 1 out of 1 combat training, 1 out of 1. After reading the system's display, Louis panted heavily. All right, all done for today. Louis collapsed on the ground with a sigh. Trang appeared beside him. Oh, I feel your body is getting much better. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear, about the size of a hand. I don't want to hear that from a man, it immediately retorted upon hearing him. What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Louis shot up, unable to believe his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It immediately replied. Why? Because I was born that way. He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly. A demigod has a gender. Trang angrily put her hands on her hips and yelled in Louis's face, who said, We don't. You just never asked, but we've bathed together. He recalled the times they had bathed together. Trang snorted coldly. There was nothing to see anyway. Ahem. That one word basically admitted everything. Lewin's face darkened. He enunciated every word to her. So you mean you've seen everything being asked? That she trembled uncontrollably. She quickly turned away to hide her embarrassment, even though she knew she couldn't. But in contrast to Trang's awkwardness, he just gave a light chuckle. He slowly stood up, deciding not to tease her anymore. That's enough. I'm leaving first, okay? Hearing that, she turned back to look at him with a dazed expression. She ran after him, shouting, Hey, let's go together, but he was already far ahead. He ignored her pursuit, but still called out to her, then stopped joking. She stammered, trying to explain that she was telling the truth. No, I'm not joking, it's true. But he still didn't believe her and laughed teasingly. You think I believe you? Hearing that she could only fall silent, what else was there to say? Cut to a scene at a train station, blue sky, white clouds, golden sun, the weather was perfect. But a terrible voice shattered that peaceful atmosphere. Jackson was hugging Louis with 2 streams of tears flowing like a waterfall. I'm going now, Louis. Please take care of yourself. You hear me?" He lectured him like a mother seeing her son off, a blushing and helpless. Lewis patted his friend. "I'm not dying, you know." Their friends watching this scene laughed their heads off. The train whistle blared. Jason and the others were already on the train. Lewin stood watching the train pull away. The stray cat's voice spoke up. "All right then. We should get going too." He turned back to look at him. "After my friends have left, I will head to Leviathan to complete my schedule." As the Grand Tournament's champion, he and the stray cat sat next to each other on another train, but they were both silent, not saying a word. He remembered their first meeting. "Just call me Stray Cat the Wizard." The stray cat was a guy from Wizard Tower 2. The system popped up again to identify the wizard. Name question mark, question mark, question mark. Age question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark. Meanwhile, he sat quietly reading a paper that he was holding. The system couldn't find any information. All it showed were 3 huge question marks. He was a bit shocked. The player's eye couldn't even identify their name, indicating they were highly skilled. Lewin thought to himself, that means he's on par with or even surpasses the professors at the Magic Academy. The only thing I can tell is that he looks to be in his late 20s. He turned to look cautiously at the stray cat. His eyebrows were practically making out. Just then the man finally spoke. "Now, I will briefly explain your schedule. First, you will go to the royal palace to receive congratulations," and then he guided him step by step. He sat listening quietly, his face showing a bit of worry. He interrupted him. "Excuse me, but can you just speak normally?" The suggestion seemed to surprise him a little. He continued, "I'm only 16. He replied, "It's more comfortable for me." His expression didn't change at all, remaining completely stoic. He went back to what he was doing. "Let's review the schedule again." He could only smile awkwardly, thinking to himself, "He's very thorough and businesslike. I guess I learned something new." He then announced the next item on the schedule. "You must go to the Magic Tower to be chosen by an item." Hearing this, he looked completely baffled. "Chosen," the stray cat explained. "Correct? You could also end up with nothing, as the artifacts themselves do the choosing." A worried look appeared on his face. He also understood what Wildcat meant, that like King Graham, the artifacts also had consciousness, as Wildcat announced the final schedule. As he put the paper in his bag, Wildcat explained, "Finally, you will be assigned a mission. As a student, you wouldn't normally be given an official mission, but the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world," he said, opening the list. "So it's like a debut?" He immediately replied, "Exactly," and continued, "So, choose a mission from the provided list." He thoughtfully looked at the list. The missions included exploration, subjugation, assassination, excavation, knowledge. And just as he read that, Trang appeared out of nowhere, whispering in his ear, startling him slightly. He and Trang both stared intently at the list in his hand. The expressions on their faces were identical, like father and son. Then he made his decision. "I'll choose this one." His voice rang out decisively over the rumbling of the train outside. Scene changed to Moran Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. "This is Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Go on in, everyone is waiting for you." He urged him on. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'll be leaving now." Hearing this, he panicked and yelled back. "Wait, hold on, aren't you coming in with me?" he yelled, confused as to why Wildcat wasn't joining him. The door in front of him swung open, revealing Somerton standing there imposingly while he was still searching for Wildcat. With his hands on his hips and a hint of a smile in his voice, he said, "Welcome to my empire, Louis Adele." Louis looked up at him in silence. Stepping inside, he knelt before him. "First, I accept the 10,000 gold pieces from the Crown Prince. This amount exceeds the annual budget of the Adele territory." Then, Somerton, sitting on the throne, smiled and said to Lewin, "If you ever feel short on money, come here any time. If you change your mind, Moran Palace's doors are always open to you." Hearing that, he could only smile wryly. "It seems I could never earn this much money in my entire life." Holding the gold, he walked away, thinking, "It seems the prince hasn't given up on me yet, but I need to hurry to my next appointment." Now, he and Wildcat strode through the vast palace. Everyone here must have great stamina. "It's a miracle to get around this huge place all day," he joked to break the silence, but Wildcat didn't seem to be in a joking mood. He turned back with a cold expression. "Stop the idle chatter. Sir Terran is waiting for you." Hearing that, he froze. "Ah, yes." He forced a smile. "Does anyone here even know how to take a joke? I think these people should go live by the sea, to get some of the ocean's saltiness." "So," he asked again, "are you sure about that mission?" He was slightly surprised, then replied firmly, "Yes." Receiving the firm answer, he didn't ask any more questions. "I see. You've chosen the most difficult one." He replied cheerfully, "Haha, it seems like it will be very interesting." Hearing that, he added, "I wonder what Sir Terran will say." Their conversation ended as the door to the room opened. A gloomy, chilling atmosphere filled the air. Lewin stepped inside. Terran was already seated, waiting in the room. He called out, "Come in quickly." A conversation began over cups of hot tea, with Terran speaking first. "You want to choose that wonderful mission?" He replied immediately, "Yes." Hearing this, Terran picked up his teacup and spoke slowly. The safest mission is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal family to eliminate some bandits near Siciliano. You could even be welcomed as a hero, he explained, as Lewin listened silently. But why, he wondered, would you go to that place? It's just a barren wasteland. He remained silent, but there was a change in his eyes. He already had an answer to the man's question. It's quite similar to the Heavenly Mountain. Flashback to when he was choosing the mission and Trang appeared. It pointed to a mission on the list. What is it? He asked. Your first mission. Choose that one. But he still didn't quite understand. It explained, that is King Graham's homeland. He was stunned to hear that. It continued, and that's where Draa stayed for about 100 years. An image of a huge dragon appeared in a green meadow. Heavenly Mountain, located in the far north of the Ridian Kingdom. A towering mountain emerged from behind a thick blanket of fog. It was said to be the home of the ancient elves, but there are no elves there anymore. The large, muscular elves are now a thing of the past. Except for the artifact King Graham at the Academy, they all perished in the Great War. All the elves lay defeated at the feet of the enemy leader. Where the elves vanished is now just a desolate wasteland. An elven skull blows in the bone-chilling wind. There's a reason why the exploration mission here is considered extremely difficult, because of the barrier there. An invisible barrier surrounds the mountain, one that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have failed to find a way to break it. Everyone has admitted defeat. The exploration mission is to discover the identity of that barrier. Determination showed in his eyes as he recalled what Trang had told him. Taran was still curious. I'm curious as to why. You want to do an exploration mission in that desolate place, he continued. Do you find the theory appealing? It's like a child's fairy tale, suggesting the elven gods grew angry and turned the place into a sanctuary. He just turned to look at him in silence. He thought to himself, but other people would have no reason to care about that place. However, that place, abandoned by the world, was Dracogonia's refuge. For 100 years, that reason alone is enough for me. He didn't need to explain further. He just stated simply, it's the most difficult mission. Hearing his explanation, the man tilted his head. Just for that reason? Well, if you just want to show off, you'd be better off choosing another one, Taran advised, not believing that a mere 6-year-old would choose such a mission. He continued to advise against it. You don't need to go through such hardship to get an achievement. It's only considered difficult because it's a mystery no one has ever been able to solve. Louis smiled defiantly. If a 6-year-old mage were to find the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? But the man kept jabbing at him. You'll most likely end up with a failed mission in the grand tournament's history. He immediately retorted, that's one way to create a noteworthy achievement too. His remark made the man slightly uncomfortable. His eyebrows furrowed, and his smile became strained. Taran changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Wang Te? The question caught him off guard for a moment. Seeing his reaction, the man explained, it was to keep you here in Lebanon. I wanted to observe you further. Everything was planned from the start. He fell silent, tension evident on his young face. Taran explained further, because of your unique ability, I wonder if that has anything to do with you choosing this mission. The atmosphere grew tense. Regardless, I will always be watching you. His words made Lewin a little anxious. Back in his room, he flopped onto the bed, but he couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. I've committed to it, but can I really pull it off? He wondered, his voice tinged with worry. Hearing this, Trang, who was nearby, asked, why are you worried? Afraid you won't find anything? He replied, a little. After all, that world has been cut off for centuries. I wonder if I can discover anything at all. It immediately retorted, humans haven't discovered anything yet, but you can. He immediately shot back, I'm human too, you know. It replied, you are beyond human capabilities. He asked, puzzled, me? Yeah, well, to surpass human capabilities. Being Louis is a whole process. A process? What's that supposed to mean? As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. A voice followed, Sir Louis, may we come in? He sat up and called out, ah, yes, come in. The two people entered. He greeted them, hello, wild boar, wildcat. Trang, sitting on his shoulder, heard him call them that, and asked curiously, wild boar, cat, what are you talking about? He sighed and explained, it's a hobby of His Highness. All the mages of Matop like to be called that. It listened, but still couldn't make any sense of it. What kind of farm is this? Wild boar cheerfully approached him. Well, Lewin, shall we go? First, to the artifact room to claim your reward. The three of them walked down the hallway, explaining about the artifact room to Louis. Matop's artifact room is divided into 4 zones. Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone X. The items in Zone C are the most common, and those in Zone X are the rarest. Wild Boar led the way, with Lewin and Wildcat following behind as they walked. The stray cat explained and listed the areas for him, adding that Lewin would get to explore Area A. He curiously asked, you did not mention going to Area X. When he asked that, the man turned away, his face suddenly serious. That area is not open to anyone unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, it is a problem. His eyes were probing as he thought to himself, something special. Following the guide, I began my exploration from Area C. The three of them entered the room of Area C. He picked up a sword larger than a boar spear and asked the other two, "Is this a dark sword?" The wild boar replied, "Yes, that is right. We only collect items that are well preserved after battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword, thinking it was quite impressive. "This seems to be the radiant sword used by Doom Bram. The blade was so shiny it could reflect his plain face. This truly is Matab's vault of artifacts," he exclaimed. "Even Area C is better than the treasuries of many nobles." Suddenly, he noticed a book on the floor, The Special Transformation of Tin Brown. "I heard they stopped writing it. But why is the book still here?" Seeing his curiosity, the wild boar asked cheerfully, "You seem to know about it. That is a book over 100 years old." He laughed and replied, "Ha, there was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind it was 7th class magic crews exploring unknown lands, searching for ancient creatures." He read the titles of the books on the shelf. "Can people read these books freely?" While in the magic tower, he picked up a book, opened it, and turned to ask. The stray cat explained, "Occasionally, the tower master gives members a chance to read the books, but they cannot own them. Area B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare ancient texts, and even legendary manuscripts." Ignoring the allure of Area B, I proceeded to Area A, but no artifact in Area A responded to me. This made him a little anxious, and he turned back to ask the other two, "Has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before?" The wild boar scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, "There have been, but very few for a mage capable of reaching Area A. Even being acknowledged by 1 or 2 artifacts demonstrates significant skill," he explained. His mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all the areas was so disappointing. He was very sad, but could only force a smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed its arms and smiled like a boss, lifting his spirits. "There is nothing to be disappointed about. They are all just trash." He was utterly shocked. "What did you say?" It began to explain. "Of course, to humans, they are all rare items. But the truly rare stuff is over there." It pointed towards the door. It radiated a murderous aura as if from the depths of hell. He asked, "In Area X?" Just looking at the door to Area X was terrifying. There was also a dragon's head in the center, its mouth open, as if to devour anyone who approached. Trang stared intently at that room. "I think there is something in there made by a dragon. It even smells of unclean dragon scales." Hearing this, he just sighed. He did not really care. "No matter how valuable the item inside is, I cannot get it out of there." Lacking faith in his own abilities, he bent down again. "Let us just focus on finding an artifact." But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared. Catching his attention, Trang smirked, knowing what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the other two, and the wild boar even started to stutter. "That light, it is from the door to Area X. If they could not stand firm, all 3 of them could be blown against the wall, like a framed picture." The wild boar shouted loudly, It is happening. Something special is happening. It has been 56 years. That door is slowly opening. The scene shifts to Terran's room. He was frowning deeply. He asked, "Is Kun Khan's fang reacting?" The stray cat respectfully replied, "Yes." Terran was lost in thought. Is this a sign that he is the next successor? The 3 exceptional artifacts kept in Area X, Angan's scepter, Mossie's scale, and Kun Khan's fang. These artifacts have one thing in common. They allow their owners to stand at the pinnacle. Angan's scepter was used by the mage Angan, the first human, an infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the mage king. 56 years ago, Terran was chosen by Angan's scepter. Anyone chosen by it is raised to the pinnacle of the magic tower. The invulnerable armor that resists all magical attacks, Mossie's scale. This armor chooses an owner only once a century. Those who are chosen become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's fang, the first leader of the ogres, is a mysterious artifact. It has not chosen an owner in 100 years. Terran mused. Kun Khan's fang has chosen Edel. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne? He wondered. He asked the stray cat again to confirm the report. Luin Adel was able to lift Kun Khan's fang. He confirmed it to Terran. Yes, he lifted it with ease. However, Terran was once again lost in thought. Kun Khan's fang was an artifact that the generals could barely bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men carrying a single fang, the heavy strain visible on all their faces. It was not something just anyone could lift so easily. It possesses a strength similar to an ogre's. At that thought, he seemed to realize something. A strength reminiscent of an ogre. The specially chosen mission was to search in the heavenly mountains for Kun Khan's fang, the first leader of the ogres. He sorted through all the information he had and then suddenly spoke. Immediately summoned the Mage of Screams. He gave the order to the stray cat. "I have decided to head west to the heavenly mountains." The stray cat instructed Louis. "The mission's duration is 1 month. Make sure you are on time. After finishing his instructions, he handed him items for the journey. And here is your fee: ID card and train ticket. He took the items and thanked him. The stray cat stood silently, watching him pack his bag as if he wanted to say something. After packing, he looked up and saw the man staring at him, so he asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Hearing this, the man replied, "Yes and no." What a frustrating answer. Hearing this, he asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" He replied, "As a mage of the Magic Tower, I am not allowed to express personal opinions, but as your senior, I have something to say to you." Louis looked surprised for a moment, not understanding why he would say that. The Magic Tower is very good to its own mages, but very cold to outsiders. You know where you truly belong, Louis. He was implying something he was sure Louis would understand. Be careful and question everything. As he said this, his face turned stern, making the atmosphere tense. Seeing this, the boy's expression also grew serious. The ancient city of Tesseran, near the Heavenly Mountains, was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It was also known as the Shield of the Continent. Thus, Tesseran was always equipped with high walls and formidable military strength, and its soldiers had a valiant spirit, comparable to those in the capital. At least, that is what I read in the books. He stood in a nearly deserted place, talking to Trang, his face showing a bit of concern. "It is unexpectedly desolate," Trang replied. "That is because this is a city whose purpose has disappeared. The threat of the ogres is now gone," it explained, then pointed towards a tavern. "Look, the guards are getting drunk in the middle of the day. The soldiers were each holding a massive mug of beer, enough to fill them up completely. They just shout all day long." Louis found this a bit unsettling. Tesk, they said this was a city where people fought valiantly back in the day. Suddenly, a large man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared. "Hey, look at the pretty boy in the fancy clothes. Give me everything you have got." He's really trying to use his size to scare him. Huh. Does Louis's face look scared at all? He just gently placed a hand on the big guy's shoulder. A moment later, as he walked away, he thought, the world is so different from the books. As for the other guy, he was lying flat on his back. A thunderous snore echoed in the silence. Someone was asleep, drooling with a bubble coming from his nose. Lewin and Trang looked on helplessly as the man slept, oblivious to the world, not knowing what to say. He decided to break the man's deep sleep. "Excuse me?" Hearing his voice, the man groggily woke up and quickly sat up when he saw him. "I am sorry. I was in such a deep sleep I did not realize you were here, mage." He did not mind. "It is all right. Can I get a horse?" he asked. The stable master looked a bit awkward. "Well, actually, we do not have any horses right now." The stable was completely empty, without a single horse in sight, only piles of dry hay in the stalls. "You asked again, no horses." The stable master answered yes. "You then asked, are there any other stables around?" The stable master could only scratch his head with a guilty look. "This is the only place in Terry-san." Seeing this, Trang burst out laughing until she cried. "What kind of stable has no horses? Haha, this place is really..." Before he could finish, Louis cut in, "This is a bit off from what I planned." His face showed some disappointment because he couldn't borrow a horse. The stable master explained a bit. "At first, there were 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had any customers in a long time, but today someone suddenly rented all the horses." Hearing his explanation, you were a bit surprised. He then awkwardly made a suggestion. "If you could wait a day somehow, I will." "Yes," you cut him off. "Wait a minute," which startled him a bit. "Yes," you asked the stable master. "For a long time, no one needed horses, but today someone rented them all." He was also a little puzzled. "That's right, but why?" You started to become suspicious. "People rarely come to Terrasen, but someone other than you rented all the horses here. Is it just a coincidence?" you wondered. But then you remembered what Wildcat told you before you left. Suspect everything, but you turned to ask your friend sitting on your shoulder. "Trang, have you noticed anything?" Hearing your question, it sighed and crossed its arms. "Hey human, you're only just realizing it now. I already said it when we were on the ship. It answered your question." "That's right, both of them turned in the same direction. We're being followed." Behind the house opposite where you and Trang were standing, a cloaked figure was watching them. "After realizing we were being followed, we took action immediately. I instructed the innkeeper to let me know if anyone asked about me." You gave a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes immediately lit up. He accepted right away. "You can count on me. It's true, money can move mountains." I decided to become the bait and walk around Terrazin. You strode down the street. "They must have seen me leave the inn. They will definitely come and ask about us. They're clearly people from the Renix Empire." You smiled as if you knew everything. "Whether it's the prince who is angry because I refused his offer of citizenship, or the king of the wizard's tower is looking for me, I don't know, but none of them are particularly welcome. I have to solve this problem at all costs before I head to the mountain peak." But your eyes showed clear determination. "I can't let them keep following me when I know they're there." "No one came here," the innkeeper answered Louis awkwardly. As if in disbelief, you asked again what the innkeeper replied. "Honestly, I'm telling the truth. I was on edge waiting for someone to show up after you left, but nobody came at all." Trang started to speak. "He doesn't look like he's lying." Suddenly, the innkeeper recalled something, but there was one very strange thing. You quickly asked. What is it? He revealed something shocking. For about 3 minutes, my memory is almost a complete blank. Hearing that you were stunned, the innkeeper added, no matter how hard I try to remember, your face tensed as he recounted what he could remember: mind control, a high-level tier 6 magic. It allows the user to control and dominate the opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory of that period, and the caster can steal those memories. You quickly went upstairs. They're much more ruthless and powerful than I thought. What's more, if my memory was stolen, they would realize that I've noticed them following me. You deduced everything step by step. Lewin opened his room door. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a note to the headboard. The note read, I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste time looking for me and proceed with your quest. Lewin angrily ripped the note down, sneaking into my room to leave a note telling me not to worry. This is clearly a threat. Then your face grew serious. All right then, let's see. Lewin leaped out of the room, kicking off the nearby houses, and landed safely. Damn, Lewin's jump looked dangerous as hell. Lewin moved as fast as the wind. If there were speed cameras, he'd definitely get a ticket. Then Trang asked you, what do you think? You replied with a triumphant smile, we need to find them. Lewin ordered, open the map. The map appeared with 4 red dots, 1 for you and Trang. The other 3 were the ones tailing you. You dashed off, but not without looking back with a provocative expression. All right, then try to keep up. Red circles appeared as Louis accelerated. You shouted loudly for the 3 to hear. It's like we're racing for first place in a triathlon. Should we go after them? One of the 3 asked. Haha, our junior, the champion of the grand tournament, is asking us to play a game. It wouldn't be fun to refuse. The one with the skull tattoo on his neck, who seemed to be the leader, said. He ordered the other 2, chase them, just don't kill them. Hearing the order, the 2 flew off and disappeared. Yes, sir. The sky turned red, the 2 pursuers flew like birds, and it wasn't long before they were right behind Louis and Trang, but you just kept running with a smile, without a hint of fear. After all, you were the one who invited them to play, so what was there to be afraid of? In a deserted place, a purple light appeared and 3 suspicious figures in black cloaks landed. They began to walk straight ahead. They looked around as they walked. The one in the middle said, the trail of the mage from Scream's Lewin Adele has disappeared. The leader turned and said, he didn't disappear, he's waiting for us. What? They continued to talk, completely unaware of their surroundings. From a pile of wooden crates, Louis suddenly burst out, catching the 3 black-cloaked figures completely by surprise. They panicked and yelled El Louis Adele before another word was spoken. One of them was sent flying by Lewin's punch. He quickly turned to the second one, who gaped in absolute terror. Lewin charged forward with his fist, but the man quickly used magic to create a barrier in front of himself. But that was hardly enough to stop him. The magic barrier was shattered by Louis' punch, and the guy took the full force of the blow, causing him to cough up blood. Just like that, 2 of the 3 were down, sprawling on the ground. Louis stared at the last man, who suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of person he was. Turns out he's a real monster. Lewin glared at him murderously and asked in a grim voice, who are you people? The bearded man in the black cloak just smiled calmly at Lewin's wariness and said, did you know? The pontiff of the wizard's tower sent us. We were told to protect our youth, Lewin replied. This feels more like spying than protecting. The bearded man's expression grew more mysterious. He tore the paper he was holding and said, it's pretty much the same thing. In any case, it was fun watching you. Then the old man vanished, leaving only his 2 unconscious subordinates on the ground and a puff of gray smoke with the words, see you again. Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, this skull tattoo, dark mages. Dark mages. Lewin crossed his arms, looking at the 2 unconscious men, and replied to Trang, that's right. They're a secret group, a group of mages from the tower who specialize in handling their dirty work. With that skull engulfed in mystical blue fire and those mysterious figures in black cloaks, you can tell at a glance this group is up to no good, Louis said. The secret group, Dark Mages, all that is known about them is the group's name and their tattoo. It's unclear what they do exactly, or what the level of each member is. Even the identity of their leader is a mystery. Hearing this, Trang looked at Louis excitedly and asked, so what's your impression of them? Louis looked at Trang as if thinking of something, then smiled. They're manageable. They don't seem to be as strong as the representatives from the last grand tournament, Trang said confusedly. But we still haven't confirmed the strength of that other guy. Louis replied nonchalantly, it's fine. He raised a hand to his mouth, remembering the scene of the damn mages attacking innocent people. He then said, they use tier 6 magic. They're clearly not your average opponents. Besides, they can follow us from a distance. Trang looked at your thoughtful expression and asked, what are you going to do? Lewin remained deep in thought. Lewin looked up as if he had a plan and said, first I'll make them reveal themselves. A while later, the sound of galloping horses. The next day, we immediately set out for Heaven Mountain. Louis galloped toward the mountains ahead. The journey to Heaven Mountain was exhausting. We had to cross arid deserts, but I could feel that we had finally arrived. Louis placed a hand on his chest. He dismounted his horse, his expression anxious as he kept his hand over his heart. His chest was vibrating, light shone on his sweaty face. He gave a faint smile, looked straight ahead and said, so this is Heaven Mountain, that's right, there's no mistake. The mountain was shrouded in a dark, gloomy aura. This is Heaven Mountain. Louis stood stunned for a long time, saying, this is exactly the feeling of satisfaction. The black barrier wavered slightly as if something had just touched it. Louis said, you once said this is where you lived with Draa, right? Trang replied, yes, that's right. Louis wearily sat down, leaning against the barrier, and said, "Humph, it won't budge at all. How am I supposed to get in?" Lian's expression changed, a hint of worry on his face. He looked up at Trang and said, "What kind of inhuman idea is this? Are you telling me I have to destroy this barrier?" Trang crawled onto his forehead and replied, "That's right," Lian sighed. Then Trang climbed to the top of Lua's head, looked down, and said confidently, "If they were humans, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Louis looked up at Trang and replied, "Right. That's the first thought." Trang continued, "But they can't break it. Not with ordinary human methods." And Trang continued, "What would happen if there was an ogre here?" Trang's words startled Lian, as if he hadn't expected it. Lian sat cross-legged, rested his chin on his hand, and thought seriously, wouldn't it be better to call the ogres from inside, asking them to open the door like a friend? While Lian was still thinking, Trang jumped to the ground, crossed his arms, looked at Lian, and said, "Right. Now my thoughts are very clear." Hearing that, Lian was even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked down. Trang said, "As you once said, all the ogres here are already dead, aren't they?" With a very confident expression, Trang looked straight at Lian and replied that that is just how humans think. At this point, Lian started to feel tense. He turned to look at the barrier. Trang's face darkened as he said, "Remember, Lian, your power doesn't follow prejudice, it breaks it." As soon as he spoke, from within the dark and gloomy barrier, a voice came out saying, "I'm breaking it now," which surprised Lian, who was standing outside. Lian placed a hand on the barrier and said, "Huh." Then he placed both hands on the barrier, his expression a bit hesitant, and said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend not to hear me, but I have the fang of your leader, Kun Khan, with me." Lian kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear what I'm saying, open the gate." The atmosphere suddenly became silent after that. This made both Louis and Trang a little worried. A moment later, an incredibly powerful purple-blue light radiated from Louis's hands. A large explosion created a shockwave between Lian and the barrier, putting him in a difficult position, but with his resilient will, Lian held his ground. He tried to withstand the force in front of him. Lian's pupils suddenly constricted as if he saw something horrible approaching. The black barrier then gradually disappeared. Louis exclaimed, "It opened." At that moment, the mysterious old man in a black cloak appeared from nowhere, running forward in a panic, saying, "How could a rookie like him do what no one has ever done before?" But unfortunately for him, when he arrived, the barrier reappeared, blocking him from entering. Helpless, he could only stand outside, continuously pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What's going on?" It closed again. What is happening? Before he could even process what was happening, a fist, and everyone knew whose it was, came flying. Louis lunged forward and punched the old man straight in the face. It sent him reeling backward. Louis, his face burning with anger, shouted, "Now's my chance. You can't escape like last time." Not giving the old man a chance to counterattack, Lian launched his next attack. Using his earthquake skill, he punched the ground, creating a tremor that shattered the earth beneath them. The old man had already taken 2 consecutive hits, making him cry out in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Louis shouted, "Vines!" summoning long vines that shot forward to capture his prey. The target was that sorcerer. He was instantly bound tightly by Lian's vines. He lay sprawled on the ground before Lian, unable to speak or even move a limb, so the old man could only let out helpless grunts. Lian said, "Did you think you could get close to me this time?" Louis calmly looked at the bound man before him and said, "What level are you? Let's end this game early." Oh my god! Out of nowhere, a huge figure appeared. A green giant holding a wooden club swung it and charged straight down to where Louis was standing, leaving him stunned and bewildered. A horrifying scene suddenly appeared. In an instant, bright red liquid was streaming down the green giant's wooden club. It was obvious what that liquid was. Lian was utterly shocked by the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. His eyes were wide and his body was frozen stiff. The giant turned to look at Lian in a very barbaric manner, sending a shiver down his spine. His dark, piercing eyes stared at Louis. He said, "Answer me, human. Who are you?" Outwardly, Louis tried to appear calm, but deep down, he was extremely worried. Trang, on his shoulder, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Louis, remember this. They think like savage beasts. Luckily, I was able to enter the barrier on Heaven Mountain, and as soon as I stepped in, I felt like I had stepped into another world." Louis thought to himself as he followed the green giant deeper inside. Here, he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity and suspicion. One of them said, "A human. What's a human doing here?" Sniff, sniff. "But he doesn't really smell like a human. He smells just like us." Sniff, sniff. Lian walked on, his expression tense. Trang, beside him, said, "Master, be careful. They don't have the same morals as humans." Louis said tensely, "I know." Louis recalled the earlier image of him meeting that green giant and thought, "I'm guessing he hasn't harmed me because of Kun Khan's fang, but I have no idea when they might kill me." He cautiously trailed behind the green giant, observing him. Arriving at a towering mountain, the green giant said, "We're here. This is the summit of Heaven Mountain." They stopped beside another green giant. Louis looked at the club-wielding giant and asked, "The summit, but there's still another peak above this." Thud. A tremor rang out, startling Lane. In front of him was another giant, bigger than the rest, with white hair and a beard. Louis thought, this isn't the summit, but there's an ogre. The white-haired giant looked down at Louis and began to speak. "I am the leader, Hak Khan. Human, I heard you possess the relic of Kun Khan." Louis was still in shock, looking at a body 10 times larger than the other ogres. He stared up with his mouth agape, thinking, he's so much bigger than the other ogres. Leader Hak Khan continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you to pieces and feed your corpse to the eagles. Who are you?" Lane tried to stay calm and replied, "I thought I already explained this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang." Leader Hak Khan sat down and said, "Lies. That is not an item a human can handle." Lelwane replied, "But it's the truth." Louis took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, "I can show it to you, can't I?" The other ogre said in alarm, "Oh my god, it's real." Leader Hak Khan looked at Line, very pleased, and said, "An interesting human. I smelled our scent on you, and I also smell the scent of power." Line replied happily, "That's right, I'm quite strong." Leader Hak Khan said, "Then answer me, human, who are you?" Line hesitated slightly and said, "I am Line." He and Trang exchanged a look, as if they were both thinking the same thing. Lane said, "Do you know of Dracagonia? It's the name of a dragon that lives on this Heaven Mountain." Leader Hak Khan's jaw dropped. Surprised by what he had just heard, Leader Hak Khan hurriedly looked down at Lowin and asked, "How do you know that name?" Elwine put his hands on his hips, smiled, and replied, "I heard it from Kingram." Hearing the name Kingram, Leader Hak Khan was even more shocked. He shouted, "Kingram, he's still alive." Louis recalled his first encounter with Kingram and said, "He's living as an artifact in my academy. Or should I say, he's considered one of the professors." Louis looked at Leader Hak Khan and said confidently, "You're curious about who I am, aren't you?" The Green Ogre guide stood by silently, listening. Louis said, "I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the summit of Heaven Mountain." Line continued, "I am also the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang, and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power." With every word he spoke, Leader Hak Khan became more and more surprised. Elwine declared, "I am Elwine Adel." Facing Leader Hak Khan, he continued, "With all that, do you still plan on crushing me and feeding my corpse to the eagles?" Leader Hak Khan was silent for a long moment, then said, "No. We will joyfully welcome you, human." Louis' expression then froze. He seemed speechless. He was now being led to the middle of a square. In the center was a simple stone table, and around it, the goblins were constantly shouting. Trang, sitting on Louis' shoulder, crossed her arms and said, "The goblins have a rite of passage even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your own worth. Draka did the same when he first came here." Then Trang looked at Louis seriously and said, "And the ritual is arm wrestling." In front of him, a large green goblin strode forward, happily flexing his muscles and saying, "I am the son of Meru Khan. Amarat, you're the human we're welcoming?" But Lewin's face was already scrunched up as he thought to himself, "You're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is wrong here." In an instant, Lewin and Omerat were in position to arm wrestle. The whole square was now shouting, "Kra! Come on, Omerat! Crush that human!" Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked at Trang, and said, "If I lose this arm wrestle, they won't throw me to the eagles, will they?" Trang replied helplessly, "I'm not so sure." Facing the giant Omerat, the atmosphere was tense. You could see how tiny Lewin was compared to him. The two clasped hands tightly. Lewin thought, "This giant goblin is here to intimidate me, but that doesn't mean I should be reckless." Lewin's expression was extremely tense. He thought, "A match between a goblin and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have special strength granted by an artifact." A white tooth floated amidst a stream of magic. Lewin said, "Ever since I got Kun Khan's fang, my strength has increased by 1,000 BA. Lewin frowned, looking serious, and thought, "Now my strength is 3,520. This might be possible." Amarat looked extremely confident. He said, "I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your hand feels different. I am Omerat, son of Umeru Khan. Even though my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you." Louis didn't back down, smiling and saying loudly, "That's right, try and beat me once and for all." In the middle, the referee started the countdown. "Ready." You could see both contestants were extremely serious. "Go!" shouted the goblin referee. Instantly, Louis flexed his arms so hard that his shirt tore. Amarat was a little surprised by his opponent. The match was still deadlocked. Amarat yelled as he strained against Louis. You could see his expression worsen, dripping with sweat, as if he could only hold on for a moment longer. He thought, "Damn, is this the end?" But Lewin mustered all his remaining strength and yelled, "This is my last chance, you hairy goblin." But contrary to his expectations, Almarat slammed Lewin's hand down with incredible ease, making a loud thud. Lewin flexed so hard his shirt ripped, but after losing so miserably, he just froze, his face completely bewildered. The goblin referee then stood up, raised both arms, and shouted, "Almarat is the winner." Lewin lay exhaustedly on the stone table, sighing, "Ah, I lost, even though I gave it my all." Lewis's hand was trembling. "There were cuts and bruises all over it," he said, "so now I'm going to be fed to the eagles?" Louis looked up at the sky in a daze. Just as he thought his number was up, a voice said, "Get up, human." A green goblin knelt to face Louis and said with satisfaction, "You managed to hold your own, even against Almarat, the warrior, most elite of Heavenly Mountain. That's truly commendable." At that moment, the system's quest window appeared. The goblins of Heavenly Mountain greatly respect strength. It took Draa 17 years to earn the goblins' respect with his power, just as he did. 4. Win over the goblins you want with your strength and make them respect you. Defeat Almarat in arm wrestling 0/1. Reward: Goblins of Heavenly Mountain. Louis looked up in disbelief and stammered, "Thank you. Yes." Trang looked at Lewin happily and said, "Well done, Lewin. You've won the goblins' support." Lewin pushed himself up, looked at Trang, and said awkwardly, "Trang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you?" Trang just laughed. "It's fun, right?" Lewin chuckled and glanced at Trang, saying, "You just said it took Draa 17 years to beat Almarat, right? I'll do it in 1 month." Looking up, the atmosphere was now very cheerful, with goblins sitting together at tables, eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. At a table, Louis said happily, "This is better than we thought, right? It's hard to believe goblins can cook this well." Trang replied helplessly, "I know. The food is so pungent. That smell is just pretty." Louis replied, "No, that's not it." He sat down, looked around, and said, "But why are the goblins here, living so secluded in this monastery?" Louis' expression darkened. He thought, "For some reason, I have a feeling." Looking at the laughing and joking goblins, Lewin felt he would accomplish something more important than the mission itself. This time, Almarat approached from behind and said to Louis, "Strong human." Louis turned and replied, "Yes, Almarat." Almarat looked down at Lewin and said, "So, what are you thinking of doing with the fang of our first chief?" Lewin replied, "Huh? Do with it? What can I do with it?" Almarat smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can help you make something. A weapon fit for a human." Lewin was a bit surprised by this sudden offer. He thought, "What?" In a dark cellar, Louis held the massive tooth in his hand, wondering, "What is this?" He walked while holding the tooth. Trang said, "This is a major source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the ogre tribe inherits it becomes the strongest." Louis said, "No, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor or a magic staff?" Trang said, "Angale's scepter and Mossy's scales have very clear uses. One is a wizard's scepter, and the other is a knight's magic armor." An image of Louis in armor holding a scepter and laughing appeared. Trang said, "These two can be used as a mace. Take this magic spell." The two chatted lively as they walked down the dark corridor. Trang said, "Just hold on to it and figure it out later. It only increases your strength for now," Louis replied. "All right." As the scene changed, Almarat smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can make it for you. A weapon fit for a human." Louis was a bit surprised by the sudden offer. He thought, "I have it, but don't know how to use it. This is an unexpected opportunity." But Almarat pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, "Kunkan's fang is so heavy and hard that almost no one can work with it. But for the ironsmith Omezushira, it's entirely possible." Lewin was a bit confused, thinking, an ironsmith is just like a human blacksmith. Almarat looked at Lewin and said, "Do you have any ideas for a special weapon?" "Human, Lewin." A moment later, he suddenly smiled as if he had just thought of something. "Can you make exactly what I need?" "It's been half a month since I came to Heavenly Mountain," Lewin said, hiding in a bush as if stalking something. Ahead, a green goblin shouted, "Over there." Human Lewin rushed out from the bush saying, "Let me handle it." During that time, I helped the ogre tribe with their hunts or assisted them. Next, he started jogging, spending a lot of time training me, things I couldn't do before. Louis, covered in sweat, looked up at the system and said happily, "All right." Then he arm wrestled Almarat again, and just like before, Louis lost. However, the mission that took up most of my time was something else. Trang announced loudly, 15 losses in 15 arm wrestling matches against Omazuzan. After losing 15 matches in a row, Lewin sulked and rubbed his arm, saying, "I lost again. This is really happening again." Behind him, Almarat just laughed. As Louis stood rubbing his arm, Trang came over to encourage him. "Cheer up, master. You've gotten much better." Almarat laughed and said, "That's right. Human, you're gradually using your strength more effectively." But Lewin didn't give up. He looked at Amarat confidently and said, "Thank you. I feel like I'm improving step by step. I've learned how to use my strength properly through Omizuzen's advice, and every day I can endure a little longer." Louis put his hands in his pockets, turned his head, and said, "Before I leave here, I have to defeat Omizuzen." Omizuzen, who was behind him, was startled to be called out. He looked completely bewildered. Even though they were in a cave, their conversation echoed clearly. "Omizuzen, are you hesitating?" Omizuzen replied, "No, not at all. Human, you don't stand a chance against me in arm wrestling." A few days later, Omizuzen had a frozen expression on his face. Oh, it turns out Lewin's small hand had defeated Omizuzen in arm wrestling. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Trang couldn't believe her eyes, saying, "One win." Lewin happily stood up, raising both arms and shouting loudly, to Omizuzen's astonishment, "I won!" A system window appeared, side quest in Heavenly Mountain. When the arm wrestling match with Amarat, 1 out of 1, complete. You will receive the reward from the Heavenly Mountain Ogre Tribe. As a reward, you have earned the respect of all ogres. But Omizuzen wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he kept praising Lewin, saying, "You just keep surprising me. I've lost, young Master Adele." Lewin rubbed his wrist and said cheerfully to Omirusen, "This is a first, isn't it?" "Omirusen, just call me that." Omirusen turned to leave and said, "It looks like you're ready." Watching Omizuzen walk away, Louis asked, "Ready for what?" Louis said, Is it done?" Omizuzen turned back and said, "Come here." As Louis quickly approached, Omidusa said, "Actually, it's been finished for a while. I was just waiting for this moment to give it to you. Why didn't you give it to me even though it was already made?" While rummaging for something, Omidusa said, "I was waiting for the day you could defeat me. If you hadn't defeated me, I might not have given you the Fang of Kunkan. It's very important to us." Hearing this, Lewin's expression stiffened with embarrassment, thinking, "It feels like I just robbed him." A moment later, Omidusa held out the item in front of Louis and said, "Here, it's yours." Louis looked at the item in surprise and said, That's." It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, the bear paws made from Kunkan's fangs, created by Amarath, a pair of bear paws decorated with the fangs of the clan's chief, the first ogre of the Kunkan clan in the Heavenly Mountains. The fang fragments will not break under any impact, and will instantly destroy everything, increases strength by 2,000, unlocks the unique skill, growing potential leadership. Lewin put on the gauntlets, clenched his fist, and thought, "A bear paw with Kunkan's fangs inside, it will definitely suit me best. A close combat mage." Seeing him silent, Trang asked, "How is it, Lewin?" Omidusa also asked, "What do you think of my work?" "I crafted it using the most perfect mold for you." Lewin looked tense, but he was actually deep in thought. "This is amazing. It's not just 2,000 strength, it feels even more powerful." Lewin said, "Omer-san, can you gather all the warriors of the Heavenly Mountains?" Soon after, all the ogres were assembled. They gossiped that a strong human wanted to arm wrestle all of us. "What? That's right. He said he would defeat all of us." The ogres buzzed with excitement. Even though he defeated Omirosen, this is still a blow to our pride. But to go against such a challenger, the more they talked about an event like this, the more excited they became. Welcome Louis, now in the Zuga Plaza, facing a massive ogre. From the ogre's perspective, this might seem like an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere was very cheerful for the ogre clan. They worship strength and love competitions, so they seem to appreciate my competitive spirit, not just the large ogres, but also the young ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, "Go, Dad." Trang crossed her arms and smiled. "Ah, this brings back memories. Draa did this once too." Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked down at Trang, and said, "Although he fought 17 opponents in a row, but your case is different. Humans don't live as long as dragons, so you have to be quick." Trang's smug expression faded, replaced by helplessness. Lewin placed a hand on the stone table, looked seriously at his opponent, and thought, "Just yesterday, I said this was impossible," but looking at his shimmering black gauntlets, Lewin felt confident with the Kun Khan Fang bear paws on his hands. "I feel like I can't lose." The ogre referee shouted, "Ready, begin." Both men tried to slam the other's hand down, but it looked like Lewin was at a disadvantage. However, with his trained strength and the power of the gauntlets, Lewin easily slammed his opponent's hand down. Later, on a plain, the ogres gathered in a crowd to see Lewin off. An ogre asked, "Will you come back, young master?" Lewin replied, "I will. But for now, we need to go to Leberden." The ogre said with a hint of sadness, "You gave us a memorable experience. Thank you, young master." Lewin smiled at them but didn't say anything. He held out his hand. Seeing this, Omidusa spoke. "You want another arm wrestling match, even after defeating all of us?" Lewis said, "No, it's not that. It's not for arm wrestling." Making Omidusa hesitate, he took his hand and said, "This is called a handshake." Omidusa looked confused and said, "A handshake?" With a hint of wistfulness, Lewin said, "It's a human greeting." Omidusa looked as if he understood. He listened silently as Lewin explained it's for when you meet someone or say goodbye to a friend. Then, he set off, with the ogres bidding him farewell. Louis waved and shouted, "See you later," as a kind of goodbye. That afternoon at the academy, in his office, Terran sat at his desk listening to a report. It wasn't very important news. He listened while thinking, the report on the Screaming Witch is still missing. It's been a long time since the other two returned with severe injuries. There's been no news since the Screaming Witch began tracking Louis Adele alone. His thoughts also turned to the Western Mage, the one Louis beat up the other day. After sending another scout team, they found no trace of humans near the Heavenly Mountains. He began to say they must have been dealt with, but was interrupted. "Archmage, I have a new report." Another man in a black cloak entered and said, "Louis Adele has arrived in Leberdin." Turin was taken aback. His face darkened, and he was silent for a long time, as if plotting something. He gave the order, "Tell him to return immediately." Meanwhile, Louis had reached the city, where the castle was bathed in the red glow of sunset. Followed by a low, disappointed voice, "I couldn't complete the mission." Terran rested his chin on his hand. His expression was a mix of helplessness and fatherly concern as he listened to the explanation. As King Flame had said, "There is a reason no one can conquer that place. When I arrived at the Heavenly Mountains, I finally realized the mission was beyond my abilities." Lewin explained dejectedly, his head hung low. The barrier there was too strong, so there was no way to get in. Terran listened silently. He interrupted him. "You're a terrible liar, you know," Terran said slowly, enunciating each word. "Be honest and tell me everything."